loves, welcome to my channel Sun Love Stars, and welcome to today's pick a card reading. If you're new here, my name is Cynthia and I'm your weird psychic girl from next door who is reminding you of how magical the universe is. And I'm going to read your cards today. Okay, we're going to look at what the cards are telling us about your future. For those of you who have been here for a while, you probably have been waiting for another future spouse reading. If you didn't check out the last pick a card reading that I've done, I talked about this a little bit. I was a little bit like not inspired, but my inspiration is coming back. I'm working on an oracle deck. Yet another one. I keep working on oracle decks and then I keep feeling like, okay, I want to do another one and another one. Like create like oracle cards and then I feel like, oh my god, they're so good, I'm going to do a reading. And then I feel like, no, I need to add another 40 cards and another 40 cards. I always feel like I do a future spouse oracle deck that ends up feeling unfinished, or I feel like, oh, I want to do this reading, but I cannot do this reading until I finish the oracle deck, or until I feel like the oracle deck is complete, because I usually create 40 oracle cards and then I allow them to get shipped to me. And you know, every time I receive the package, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do that reading, I'm gonna do this reading, and then I somehow end up feeling like, no, I need to create another 40 oracle cards and another 40 oracle cards to complete the oracle deck and then finally do a reading. So I'm working yet on another oracle deck, additional 40 cards. And as soon as they come, I really am going to start doing a lot more future spouse readings, especially spicy ones, if you know what I mean. Okay, we're going to do a lot more spicy pick a card readings, or I feel like I feel like my inspiration is gonna really be back once I receive my oracle deck, and once I feel like the oracle deck that I'm working on is finally finished or complete, you know, where my soul is like, yeah, that oracle deck is now done or completed, and now I can work on certain pick a card readings. So that's what I've been doing behind the scenes, and again, I have been waiting for like inspiration to hit me. Yeah, this reading is going to be about, I've done a reading on that in the past, or I have done a reading in the past about like how you will know that your future spouse is the one for you. And I have been doing personal readings lately where a lot of you guys have been asking, how will I know that my future spouse is the one? And I was tapping into like different energies, how people will know that they met the one, you know, because sometimes you meet somebody and you're like, am I delusional or is he the one? Am I delusional or are they the one? Like when you look at them and you're like, I kind of feel like you're my wife or my husband, but then you have to like, you know, catch yourself not to be delusional or whatever, you know. So people in the personal readings have been asking me like, hey, can you tell me how will I know that they're the one? So I was thinking for this reading we're going to do how your future spouse will know that you are the one, especially because I know some of you guys have been getting personal readings from me and I have already tapped into how you will know that they are the one, you know, like for the people that booked a personal reading with me, or you might be still in queue for booking a personal reading with me, and then we're going to tap into your specific situation because this is a general reading, right? But we're going to tap into like specifics about your personal love story with your future spouse. So yeah, if you are in queue for your personal reading, that's what we're going to talk about, or like, you know, we will tap into that once, you know, I get to you, because I'm slowly chipping away at the emails that I received or the requests that I received. So thank you for being patient with me. Okay. But yeah, I thought, okay, then let me do a reading connected to how your future spouse will know that you are the one. If you guys want me to also tap into how you will know that they're the one, like I've done readings on that before, but I can do an upgraded version of it because I have new oracle cards and stuff like that, right? So I might see different things, or there might be different messages coming through. So if you guys want me to do a how they will know that you are the one pick a card reading, let me know that in the comments. But this reading is going to be about how your future spouse and your true love will know that you are the one. How will they notice? What is the moment where they will notice it? Or like, yeah, how are they going to notice it? Okay. This reading is going to have an extended. The extended is going to be on Patreon. The link is going to be down in the description box if you want to join me. Either a monthly subscription where you get access to all kinds of different readings, not just future spouse readings, but just in general more content of me, or like more pick a card readings of me, as well as access to all the future spouse pick a card readings that I have posted before. and you want to look at all the extended than just this extended reading, you're going to get access with a monthly subscription to every extended that I have ever posted from every future spouse reading that I have ever posted. But if you just want to know about this particular extended, you can also purchase, like you can also do a one-time purchase and only get the extended for this particular reading. But yeah, the link to the extended is going to be down in the description box. And in the extended, I want to look at what your future spouse would do. Like after they noticed, the second where they noticed, oh my God, she's the one. Oh my God, like that's my wife. Or oh my God, like that's her, that's him, you know, he's the one. Like what they would do with that information, like how they would act after they realized it, what they would do after they felt it, realized it, noticed it, acknowledged it, admitted it to themselves. You know, what are they going to do after they know that you're the one, okay? Or they feel that you're the one, okay? So that's what we're going to look at in the extended. The link is going to be in the description box. Again, you can join me on Patreon and we're going to look at that, okay? But yeah, also again, if you are in queue for a personal reading, I'm still doing personal readings. I'm still offering them. It's probably gonna take me a while to get back to all of you guys. If you feel like, man, I've been waiting for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, I have been booked and busy. I'm not gonna lie, okay, it's not a flex, but I have been booked and busy. So don't worry if you have not yet received an email and it's been 2 months or it's been 3 months. That doesn't mean that I didn't receive your email. I'm just going through and just chipping away at them very slowly. But I'm still offering personal readings this December, okay? So if you feel like, man, I haven't sent Cynthia an email yet, you can still send me an email, but it is gonna take some time. Like you have to come with patience, you know, if you want a personal reading with me. Okay, I think that's everything out of the way. On the next step, you can choose between 3 images. If you feel indecisive, go on Google, find a number generator and ask your spirit guides to guide you to the right pile. And if you feel like you might have more than one pile, you can also add the number 4 to the number generator. And if the number generator spits out the number 4, that means you do have more than one pile. And then there you go, okay? I'm thinking if there's anything else that I want to talk about. I don't think so. So let's get ready. Let's look at your reading. Let's look at how your future spouse will know, or when they will know, how they will know that you are the one for them, okay? So without further ado, I'm going to see in your reading, guys. Hey, pile number 1, welcome to your reading, guys. Welcome to your future spouse reading, okay? Before we begin your reading, this reading is going to have an extended. So in this reading, we're going to tap into how your future spouse and your true love will know that you are the one. And in the extended, the link is going to be down in the description box if you want to join me. In the extended, we're going to look at what they would do. Like when your future spouse realizes, oh my God, she is the one. Oh my God, I think he's the one. I think she's the one. Like, oh my God, like I can see myself marrying them. Did I meet her? Is she the one? Is he the one? Like once they notice it, realize it, acknowledge it, admit it to themselves, you know, what they're going to do with that information. Like what are they going to do with that knowing? What are they going to do with that feeling, that intuition that you might be the one, okay? Is what we're going to look at in the extended on Patreon. But here on YouTube, we're going to tap into like how they will notice that you are the one, or when they will notice, or in which moment they will notice that you are the one, okay? That's what we're going to tap into today. So let's begin your reading. Also, I want to do a little disclaimer, okay, especially for those of you that are new possibly, or maybe even actually it doesn't matter if you're new or not. Guys, I keep you company on your journey, okay, until you meet your true love and your future spouse, because, or maybe even if you met them, you're still gonna watch my readings, but at some point you're gonna be like, you know what, I don't need to watch future spouse readings anymore because my man, my woman is with me, right? Or I don't know, you might tap into my other readings, but the point I'm trying to get across is I am here to keep you company on your journey to meet your true love and your future spouse, okay, that you like get a glimpse of who they are, okay, that you notice them when they stand in front of you, to keep your company on your journey, okay, to keep your company in those lonely moments that you have, or those moments where you really desire to be with your man or to be with your woman, okay, that I just keep you guys company. However, I don't want you guys to sit and wait for the one, okay? I want you guys to still go outside, still live your life, still manifest your dreams, still go after all the things that you want to manifest, or kind of like where you still create and manifest the life of your dreams. I still want you to be out and about. I still want you to grow and like also focus on yourself, you know, because I feel like the single chapter in life is underrated. I'm gonna be honest. I understand where you feel like, oh my God, I wanna have my man, I wanna have my woman, okay, like I wanna kiss and cuddle and like be with them. Like I understand, but I also feel like there's so much beauty in the chapter where you are single. Like you can really only focus on yourself, and you can give your undivided attention to yourself, and like so many things that you can manifest and focus on without maybe even feeling guilty that you don't have time for your man or you don't have time for your woman, where you feel like, man, I really want to focus on this, I really want to focus on that, where I feel like there's so much things that we can do in our time or in our chapter where we are single. And I want you guys to keep that in the back of your mind. Like watch my readings, binge watch them, think about them when you lay in bed, visualize your future spouse, to even manifest them, you know. Like I want you guys to be in this energy of like, you know, I cannot wait to meet my true love and my future spouse, but I'm not desperate to meet them. Like I still know that life has value and that there's still beauty in everyday life, or that there's still beauty in like me creating my own life or me manifesting my dreams that have nothing to do with my future spouse, you know. That I can do so many things when he or she is not there yet. For example, you really want to meet your true love and your future spouse, right? And there's gonna be certain days where you're gonna feel like, you know what, why have I not yet met my true love or my man or my woman, you know? And then you can come to me, okay, and we're gonna spend some time, we're gonna tap into their energy. But then on other days, I really want you to focus on you. I really want you to focus on, let's make money, let me manifest the physique of my dreams, let me focus on healing, let me focus on, you know, manifesting good mental health, you know, where you will literally become the woman of your own dreams or the man of your own dreams, or where you literally become the best version of yourself. But also in the back of your mind, know that, you know, like you have time to become the best version of yourself, and you can really focus and hone in on that. And when you meet your true love and your future spouse, they're going to get the best version of you, which is beautiful, right? For example, you can focus on certain insecurities that you have right now. And then when you meet your true love and your future spouse, those insecurities are not going to be an issue in your connection. You can focus on your physical appearance. You can focus on your mental health, so that your mental health does not F with the connection that you're gonna have with your future spouse. Like I feel like the single chapter is underrated, and I want you guys to keep in mind that there's so much you can do with the time that you have when your man and your woman has not yet manifested or is not yet standing in front of you. I'm gonna be here to keep you company, okay, especially if you have lonely days or life just kind of sucks. But then I want you guys to pick yourself back up and manifest and create and experience and become your own dream woman, and to like just enjoy life and to enjoy the energy of like, I can create my own life, and I'm creating my own life, and I'm manifesting a home, and I'm manifesting good mental health, and I'm manifesting a good career. And do you see where I'm coming from? I still want you to be in this energy of like, ooh, you know, life is beautiful, you know, life is beautiful whether or not my future spouse is in front of me. Of course, it's gonna be extra beautiful when he or she is in front of me. Okay, but I don't want you guys to be desperate and just wait for him to appear, or like, do you see where I'm coming from? Okay, that's what I'm just trying to say. Okay, just remember pile number one, the last time you really had a crush on somebody, or the last time you really were in love. Do you remember how it was so hard for you to focus on yourself, how it was so hard for you to like get to your goals, or be disciplined, be focused, and then this person kind of wasted your time? Do you know what I mean? It's like, what I'm trying to say is, sometimes when we are in love, or most of the time when we are in love, it's a lot harder to focus on yourself, or it's a lot harder to like be disciplined and be focused and still have your life together, or still balance out like your love life as well as your own personal life, and creating and manifesting your desires into your own personal life that have nothing to do with your future spouse. Do you see where I'm coming from? Like, I want you guys to remember, man, do you remember the last time I was in love, like with the wrong person, and it took so much time away from me that I could have spent making money, that I could have spent manifesting good mental health or good physical health, that I could have spent manifesting a new home, that I could have spent manifesting a new friend circle, or that I could have spent manifesting just enjoying life. But instead, I was so focused on this man or this woman that was not the right person for me. Now with your future spouse, they are going to be the right person or the right man or the right woman for you, but this whole energy of like, oh my God, I'm so in love, I can barely focus, I'm so in love, I can barely be disciplined, or it's really hard for me to like focus on my stuff because I want to be with them and I want to cuddle them and I want to kiss them. It's going to be the same when you meet your true love and your future spouse, but this time around they're the right person, instead of you having that energy towards the wrong person or something like that. Or do you know what I mean? Keep that in mind. Right now, there's nothing holding you back when it comes to focusing. You can put all your energy into manifesting the biggest desires that you've ever had. Because when your man or your woman is in front of you, you're most likely going to focus on them, or it's going to be challenging to balance the energy of kind of like, I'm in love, but I'm in love, but I still can focus on my stuff. I'm in love, but I still am disciplined and I'm still focused, you know, because all you want to do is spend time with them. So keep that in mind. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, now is the perfect time to get things going, to be motivated, to be focused, to be disciplined. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Okay. But pile number one, let me tap into the energy here. Let me see what's going on with your true love and your future spouse. Okay, the first thing that I'm picking up here, pile number one, is your future spouse is going to notice that you are the one. I think I want to get one more card. Okay, let me see, because I think I want to tap into in which moment they're going to realize it. Okay, so let's see. Oh, another thing also, before we tap into your reading, and this could just be an extra confirmation that this is really your pile, okay? For some of you guys, if it doesn't resonate with you, don't worry about it. It's just extra confirmation for somebody watching here, because this is still a general reading. So for some of you guys, I'm picking up the energy here. Someone here recently decluttered their room. Like, I pick up a very clean, fresh energy. So I don't know, for some of you guys, you recently you just came out of the shower, and that's why I pick up that clean, fresh energy. For others of you, I feel like you recently decluttered your room, or you're in the process of decluttering your room, or you have on your to-do list, I have to declutter my room, or I want to throw certain things out of my room. I also see you buying new furniture or new decoration or something like that. For some of you guys, you could have also recently moved into a new home or a new apartment, or I see like a new furniture piece, or I see like a new lamp or something new inside of your home, okay, that gives off the energy of like a fresh new energy. This could just be an extra confirmation that this is your pile, okay? But I pick up something about like there's a new energy in your home, or there's a new energy around you or something like that. And it almost feels like it's a clean energy, so I don't really know what the hell that means. Maybe like a clean energy in your home, or like a clean energy that you feel like when it comes to your soul or your spirit. Maybe you cleansed your energy, and that's what I'm picking up here. But I pick up like a clean, fresh energy. I'm even smelling cotton, like a candle that has cotton scent, okay? Like I'm picking up like the scent, like I feel an energy of like my new chapter begins, a clean canvas type of vibe, okay? So if you're feeling this right now, this is definitely your pile, okay? But this could also have something to do with the reading itself. But this is just an extra confirmation, okay? That this is going to be your reading, or that this is your reading, okay? That this is your pile, basically. For some of you guys, pile number 1, again, this is just an extra confirmation for somebody here watching. You could also be trying to manifest a new home, okay? Is what I'm picking up here as well. For others of you, I am also hearing that pile number 1, for others of you, the way you know that this reading is really your reading is because your spirit guides gave you signs and synchronicities connected to winter, or connected to the month January, okay? Yeah, there's this energy of like, maybe for some of you guys, you are already getting ready for the next year. Like you're already working on your New Year's resolutions, on rituals and magic spells for the next year. If you are in that energy right now, this is definitely your pile. And again, for others of you, there's something going on with like, you have been receiving signs from your spirit guides in the universe that something is going to happen in January, or something is going to happen in winter season, or something about significant energy in winter season or significant energy in January. You could also work on a plan right now. You could also be getting ready for something. Oh my god, you could be getting ready for something in January, okay? Or feel like you guys, you could also be a snake in Chinese astrology is what I'm picking up here as well. Or something about, you could have been receiving signs connected to Chinese astrology, or like, yeah, Chinese astrology is what I'm picking up here, okay? And something about January, or for some of you guys, you maybe have a feeling in your soul or in your gut that you're going to have a winter love story, or like you're going to meet your future spouse in winter season, or maybe somebody has predicted like something happening in winter season, or you're meeting your true love and your future spouse in winter season. Something about spiritual guidance from your spirit guides connected to winter in January, where they have been trying to get your attention and tell you something is happening in winter. Maybe you recently had a dream where it was snowing or something like that, okay? Or something about where your spirit guides have been sending you signs and synchronicities connected to snakes, like snake symbolism is what I'm picking up here too. Or something about like the snake year, like where 2025 was the year of the snake in Chinese astrology. And maybe your spirit guides have been like talking to you about this, or something like that, okay? Something about the Chinese year of the snake is 2025, and it's going to end in February. This is somehow significant for somebody here, okay? So yeah, someone here could also be, yeah, for others of you, I'm also seeing candle magic here, okay? Or maybe you recently bought a new candle. This is just an extra confirmation that this is really your pile, okay? Because somebody maybe needed that, where you feel like, I don't know if I believe all of that, and then damn, you know, how does she know? Okay, it's your spirit guides and ancestors coming through here. Yeah, maybe you have been receiving signs and synchronicities connected to timing in general, where maybe your spirit guides and your ancestors have been revealing something when it comes to divine timing in your dreams, or through signs and synchronicities or something like that. Or something about frozen, like something frozen, ice, snowflakes, snowman, okay? Like signs connected to a snowflake, ice, something frozen, or something being frozen or something like that. I don't know what the hell that means, okay? Or maybe you saw something like that in your dreams, like something about ice frozen, or I'm hearing a snow angel. I don't know what the hell that means, okay? Maybe it's snowing where you're at right now. Could also be significant here. Or something about figure skating, ice skating, okay? Ooh, I'm also thinking for some of you guys, you could have a cold right now. Okay, you could have a cold right now, and your spirit guides have been trying to send you signs that you need to eat more fruits and vegetables to kind of like strengthen your immune system. Or this is what you're thinking about right now, like I need to yeah, or this could be something that you're thinking right now, like I need to eat more fruits and vegetables. I'm hearing the saying, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. For some reason I'm hearing that. Okay, so something about your immune system here could be significant here too, because you could have a cold, or you could have had several colds, and your spirit guides have been trying to send you a sign that you need to do something about your immune system. Again, this is just an extra confirmation for somebody here that this is your pile, okay? But let me get one more card. Can you show me the moment in which pile number 1's future spouse is going to notice? I knew it. Okay, I knew it. Okay, let me see. Let me get one more card here and then we're gonna begin. Okay. Okay, pile number 1. There is an energy here where your future spouse is going to realize that you are the one for them, because we have the Emperor and the Empress here. If you're not familiar with Tarot, the Emperor and the Empress are a perfect match, okay? They're made for each other. They're made from the same cloth. Basically, the Emperor is the male version of the Empress and the Empress is the female version of the Emperor. They're basically made from the same cloth. You could also call them twin flames, because the Emperor and the Empress are just made from the same cloth, or they have the same vibration, they have the same frequency. They're somehow like very identical. They're just the male and the female version of each other, okay? So your future spouse will know that you are the one, because he or she is going to realize that you are like a perfect match. You are like identical to them. You're just the female or the male version to them. There's something going on with, like, I almost want to say that your future spouse, if your future spouse has never believed in the concept of twin flames, your future spouse will start to believe that the concept of twin flames is real, or they might even feel like, I want to know what this, like, kind of like where they cannot describe it in words, kind of like where their friends are asking them, like, why do you think she's the one? Why do you think he's the one? And your future spouse might struggle to say, oh, that's the reason and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? And I see them coming across the word twin flame, or somehow, yeah, oh my God, yeah, I see them being on Instagram, on YouTube, wherever, on TikTok, and all of a sudden somebody's gonna talk about twin flames. For some reason, that word is coming through very, very strongly here, because if you've watched my readings for a while, I don't usually use the word twin flame. But I feel the energy here, okay? So I see them coming across the word twin flame. If they've never believed in the concept of twin flame, or never even knew that such a thing as twin flame, like the word twin flame even exists, I feel like they're gonna come across it, or they're gonna feel like, almost as if, like, if their friends are asking them, like, how do you know that she's the one? He or she might say, they feel like my twin, they feel like my twin, or like she's just the female or the male version of me, okay? There's something going on with, like, your future spouse is going to realize that you guys are so, like, similar, to the point where it feels divine, to the point where it feels magical, to the point where it feels like otherworldly, okay? We have the card here, your flaws turn me on. You're not perfect, but you're perfect for me, okay? There is even an energy here where you and your future spouse, you're gonna have, like, flaws that work together perfectly, or you're gonna have, like, similar flaws or similar insecurities. And what I mean by that is, how can I even explain that energy? Let's say, for example, your future spouse, I'm just giving an example, okay? Let's say, for example, your future spouse has really big hands, to the point where it becomes an insecurities, or maybe people used to mock your future spouse for, like, oh my God, your hands are so big, like a frying pan or whatever, okay? And then you might be very insecure. I don't even know how to say that without it going in a sexual direction, okay? But let's say, for example, you are insecure about having very wide hips, okay? Just an example. And it almost feels like their big hands that they're insecure about are the perfect size for your wide hips that are your insecurity. Do you see where I'm coming from? Or let's say, for example, they're insecure about their accent, you know? Maybe people are laughing at their accent. They might have a Mexican, Italian, whatever accent. and you go on your first date, your second date, okay, and you might mention casually like, oh my god, your accent turns me on. And they're gonna be like, wow, like usually, or maybe like in the past their accent was an issue, or somebody did not like their accent, or they were very insecure about their accent, or someone was making a joke about their accent that kind of hurt them. And then when they go on a date with you, you might be, oh my god, I love your accent, or something like that. And they're going to realize that you, okay, and I'm seeing like their heart racing, or their heart like beating very quickly, like where you say, oh my god, I love your accent, and like you don't even know that you just took away an insecurity of theirs. Like they were insecure about their accent, and come to find out it turns you on, or you really like it, okay? Or for example, just another example, okay, let's say for example you might be insecure about like being shy, or not being able to like you might be very insecure about where you sometimes have non-verbal days, or you sometimes don't feel like speaking, you're more of a listener, okay? Could also be the other way around. And there's this energy of like, I'm hearing, oh my god, she's perfect for me, oh my god, he's perfect for me. There's this energy of like, when you go on your first date, you might be insecure about like, oh my god, I'm not good at holding conversations and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? And maybe you're just supposed to feel insecure about, oh my god, I yap too much, I talk too much. Do you know what I mean? Like I talk too much, and people told me before on certain dates that I talk too much, and you know, I need to zip it, or their friends have told them like, girl, you talk too much, that's why you scare men away, because you talk too much, or whatever. Do you see where I'm coming from? And then when you go on a date together, it's like yin and yang. It's like you are calm, but you are insecure about it, and you might talk about it like, you know, I'm not really good at like speaking on the first date. And then he might say, yeah, people told me I talk too much, especially on the first date, but it's like, it's perfect. Do you see where I'm coming from? So it's kind of like your insecurity is gone, because they don't mind when you are silent, and they don't mind talking the whole date and allowing you to just listen, or allowing you to just be in your nonverbal energy. And then they're not insecure about yapping a lot or talking a lot, and you really enjoy listening to him, that he takes the lead, or that they take the lead in speaking. Do you see where I'm coming from? It's kind of like you guys come together, and it's like your flaws are perfect for each other. Your flaws, your insecurities are just like, they complement each other. It's like a yin yang type of vibe. Do you see where I'm coming from? Okay, so there's an energy where part number one, I see an energy. Again, we come back to the same example. Let's say for example your future spouse is insecure about having big hands or whatever, compared to the rest of their body. I don't know, okay, or like, I don't know, this might be something that they're like insecure about, but their big hands are a perfect match to your wide hips, or to your big hips. Do you know what I mean? Like I literally see his hand going around your hips, and it's like the perfect size. Like his hands are the perfect size for your hips, or the other way around. Maybe you have a small booty, and you're insecure about your small booty, or your small hips, or your small chest, and their insecurity is having small hands. But when they put their small hands on your small chest, it's the perfect size, or it's like perfect. Yeah, it covers your boobie perfectly. Do you see where I'm coming from? It's like that's what your spirit guides are showing me. Like your future spouse is gonna realize that you are the one for them, because like even your insecurities are perfect for each other. Even your insecurities are in sync. Even your insecurities are like made for each other. Your future spouse is really gonna feel like you're made for each other, but it has something to do with like, I'm insecure about something, and come to find out you're also insecure about something, but how is my insecurity like perfect for your insecurity? Like how is that even possible? Do you see where I'm coming from? That's the vibe that is coming through here. They're even going to feel like when they look into your eyes, even if they wanted to lie, they can't. There's this energy of like, they're gonna see such an honest, truthful, innocent energy in your eyes that makes them feel like, I don't even want to be in my ego and pretend I don't have insecurities. I don't even want to be prideful and act like I'm not insecure about certain things or that I don't have any flaws, you know? They're even going to feel like you're the first woman or the first man that makes them feel comfortable enough to even talk about their insecurities. Like maybe things that they never talk to about anybody, they're going to be like, I look into your eyes and I just want to like talk about it, and I don't feel any pressure, I don't feel any angst. Like where you're going to be their safe space to talk about an insecurity. Again, there's something about they're going to be insecure about something. I don't really know what it is. And it's almost like they look into your eyes and then you might say, oh, I don't mind that, or I don't really mind, you know, like, I like a calm man, or I like a man that is calm, or I like a man that allows me to like get everything off of my chest, and like where you speak his ear off, where you're insecure about speaking his ear off and he's insecure about not speaking. Do you see where I'm coming from? There's this energy of like, I'm hearing our insecurities are like perfect for each other, or like my insecurities making love to your insecurity, your insecurities making love to my insecurity. Okay. There's something about like, they're gonna look into your eyes, and again, there's this energy of like, there's such a innocent, truthful energy that they're gonna feel. Like when they look into your eyes, they're gonna feel like it's a safe space to be honest. It's a safe space to speak the truth. It's a safe space for them to let go of their ego and their pride. And I also want to say that your future spouse is very aware of his pride and his ego, okay, or her pride and her ego, where they know that their ego and their pride can sometimes get in the way of intimate connections, where they want to act flawless, or they want to act perfect, or they just want to show their chocolate side to somebody, you know, and they're going to feel like they don't want to do all of that with you. They just want to be like themselves. They just want to like, but again, there's also this energy of like, they're usually scared to talk about their insecurities, but with you, it's going to feel so natural. It's going to feel like, and then come to find out that your insecurities are, I don't know how to explain it. I have no freaking idea. So they're going to know that you're the one in a moment where they feel insecure, okay? Where they feel insecure and where they feel vulnerable, where they feel like you know the truth about them, or you know something about them that they don't like to admit, or they don't like to admit to this insecurity, or they don't like to admit to like a flaw that they have, okay? But again, there's something going on with like, your flaws are gonna be like perfect for each other. I don't know how to explain it. Let's say, for example, you're insecure about dancing, like if you're a good dancer or not, and they are like a dance teacher. Do you see where I'm coming from? So they're gonna enjoy teaching you how to dance. It can be your first date or your second date. Do you see where I'm coming from? It's like, it's just, I'm hearing it's just perfect, or you're just perfect for me. They're gonna feel like you're perfect for them, down to your flaws and your insecurities, down to what you are insecure about. Yeah, they're gonna feel like your insecurities turn them on. I don't even know how to explain it. Another thing, let's say for example you're very skinny, and this is just an example, okay? Let's say for example you're very skinny and you are like insecure about it, that you're kind of skinny, and they might be insecure about like not having a lot of muscles, or they might have muscles but they might not be able to, you know, maybe they haven't been able to take a girl and, you know, like piggyback a girl or whatever, because they're still working on their muscles or whatever. And then you being so tiny and so tiny or skinny is gonna like, you know, make them feel like, okay, you know, I can just pick her up, you know, because she's like lightweight and I like it, you know. And you might be insecure about it, but they're also insecure about like not being super broad or having super broad shoulders, or the other way around. You might be insecure about being kind of heavy, being curvy, being voluminous, you know. And he might also be insecure about like being a gentle giant where he maybe has like a lot of muscles or whatever, and not everybody likes it. It's not aesthetically pleasing to everybody, like a super muscular guy or whatever. But it's going to be perfect because they're going to be able to carry you to the bed as if you are as light as a feather, even though you are voluminous. Do you see where I'm coming from? There's this magic in like my insecurity is making love to your insecurity, and your insecurity is making love to my insecurity. And it's going to blow their mind how there's a person out there for them that is like a perfect match to them down to their insecurity. I don't know what their insecurity is. Yeah, your future spouse is really gonna believe that the universe made them for you, kind of like where you were custom made for him or her, down to your insecurities and down to your flaws, and that it's just like crazy. So if they never believed in like the perfect match, or kind of like where people say, oh, the universe made a person that is perfect for you, or like there's this saying in my language that says for every pot there is hold on, let me actually see. Okay, so I don't know if you know that saying, but it says horses for courses. In my language, like if you translate it like from my language, it says, or it means for every pot there's a perfect lid, you know? I don't know why in English you say horses for courses. Okay, I've never heard that before, but either way, it's like they're going to feel like you're the perfect lid, kind of like where they are the pot and you are the lid that fits perfectly on their pot or on them. Okay. So yeah, they're going to be like, oh my God, the universe made you for me, like where you are custom made for them, down to your flaws and down to your insecurities. Okay. You could even have the same insecurity, and then kind of like when they start talking about it, they're going to realize you have the same insecurities, that you have the same insecurity, and you're both gonna smile, or you're both gonna like laugh. And that is that moment where they realize you're the one for them. Do you know what I mean? It's like if I'm insecure about something and you're insecure about the same thing, then we don't have to be insecure about it anymore because we both have the same flaw. Do you know what I mean? So it's kind of like normal. It becomes normal. That flaw, that insecurity becomes normal. So yeah, I feel like they're going to look into your eyes and talk about an insecurity, and the way you respond to it is going to like make them feel like you're the one for them, or you are like, I don't know, okay? Or maybe that you even start a conversation about your flaws and your insecurities, which invites them to like strip naked in front of you, like mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, you know, like this feeling of like we're both stripped naked because we both are not hiding our insecurities and our flaws from each other. They're gonna be like, yep, she's made for me, or you were made for me. You're the man that God created for me. You are the woman that God created for me, that the universe created for me, you know, that my spirit guides and that my ancestors sent to me, you know, because they know my flaws and they know my insecurities. That's how your future spouse will know that you're the one for them. It's a conversation about insecurities, or the way you talk about your insecurities, or the way you just like, I don't know, talk to them about this, or the way you carry the conversation, and something about your eyes. Like I also pick up the energy of like, you know, your eyes is inviting them to like strip naked in front of you, or your eyes is inviting them to be honest. Like there's such an honest energy in your eyes that makes them feel like, I want to be honest too, or I want to strip naked, or I don't want to hide anything from you. Is what's going to make them feel like you're the one for them. Like it's your eyes, definitely, okay? Or like they are going to notice an innocence or a truth, or like an openness or a non-judgmental energy when they look into your eyes. Like, you know, when you see somebody and you see in their eyes they're judging you, with you it's the opposite. They're going to feel like you're open-minded, or there's no judgment in your eyes. Your eyes are just listening. Your eyes are just aware. Your eyes are just processing. And yeah, something about your eyes. I don't know what that means. Okay, there's something about your eyes that is going to make them feel like you're the one for them. I don't know what their insecurity is, but it's just going to feel like, I don't know. Okay. For example, they always have back pain, and it's an insecurity of theirs that they have back pain, and they sometimes cannot, you know, They sometimes cannot give you what you want when you want it, if you know what I mean, in the bedroom. Come to find out you are a masseuse. Mind blown. Mind blown that you can massage them, help them to get the stiffness out of their back, and then they can, you know, make love to your body after you made love to their body. Do you see where I'm coming from? Like, because again, it's going to be different for all of you guys what that insecurity is, but you're going to be perfect for them down to your insecurities. Whatever you're insecure about, I don't know what it is. Okay, I have no idea what it is. They're going to be like, that is crazy. Or they're going to realize, like, when they talk to their friends, they're going to be like, you know what? Like, I've never met a person that is a perfect match to me down to my insecurities. Like, you know, like, how's that even possible? We're not just a good match with, like, my chocolate. Oh my God, well, you're not a good match only with their chocolate set. You're also a good match with, like, their flaws. And you're gonna make them cry. I'm hearing, get so sentimental when I'm smoking and I think about you. Yeah, they're going to realize that you make them sentimental, that sometimes they're close to tears. I feel like, okay, you could be the first woman or the first man to, like, make them shed a tear. And it could even be out of oh yeah. There could be an energy where if this person never cried happy tears, or, you know, usually we associate crying with, like, being sad, right? And oftentimes we cry because we're sad, but they're going to be crying because they're happy. That's the moment where they're going to realize that you're the one for them. They're going to cry because they're happy. They're going to cry because they feel like the universe made you for them. It's going to feel like that. It's going to feel like down to your flaws, down to your insecurities, down to your flaws, down to their insecurities, down to their flaws. They're going to feel like you are a perfect match to their flawed self, not just their chocolate side. And it's going to make them cry. I also see this energy of, like, the way you're going to respond to them talking about an insecurity is really going to make them feel like, yep, she's the one, he's the one. They're going to be teary-eyed. They're going to get sentimental. It's like something about the way that you handle their insecurities is what I'm picking up here, okay? Yeah, you're going to make them cry. So your future spouse is going to cry. When they realize that you're the one, they're going to shed a tear. Okay, or they're going to cry and not know why they're crying, and then realize, I'm crying because I'm no longer searching. I'm hearing the search is over, and it's going to make them cry. They're going to feel like the search is over, and it's going to make them cry. They might even tell you that they cried, or that you make them cry, or you're the first one to make them cry, or they don't know why they're crying, okay? And even if it's not crying, they're going to get teary-eyed, like their eyes are going to be glassy. You might even see that. You might even see they're, like, close to the verge of tears, or, like, they look very sentimental, or they look very, like, their eyes become soft. Yeah, pie number one, there's this energy of, like, maybe you are going to start a conversation, or it's just going to happen very naturally that you're going to end up at the topic insecurities and flaws. And maybe you're going to start the conversation kind of like, I don't want to act like I'm perfect, I'm this and I'm that, and sometimes I fuck up, and, like, something about where maybe you're going to start talking about insecurities that you have, and they're going to feel like, oh my God, it's the perfect timing for me to, like, also talk about it, and the freedom that comes with not pretending to be perfect is what is really going to make them fall in love with you, kind of like where they feel like it's safe to not only show their chocolate side, but also to show their vulnerable, flawed side, which maybe they didn't feel with other people, because if other people that they encountered were wearing a mask, trying to act perfect, they also felt the pressure to act perfect. Do you see where I'm coming from? So there's pressure in the air, and with you it's the opposite. It's kind of like a sigh, a relief of, like, you know, where you talk about an insecurity or a flaw that you have, and they feel like it's the perfect moment to also, like, strip naked in front of her or to strip naked in front of him, and the relief and the freedom that comes with not acting perfect is what is going to really do it for them. Like, you're going to look into their eyes and they're going to realize, you're the one for me. There's something about your eyes as well, okay? Where they're going to realize that you're the one for them. It's like something special that they feel when they look into your eyes, or a sigh, or a relief, or a freedom that they feel when they look into your eyes, instead of pressure, or instead of like where the other person is wearing a mask and then you also feel compelled to wear a mask, or it happens very naturally, you know, where you match somebody's energy where another person is wearing a mask, so you naturally, or maybe even subconsciously, also start wearing a mask because you match their energy. Do you see where I'm coming from? That's the vibe that is coming through here. With you it's the opposite, okay? There's something about the way that you're going to handle his or her insecurity, okay? They're going to realize that you are the one because they're going to be hearing a song, like a love song in the background somewhere, okay? And they're going to be thinking about you. They're going to be thinking about you when that love song is playing, okay? And there's also this energy of your future spouse could actually go through an ego death, when he or she meets you, okay? Even when you talk about things like an ego death or something like that, it could be the moment where they realize that you're the one, because this one says soul contract, eternal bond, and ego death. Okay, so I pick up an energy here of like almost as if your future spouse is realizing that since you came into their life, everything changed with the Wheel of Fortune. Instead of their insecurities or their flaws being an issue, it's a moment where they realize you're the one. Yeah, they might even feel like you put an end to their ego, kind of like where they feel like every time they are in their presence, love takes over, or their honesty, their integrity takes over, or their authenticity takes over instead of their ego. Do you know what I mean? And they're gonna love that feeling of like being free from their ego that tries to act perfect, that tries to act flawless, and the pressure that comes with that energy of like acting perfect and flawless. It's such a pressure all the time, and they're gonna feel like every time they are in your energy, their ego is gone, or every time they are in your energy, like they are the most authentic version of themselves. They're just them, like their soul is in the forefront instead of their annoying ego or their annoying pride, you know? Yeah, kind of like that's the vibe. Or you might keep their ego in check, but they're gonna like it. Do you know what I mean? Because I feel like if your spouse is aware of like sometimes my ego takes over and I do things that are stupid and just for show or just to look good, but they also know they don't want to be that kind of person, but they might also be surrounded by people that are like that, which again, it's kind of like, you know, then you might do it subconsciously or something like that, you know. And with you, they're gonna feel like you leave no room for pretending, or you leave no room for like the pressure of perfectionism, okay? And they're gonna love being in your energy. They're gonna love being without their ego and without their pride every time they are in your energy, okay? Or every time they talk to you, every time they listen to your voice, every time they see something that you post, you know? Yeah, they're gonna feel like you operate from your soul, and it's so different. Or I'm hearing they're gonna see your honest soul in your eyes. You know how people say the eyes are the windows to the soul? There's something about when they look into your eyes, they don't sense any hidden agenda, they don't sense any pride, any ego, they don't sense any like any bad vibes. Like your eyes are so like inviting and so calming and so honest. And dwelling in that honesty is making them feel free. Dwelling in that honesty is making them feel like unconditional love or something like that. I don't know. They're just going to look into your eyes and they're going to see love. Like where you are a person of love, or you are a person full of honesty and full of love and full of That's what I'm picking up here. There's something about when they look into your eyes, they don't sense any hidden agenda. Your eyes are like honest and like deep, and your eyes speak. Okay, and when your eyes speak, it's out of honesty, or when your eyes speak the truth, or when your eyes speak, they speak with love. That's what I'm picking up. They're going to feel like you have very unique eyes, or your eyes speak to them, okay, is what I'm picking up here. That's when they're going to realize you're the one for them. This could even be the first time they look into your eyes, okay? This could also be the first time they look at your picture, because I got an extra card, and there is a card with a photo album. So there could even be an energy where they look into your eyes for the first time on a picture. They could already kind of feel a sensation of like you being the one, but it's going to get confirmed later, okay? But yeah, something about even if they look at your pictures and they look at your eyes, they're going to sense like in honesty, they're going to sense your soul, okay? Where your soul is so like, you know, because sometimes the ego can hide the soul, right? And so when you look into somebody's eyes, maybe you cannot read this person's eyes because their ego is blocking the view of what their soul is really about, you know, because the ego is acting or putting on a show. So the soul is kind of like hidden in the background and you don't even see this person. So they're going to feel like your soul is bare. Your soul is bare when they look into your eyes, or like, you have overcome your own ego. You have overcome your own ego, or you have overcome your own pride, or something like that is what I'm picking up here, okay? Like the only thing that they're going to sense when they look into your eyes is good energy and love and honesty, you know? That's what I'm picking up here. You could even be a perfect match down to your profession. Okay, so this could be an energy where you might even have the same dream when it comes to your profession, kind of like where you want to achieve the same goal when it comes to your career, or something about where you both have the same dream job is what I'm picking up here too, or a very similar dream job where you can actually work together on achieving that goal or that dream. Could be significant here too, okay? Or something about, for some of you guys, this could be a work, love, romance type of situation because the profession card came out. So yeah, this could even be an energy where they're going to know that you're the one for them. With eye contact at your workplace, kind of like where you have very intense eye contact for the first time, and you might be in the elevator and you're both trying to get to your office. This could be significant for somebody here too, okay? Something about your profession where you're even compatible when it comes to your profession, or you're even compatible when it comes to the path that you are choosing when it comes to your career. Could be significant here as well. Oh yeah, you could literally have the same job. Even if you don't work in the same company, you might have the same job. And it's like the synchronicities keep piling on, or like the signs and the synchronicities that you are the one keep piling on. Like every time they meet with you, there's another synchronicity and another synchronicity, or your flaws in common. You have like your profession in common. You have you have the same job, just at different places in town, you know, like they're going to feel like it's crazy. Like this is not normal. Like cannot be a coincidence how much you have in common, is what I'm picking up here, okay? And there's again also this energy of like when they look at you with the Queen of Wands. This one says Miss Universe. No, it says Miss the Beauty Queen. They're also gonna feel like your future spouse is also going to realize that you are the one, because I see you guys going to a party or going to a gathering. For a lot of you guys, your future spouse will realize that you are the one in summer season. There's something going on with like they're going to realize it in summer, because I heard the song Summer Love by Justin Timberlake where he says, this just can't be summer love, you see, this just can't be summer love, O-E-V-L-O-E-V, or something like that, where he says, the summer's over for the both of us, but that doesn't mean that, hold on, let me actually look at the lyrics. So yeah, in the song he says, the summer's over for the both of us, but that doesn't mean we should give up on love. You're the one that I've been thinking of you're the one, and I knew the day I met you, you would be the one. So your future spouse might even kind of like know that you're the one the moment or the day where you guys are meeting, okay? So I feel like they're instantly gonna know that you're the one, but of course you're waiting for extra confirmation. You're waiting to see if it's just a feeling, if it's just, you know, me wanting them to be the one, or if they're actually the one. But there could also be something going on with, I see you guys going to a party or a gathering in summer season. You're going to be at a party, okay, in summer season, where they're really going to realize that you are the one, like for real, for real. It's not just like, okay, they might be the one, they might not. They're going to be like, no, I know it now, okay? So there could be a situation where there's going to be a party or a gathering in summer season. For some of you guys, could also be a party or a gathering in winter season, because winter energy came out in your reading as well. So for some of you guys, it might be winter. For some of you guys, it might be summer, but it actually, the season doesn't matter. There's something about a gathering or a party or something like that, okay? And you know what the funny thing also is? I also feel like they're going to know that you're the one, because I see you kind of like getting ready to go to a gathering or a party in summer season, and you look phenomenal. You might be doing a little bit more than usual, right? Like more than you would do in your day-to-day, where you are going there and you know, you show your chocolate side like this. And there's this energy of like, they're going to feel like you're the most beautiful woman that they've ever met. Are you the most beautiful woman on planet Earth? Of course not. There's so many beautiful women and so many beautiful men out there. But they're going to realize, like, in a room full of beautiful women, they have only eyes for you. In a room full of beautiful men, sexy men with a six-pack or whatever, they only have eyes for you. And I'm also hearing it is your eyes. There's something about your eyes. Okay, it's like a moment where they feel insecure and you look into their eyes. They're gonna feel insecure about something, okay, but they're also gonna feel like it's time to let go of my ego, or it's time for me to lay my pride to rest. It's time for me to lay my ego to rest when they look at you. There's like this energy of like, yeah, kind of like where they're going to notice a clear, fresh energy when they're with you. When they look into your eyes, it feels like clear, fresh, like basically where your aura is cleansed and clear and fresh. And like, do you know what I mean? Like where your aura is like bright. And the best way I can describe it is the feeling after you took a shower and you come out super clean, or after you cleansed your energy, right, with sage and stuff like that, or after you cleaned your room. That feeling, they're gonna feel that feeling when they look into your eyes. Yeah, there's this energy of like, there's a clarity inside of your eyes. There's an innocence, that kind of like where your eyes make them want to speak the truth, or your eyes make them want to like show you who they really are, kind of like naked in front of you, or they want to lay all their cards on the table and show them to you. And it's not you pressuring them to do it, it's not you manipulating them to do it, it's just your eyes. It's like whenever you're ready, I'm ready. Like your eyes are gonna tell them, whenever you're ready, I'm ready. Whenever you want to talk about it, let's talk about it. Like your eyes, I'm hearing your eyes are speaking. They're gonna feel like you have the most expressive eyes that they've ever seen, or something about where they're going to realize they can read your eyes, or you speak to them with your eyes, where you have like a whole conversation just with eye contact, and they've never experienced that before, okay? That's the vibe that is coming through here. That's how they will know that you're the one, okay? I'm about to go to the extended part number 1, because there's something that I cannot talk about on here on YouTube. It's a little spicy, it's a little, you know, it goes in a sensual, sexual direction, okay? Because it already ties into what they would do after they notice that you are the one, okay? Yeah. Okay, this might tie into that. I think I'm going to talk about this on Patreon, but I want to get one more card, okay? So yeah, there's something going on. They will notice that you are the one, for them in summer season. There's going to be a party or a gathering in summer season, okay? You might go to a concert or a festival in summer season. There's something about like, I knew you were the one that one summer night that we spent together, or like when we were sitting on a meadow and the sun was going down, or when we went to this concert and this festival and it was like a super warm summer day. Kind of like when they talk about realizing that you're the one, they're going to talk about summer, like a summer night, a summer evening, a summer festival, a summer concert, a summer morning, okay, is what I'm picking up here, okay? Or them just realizing another thing. I'm going to be honest, okay? For some of you guys, your future spouse might be the kind of person where they really enjoy the idea of relationships and having a woman and having a man in summer season, but come like winter or fall, okay, I'm picking up different energies here. For some of you guys, there's also this energy of like your future spouse has noticed a pattern where all of their relationships stopped after summer, kind of like where it's easy to have fun in summer, it's easy to go on dates in summer. It's kind of like where summer is very naturally gives people like a feeling of like I'm high, or I'm partying, I'm outside, I'm meeting people. Do you know what I mean? Where summer just in general is a very easy season, as in having fun, enjoying yourself, pleasure and stuff like that. And almost if they feel like all of their relationships like didn't last after summer season, because come autumn, fall season and winter season, it's like there's a different vibe in the air, right? It's not about like partying, going out, having fun anymore. Now the relationship dynamic starts to change because the weather is changing or something like that, and it also comes with a different vibe and a different energy. Like fall has a different vibe, right? Fall dates have a different vibe. Winter dates have a different vibe, or just winter and fall season just has a different vibe just in general. And I'm picking up the energy where usually their relationships end in summer, like kind of like you spent a summer together with somebody and you have a fling with somebody in summer season, but it doesn't continue on in fall or in spring, or it doesn't continue on in fall and in winter season, is what I'm picking up here. Or kind of like where this lovey-dovey energy only lasts in summer season. Okay, do you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of like being really sexually drawn to somebody, but it is because you drink alcohol, and then the next morning when you wake up or whatever, that sexual attraction is gone because it was like triggered by the alcohol. That's the vibe that is coming through here, and they're going to realize like nothing has changed. Like, yeah, there's something going on with like nothing changed. Like, it doesn't matter if they see you through daytime, nighttime, it doesn't matter if you're drunk or tipsy and make love, or you are not drunk and tipsy. There's no difference between, like, I'm hearing there's something about like the feeling that they have for you doesn't change. Like the seasons change, but their feelings for you don't change. Or, you know, where they see you without makeup and they see you with makeup, and it doesn't change. Like nothing changes. Like they feel this constant like pull to you, and it doesn't matter, the season doesn't matter, the circumstances don't matter. But there's also something going on with like the idea of having a relationship in summer sounds fun, but then comes fall and autumn, or like fall season and winter season, and then like the dynamic changes. Something like that could be significant here too, okay? Where they're going to realize like fall season and winter season is even more beautiful with you than just summer. Like something about where your love is not gonna last only in summer season, or like their love for you and their feelings for you expand beyond summer. And I don't really know what that means. Like maybe if your spouse like has the idea of it's easy to fall in love in summer, but what happens in winter season, or I don't know how to explain that energy here, okay? But yeah, there's also something about like a summer night, a summer evening, Again, pie number one, I'm mentioning summer season, but for some of you guys, it could also be kind of like something happening in winter season, kind of like a concert or a festival or a gathering or a party, a house party, a garden party, a home party, whatever. What is it called? A party connected to their workplace, whatever this is about a party, a gathering, a concert, or a festival that could either happen in winter or in summer season for a lot of you guys. But keep in mind, this is a general reading. Yeah, this is also kind of like where you're going to have a special night, or like at that concert, at that festival, at that party, barbecue, whatever this is. Okay, this could even be a baby shower that they take you to. Something about a gathering or a party is another significant moment where they realize that you are the one, you know. But yeah, it doesn't have to be in summer season. For some of you guys, it could also be winter, is what I'm picking up here as well, okay? You might be at a concert, at a festival, and they just look into your eyes, and like, you just look at them, and you look like you're just happy to be there. You don't look like you're trying to manipulate them. It's kind of like where they look into your eyes and they see no signs of manipulation, no signs of trying to change, where you're trying to change them, no signs of like... For some of you guys, pen number one, your future spouse might actually be really good at body language, kind of like where your future spouse knows when somebody's manipulating them, or something about body language where they can read the body language of somebody that is like insincere, or something about where your future spouse just in general looks into people's eyes to figure out if they're like kind or not, or if they're like... if they have hidden agendas. Do you know what I mean? Like, your future spouse could just be in general a person who reads people's body language and who does stare into people's eyes and does intuitively know if they can trust this person or if they can't. Okay? And 9 times out of 10, you look into somebody's eyes, or 9 times out of 10, they look into somebody's eyes and know, that is, I cannot trust this person, or they're full of ego, they're full of pride, they're like behind a mask, they operate from their ego, or you can see like, I don't know, their grimy energy in their eyes. Do you know what I mean? Or like their cocky energy in their eyes, like where it's visible in the eyes that somebody's cocky, grimy, insincere. You know, when you sometimes look at somebody and you can tell this person's a rat, or you can tell this person's a lying asshole just by looking into this person's eyes. Your future spouse could be the same, like, and when they look into your eyes, there's nothing. Do you see where I'm coming from? So it's unusual for them, or yeah, you're just like you stick out like a sore thumb because there's nothing behind your eyes that makes them feel this way. Or when they read your body language, it's like, yeah, like I'm being brought to a person who is a body language expert, okay, that can tell if somebody is lying or telling the truth just by body language, or just by the way the face is moving, or something like that. Okay, so for some of you guys, if your spouse could just be in general a person that does analyze people, but more so like their eyes, their mouth, their body language. So yeah, they could just be in general really good, like a lie detector. And you know, when somebody lies, you can tell in their eyes, or you can tell the way that they, like, I don't know, hide their mouth with their hand, or I don't know, something weird like that. This could be significant here too. And because they don't see any, like, it's basically your future spouse is realizing that you're the one, because you're the first one, or one of the few people where they don't see any red flags in your body language, in your eyes, in the way that you speak to them. Yeah, that's what I'm picking up here, okay? No signs of pay attention to me, like, how can I explain that energy? Where they feel like you're just there to be, you're just there, you're just happy that they're there, and you're just happy to be there, and I just see like a happy, jolly energy inside of your eyes, and like there's no hidden agenda, there's nothing hidden behind it. Like your eyes are so like innocent and truthful and honest, and okay. So yeah, it could also be a summer evening, a summer night, a party in summer, a festival in summer, where they're going to realize that, okay, a concert that you're going to go to in summer. But they're going to know the moment that they meet you, kind of like your first day talking, may that be online, or, yeah, may that be online, or not. They're gonna know. Okay, and I keep hearing it's your eyes. So they will know that you're the one because of your eyes. It's your eyes. I keep hearing it, okay? It's like I literally see them looking at you. It's like a concert, a festival, a party, and you might be like dancing, having fun, and you're just happy to be there. And they just look at you. I feel like, oh my God, I feel like in that moment in that moment they realize you're the one. They might even take pictures of you. You might be dancing, whatever, dancing to your favorite song. You might be doing some karaoke. That's what I'm picking up here. And they just look at you and they realize you're the one. That's the moment where they realize you're the one. They already realize it, but that's like maybe they receive a confirmation on that day, or like there's like a sign or a synchronicity on that day that just like solidifies what they already knew the moment that they met you. But yeah, there's something going on with like you're gonna be at a festival together, you're gonna be at a concert together, at a party, and you're just there. Like I see you here like dancing, having fun, and you just look at them and you're like, yeah, I'm vibing. Okay. Yeah, you're gonna be vibing. And I'm hearing, when I'm with her, when I'm with him, there's no pressure. There's no pretending. There's no... I don't feel this pressure. Okay, like they feel like instead of... Okay, before we go to the extended, okay? Your spirit guides are showing me something. They're showing me that you've just both was in relationships and flings or whatever, where the person that they were with was very like demanding, as in pay attention to me, look at me, pay attention to me, but excessively, to the point where they were not allowed to like enjoy the music because they were supposed to look at this person, or they were not allowed to... Do you see where I'm coming from? Where they were not allowed to like focus on their career because you're supposed to focus on me. It's kind of like an energy vampire, or like a person that is very narcissistic, or a person that is very self-centered, and they want you to pay attention to them 24/7. Don't pay attention to the music, don't pay attention to the vibes, don't enjoy the concert too much. Look at me, look at me, look at me, pay attention to me, pay attention to me. Like where they felt this pressure in previous relationships, and with you it's like, I'm hearing with you it's just vibes. With you it's just like you dance and you like allow them to like just enjoy themselves and like enjoy the vibes, and you're not like in their face all the time. Look at me, pay attention to me, pay attention to me. Do you see where I'm coming from? Like, I don't know who they dated before. They could have dated a narcissist or a very self-centered person that was like, they needed to be the center of attention 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days in a year. Every day has to be focused on them, which sounds like a narcissist, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, if I think about it, they either dated somebody that had narcissistic tendencies, or a person that was very self-centered, or a person that was very insecure to the point where they had to pay attention to this person every day or every moment of the day. And with you, it's like you're just there, and I see you like, again, I see you as dancing, vibing, singing, having fun, okay? There might be colorful lights. They might like look at you and the light is purple because you're at a concert. The light might be red because you're at a festival. The light might be blue because you are at a party, at a gathering, a garden party, a barbecue party, whatever, whoever, okay? And I keep seeing you, you're like dancing. I see you, yeah, I see you dancing, okay? You might be feeling the music in that moment, okay? And they just look at you and they feel like, I don't feel no pressure. There's no pressure on my shoulders. There's no like, oh my God. Okay. They're not gonna have this feeling of I need to run away from you, because they felt that way in different relationships and in different like with different people, where they felt like they need to escape because the pressure is too much. But the pressure was there because they dated insecure people or narcissistic people or very self-centered people, and there was always this constant pressure in the air. I don't even know how to explain it. And it's, didn't I talk about like your energy feels like fresh and clean? Okay, that's what they're going to notice. Like there's no pressure in your energy, like there's no like heaviness in your energy. Your energy is very like it's the vibe that is coming through here. That's what I'm talking about. So if this boss will notice or realize that you're the one because of your energy, like even if they don't have words for it, they're gonna like, it's your aura, it's your energy. It's like your energy and your aura feels as light as a feather. At the same time, your presence is very powerful, but it's like light as a feather. If I could describe it in energy, okay, it's like light as a feather, but yet very powerful, like as if your power is in your softness. Like you have a soft presence, but your presence is powerful and soft. And like you are noticed in a room, but you're not forcing it. Or yeah, there's no force with you. There's like a, I don't know, okay. They're gonna feel like your energy is as light as a feather. Okay. Or something about every time they were at a party or at a gathering, at a concert, at a festival, they had a friend, they had a lover that ruined everything, or they had a lover that kind of killed the vibe, and you are the vibe. You don't kill the vibe, you are the vibe. You spread the vibe, you spread the good energy, you spread the vibe. Like, oh man, okay. That's what I'm picking up here. You spread the vibe. And they just want to be in your energy. They want to be in your energy, and they don't want to run away from it. They want to be in your energy. That's what I'm picking up here. Or partying with you is fun instead of stressful. Or going to concerts and festivals with you is fun instead of like stressful. Okay. Yeah, they're gonna love your vibe. They're gonna love your energy. They're gonna feel like you're I keep hearing it. You're such a vibe. You're such a mood. Okay. They might even really like your music taste is what I'm picking up. Is something about your music taste. Okay. Maybe you are the kind of person you really like to sing, dance, go to parties, go to gatherings. Even if it's not a full-blown party, but maybe like an open air party gathering, or like going out with your friends on a meadow in a park, putting on some music, you know, just vibing, just chilling. Okay. I feel like you very naturally have the energy of a stoner that is very chill and vibes, and like, well, your energy is very relaxed, or your energy is very like going with the flow. Which does not mean that you don't know when to take charge. Yeah, they're gonna feel like there's a balance between you taking charge and you saying what you want, okay, but you do it in a seductive way, or you do it in a way where, I don't know, you playfully seduce them, or like you don't take life too seriously, okay. But it's like, it's a balance. It's a balance between like, I go with the flow, okay, I'm just vibing, but I also know when to voice what I want and what I'm looking for. And like, do you know what I mean? There's like, again, like there's something about your power is honest, truthful. Your power or your strength or like your aura feels like you come in with a clear energy, or you come in with a compassion for everybody involved, if that makes sense. They're even gonna like fall in love with how you interact with their friends, and their friends are even gonna tell them, man, I really like your girlfriend. I really like your girlfriend. I really like your boyfriend. He's such a vibe. She's such a vibe. She's so cool. That's another moment where they realize, yep, my friends usually don't like my partner, or my friends have never like gushed so much about a girlfriend or a boyfriend that I had. Do you know what I mean? Where even their friends are gonna be like, man, Pan number one is such a cool person, you know. Well, you're cool, but that doesn't mean that you're surface level cool. Like you're, how can I explain that energy? They're gonna feel like you're such a vibe, but you're not only there to party, or you're not only there to have fun. There's also like a depth to you. You know, there's a depth to your energy. There's like you can have conversations with you, or people can have conversations with you that are very deep yet like lighthearted. I don't know. Okay. So I even feel like their friends are gonna be like, man, I really like your girlfriend. Man, I really like your boyfriend. Like, yo, she is so cool. And it makes them fall in love with you even more. Or like they're gonna be like, yep, She probably is the one, he probably is the one, because like the effect that you have on them, also you have the same effect on their friend, just on a different level, right? But yeah, that's the vibe that is coming through here, okay? That's the energy. One more thing, pile number one, before I go to the extended, I also feel like there's also the moment where they realize that they're in love with you could also be while they're tipsy, and then they think, oh, I just felt this way because I'm tipsy, but then the tipsiness is gonna go away and they're still gonna feel the same way. Then they're gonna feel like, okay, now it's serious because I thought I feel this way because I'm tipsy, because I drank a little, you know, but I'm not drunk anymore, and that feeling is still there. Almost as if they're gonna feel like they're drunk in love even though they're not drunk. Does that make sense? Okay. Or they could also be drinking on that day and be a little tipsy, and then they're gonna be like, oh my god. They might even tell you, I think you're the one, when they're tipsy, and then they feel like, oh my god, maybe I said too much, maybe I did too much. But then they're also gonna realize, but I'm not tipsy anymore and I still feel this way. So it wasn't the alcohol. It was not the alcohol. It was not the vibes. It was not me just saying it because the day was nice, because I still feel it. It's still, the feeling is still there. There's something about the feeling is still there. After the party. Why did I say party? Like Michaela's, what is it called? Michaela's accent. After the party, after the party is like over, they still feel the same way. Okay, that's what I'm picking up here. Yeah, I'm hearing you make them feel high naturally, or you're gonna make them feel high naturally. It's your aura, it's your energy, okay? But there could also be something going on with like them drinking and being tipsy and wanting to drunk dial you, because it's going to be different for all of you guys how they're going to notice. So this could also be a day where if you're not at a party or at a gathering together, they might be tipsy, okay? They might be tipsy, and they're going to feel like, I never drunk dial, or like, I've never drunk dialed a girl, I've never drunk dialed a man, you know, like... But when they, oh my god, okay, let me talk about this before we go to the extended. You know what this reminds me of? I used to date a guy, his name was Dieu. So, Dieu actually, mon Dieu. Mon Dieu means my god, you know, in French. So the French language could be significant here too. Somebody could be speaking French. Or something like that. Okay, not for everybody and their mama, but French energy could be significant. French cuisine, a French name, something about French energy could be significant for some of you guys, okay? But every time he was drunk, he told everybody that I'm going to be his wife or whatever. Like, I found out through other people. They said, yeah, Dieu, his name was Jamal. Wait, he told everybody his name is Jamal, but his name was actually Dieu. But I think he was insecure about his name, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, I don't know. And every time he was drunk, he went around and told everybody, yeah, she's gonna be my wife and stuff like that. And then I found out through other people. They said, Cynthia, did you know that Jamal, every time he's drunk, he talks about you and he says you're gonna be his wife or whatever? And I didn't know because I wasn't there, I wasn't present. So this could be significant here too. Maybe their friends are gonna be like, yo, do you remember last night? And he's like, I don't know. Or she's like, I don't know, what did I do? And then they say, well, you called pile number one and you told pile number one that you're gonna marry them and they're your wife or whatever. And they're gonna be like, oh my god, what did I do? Okay, something like that could be significant here too. Or something about like them drunk dialing you, and they've never done that before. They're too prideful to drunk dial somebody. They don't do that, okay? They don't do that, but you make them drunk dial you. You make them drunk dial you, okay? You make them, I'm hearing you make them weak in the knees. You make them drunk dial you. And they're not the kind of person to drunk dial somebody, okay? They're the kind of person to enjoy themselves. But then they're gonna be sitting there wanting to drunk dial you. Or they might even drunk dial you. Okay, so if you get a drunk dial from your future spouse, just know in that moment that he realized or they realize that you are the one, even if they don't say it on the phone, Yeah, that could be significant here too for some of you guys. For others of you, you're going to be at this gathering or at this party together, and there could be a little tipsiness going on, or you could be sober like completely and just vibing to the music, but there's still this feeling high, right? Or kind of like being high just off the fumes of other people smoking. This could be significant as well, okay? Is what I'm picking up here. But overall, this is going to be a day where you're going to have a lot of fun. Like, I think this is going to be like such a cool summer evening, summer night, summer morning, whatever, whoever, okay? That's the vibe that is coming through here. So yeah, pie number one, there's also this energy of like your future spouse is going to realize that their feelings don't go away. So maybe your future spouse is the kind of person, they can have fun with people or they can vibe with people for an evening or for a weekend, kind of like where they can adapt or like they get along with everybody or with a lot of people, but that doesn't mean that it's like long term, if that makes sense. Like they can vibe with somebody for the moment, but it doesn't mean that it's long term or that there's like a long term vibe between them and somebody. Do you see where I'm coming from? And your future spouse will realize you're the one because their feelings don't change. It doesn't matter if it's summer season, if it's winter season. Like I'm hearing summer, winter, spring, and fall. I'll be around to catch your call, 'cause you're my baby and I adore you. Like they're going to realize it doesn't matter if it's summer, fall, or winter. Their feelings stay the same. It doesn't matter if you are at a coffee shop working on something or if you are at a party having fun. Their feelings stay the same. Do you see where I'm coming from? I don't know how to even explain that energy, because maybe your future spouse, oh my god, okay, listen, one more thing before we go. Your future spouse could be the kind of person where they change their mind a lot. So your future spouse could be the kind of person where they change their mind a lot, or they are like a very flexible and versatile person. They might have multiple like music tastes. They have multiple ways of expressing themselves. They have multiple like maybe styles or like fashion styles, where your future spouse is like a chameleon. They change all the time, or their energy changes all the time, or their vibe changes all the time, their mood changes all the time. So they're very used to things changing all the time. Yeah, that makes sense. They're very used to things changing all the time. Like maybe again, they're always in a different country, or they're always, I don't know, there's something about your future spouse feels like a chameleon and things always change. So it's normal for them to like move on from people, or to move on. Like they liked somebody yesterday and then the next day they don't like this person anymore. I don't know how to explain that energy, but with you, they're going to feel like it doesn't matter if it's summer, spring. It doesn't matter if it's summer, spring, or fall. They feel the same way, like constantly, like they constantly feel this deep connection to you. And it doesn't matter if it's nighttime, if it's daytime. It doesn't matter if you have a funny date, a romantic date. Yeah, there's something going on with like, no matter the season, my feelings stay the same. No matter the vibe, my feelings stay the same. Like they're going to realize that their feelings are not fading away. Their feelings stay the same. It's just like, I don't know. It's very hard for me to explain it in words, but it's like, yeah, I'm hearing kind of like where they're going to realize their feelings are here to stay. Yeah, they're just going to realize their feelings are here to stay. Okay, I'm hearing, whether near to me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are. I think of you night and day. Because I think it's a song called Day and Night, where the person says, night and day, you are the one, only you beneath the moon and under the sun. Whether near to me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are. That's what I'm picking up here, okay? That's how they're going to feel. Like their feelings stay the same. It doesn't matter what season, what energy. I don't know, okay? And it might be unusual for them because they are a chameleon. That's what I'm picking up here. Or their energy is like always constantly evolving. Yeah, constantly evolving, constantly changing, constantly growing. Maybe they even have ADHD, where they always get excited about different people and different projects. Not even like in a romantic way, but like excited about different projects and different people. But they're going to be like hyper focused on you, as in like their ADHD, kind of like where, I don't know, you stimulate them, or like their ADHD is like them being like interested in you is constant, and it's not like a hyperfixation for 3 weeks or something like that. Okay, so yeah, for some of you guys, they could have ADHD or whatever, so that could be the reason why I'm saying like they're always like excited about a new project, a new person, a new country, a new something, and that's the reason why there's always constantly things are constantly changing in their life, and they're going to realize everything is changing but my feelings for pile number one. There we go. Okay, that's how they would know that you're the one. Yeah, because I'm hearing your future spouse could be a runaway bride. Okay, especially if she's female. It's the kind of female that is like, she wants to be committed, but she's also kind of scared of it. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, if you're a man watching me, okay, there's something about like your future spouse is just going to realize that they don't want to leave, that they cannot leave, they maybe cannot stop looking at you, or even if they want to leave because they're scared, their heart doesn't allow them to. Does that make sense? Like maybe they're the kind of person to, once they get insecure, they leave, or once they get insecure, they leave, or once they feel like some type of threat or whatever, they leave or they bounce. Like if you just could be the kind of person, they cut off people like that, or they can walk away from people like that. They're not the kind of person to get too attached. Like they understand that the universe is constantly changing, or that life is constantly changing. They understand the concept of like change and letting go and being detached. But when it comes to you, and it's not going to feel like they are attached to you, it's going to feel like a bond that stays the same, or a bond that just is there and it is what it is. It's not going to feel like a heavy attachment. It's just going to feel like a connection that is there no matter what you do, no matter what you go through, no matter what you do, no matter what happens. Do you know what I mean? It's different than being attached to somebody. It's like the connection is there no matter what you do. No matter if you want to run away because you're scared, the connection is still going to be there. Or no matter if your ego and your pride is telling you to run away, you can't, because your heart is like in it, or your heart is here to stay. Okay, so that could be significant here too. They're just going to realize like they have a bond to you that is unbreakable, or even if they're scared, or even if they want to run away, they can't. Like even if their ego is telling them walk away, you're going to get hurt, they can't. They might even tell you like, I'm kind of scared to get hurt, but I feel like I can't leave, or my heart tells me I should stay, or like, do you know what I mean? This could be significant here too. As if you have a hold on them, but it's a natural hold. It's like a natural hold that you have on them. It's not a forced one. It's not one that was manipulated. It's not one that is about you being the center of attention. It's just a natural connection, or like a natural hold that you have on them. They might even feel like your eyes are hypnotizing them, or they cannot stop looking at your eyes. And these could be sensations that they've never felt before, like where being attached or somebody attaching to them is kind of like a scary concept, because they feel the pressure of like delivering or like pleasing somebody. So they're kind of scared of the idea of like attachment. Okay, they might be a master of detachment, but again, with you it's a little different. It's kind of like the connection is there whether near or far. The connection is there whether summer, winter, or spring, or the connection is there whether you guys are drunk and party, or whether you are like at the grocery store getting groceries. Do you know what I mean? Like that's the vibe. They're gonna realize like even if they want to run away, they can't, or their heart doesn't allow them to, their soul doesn't allow them to, maybe, but they might be a master at running away, or they might be a master at detaching. So when you come in and you have this hold on them, naturally they're gonna know that there's something special about you. That's what I'm picking up here. You know how certain people fall in love very easily, or they get attached to somebody very easily? Your future spouse is the opposite. Like your future spouse always like they bounce very quickly, or they're gone very quickly, or like they cut somebody off quickly, or like they don't get attached to things and people and outcomes. Like they have mastered the law of detachment, if that makes sense. They go with the flow. They go with the flow of like constant change. Like the universe is constantly changing. I'm constantly growing and evolving. There's no reason to hold on to somebody or something, you know? So when they do feel like a sense of being attached to you, or feeling like their feelings for you don't go away, they know it's serious, because they're not the kind of person to get feelings very easily, or they're not the kind of person to get hung up on people. They move on. Your future spouse is the kind of person, they live in the present moment and they live in the future. They're not the kind of person to live in the past. So when they like realize that they have some type of like connection to you, or like an attachment to you, where they don't want to bounce, or they don't want to like leave early. I'm hearing, I will only have you when you're sweeter than my solitude. But I want to say, I don't feel like if your spouse is a loner, they could be, but maybe they feel like their life is kind of sweet, so they don't look for somebody to make their life sweet. But when they realize that life is even sweeter with you, is when they realize that this is serious. They're not the kind of person to get attached to somebody. So the fact that they got attached to you and it doesn't go away, they know like they know this is it. Okay, that's what I'm picking up here, because they're not the kind of person, it's not how they usually move. Okay, that's what I'm picking up here. Like they're going to realize their bond to you, their connection to you is unbreakable and unshakable, and it doesn't change. Okay, pile number one, your future spouse is just going to feel like being so honest and upfront and open about your shortcomings or your flaws or your insecurities is an invitation to them to drop the act, or to drop the idea of perfectionism, you know, and the freedom that comes with that feeling, you know, the freedom that comes with owning up to who you are. They're going to feel like you're so real and you're so honest about who you are, the good, the bad, everything. They're going to feel like you're so honest about who you are that it invites them to also be themselves, and the freedom that comes with that, the burden that they are releasing, you know, because of you is like unmatched. They're going to feel as light as a feather, because you are as light as a feather. You have made peace with who you are, and you are showing them how to make peace with who they are. Okay, that's the vibe. And I see this freedom like transforming into you, or I see this freedom like really coming through at a party or at a gathering. So maybe they're going to realize you're the one because they've never felt so free, like mentally or emotionally or spiritually, or if they've never felt so lighthearted in their life, you know, where kind of like where you show them how to really enjoy life, or how the ego and how ego and pride and the striving for perfectionism makes you miserable. And when you drop all of that, you can really enjoy life. So you're showing them how to enjoy life, and they're going to have a moment where they feel so free mentally, emotionally, and spiritually because of you, at a party or at a gathering, where they know, yeah, like you are the one for me. You showed me freedom, or you showed me the beauty of authenticity, or you showed me that being stripped naked emotionally or spiritually maybe is scary, but it's also freeing, it's liberating, it's true freedom, you know. Maybe they have been seeking for true freedom, and you show them what true freedom really is. And I see you guys like dancing freely, and I see you guys like just dancing, I'm hearing as free as a bird at a party, festival, gathering, something like that is what I'm picking up here. Okay, yeah, that's the moment where they realize that you are the one. They're gonna watch you dancing, enjoying yourself, feeling the vibe, being the vibe. Okay, kind of like where you're dancing and they might take a break or something like that to get a drink. Yeah, and I just see them looking at you. You might be dancing, you might be talking to their friends, you might be like closing your eyes and really feeling the music, kind of like where you are free and as light as a feather in that moment, and they're just like admiring you. And yeah, that's the moment where they realize you're the one. They might be drinking their drink, taking a break from dancing, or from, you know, or just like soaking in the vibes, or soaking in the good energy, or soaking in the music or something like that, and they just look at you, you know, Yeah, that's what I'm picking up here. It's the moment where they realize you are the one. Pile number one, it's almost as if your eyes are telling your future spouse it's okay to be yourself, including your insecurities, and there could even be an energy where your future spouse is going to reveal an insecurity that they have and think, okay, pile number one is going to leave now. Do you know what I mean? Kind of like where they are going to expose themselves about an insecurity, and they're going to think, well, you're going to leave now because now you can see that they're not perfect, or they don't have it all figured out, or they're not this perfect guy or this perfect girl that you thought they are. But I almost pick up this energy of like, I never thought you are perfect. And maybe there's gonna be a moment where you're gonna be like, okay, so this is your insecurity, let me show you my insecurity. And the way that you do it, like, kind of like, I'm hearing you're so cute. They're gonna think the way that you reveal your insecurity to them is so cute and and you do it with such an innocent heart. Like, I don't know how to explain it, okay? Like, there's this purity that they're going to feel around you, kind of like, I'm not perfect, you're not perfect, so what's the big deal? Do you know what I mean? Where they make a big deal out of something that they're not perfect, and then they realize like, you're not looking for a perfect person, you're looking for somebody real, I'm hearing real eyes, realize, real lies, okay? They're just gonna feel like your eyes are real and you make them act more real, okay? That's how they're gonna know that you're the one for them. I'm actually hearing the song by Kendrick Lamar. I'm real, I'm real, I'm really, really real. In the song it says, hold on, oh my god, that song is so beautiful. The song is called I'm Real by Kendrick Lamar, and in the song he says, I promise that I know you very well. Your eyes never lie, even if they tell. Sweet lullabies that come with a smell of a dozen roses flipping down on Green Hill. And then he says, I know you very well. We have the same eyes, can't you tell? Okay. So yeah, it's the song I'm Real by Kendrick Lamar. I'm going to put it down in the description box, but that's what this feels. That's how your future spouse is going to feel about you. Kind of like you make them... Your eyes are just a safe space for them. They're going to feel like your eyes are a safe space, and it's safe for them to be seen, or it's safe for them to like drop the act, or it's safe for them to like be vulnerable, okay? That's the vibe that is coming through here. Pile number one, I feel like your future spouse is going to feel like you freed part of their soul. So for your future spouse, it's going to be the way you handle their insecurity or them on an insecure day that is going to give it away that you are the one, okay? And I'm also hearing the kiss that happens after, because it almost feels like, and I'm picking up here that you're going to notice a difference in the kiss, kind of like where you already enjoyed the kiss or you already enjoyed kissing them, but after you guys talking about it, you can literally tell by their kiss that their heart is open. Do you know what I mean? Or you can tell by their kiss that they fully trust you, as in fully trusting you to see who they really are, or fully trusting you as in not holding back, okay? Especially not holding back with kissing you, or how often they kiss you, or how deeply they kiss you, or how long the kiss is. Do you know what I mean? Because in the beginning you could notice like, oh, that kiss was kind of weird, or they kissed me but then they also stopped very quickly or something like that. Do you know what I mean? There's also something about like your kiss is going to be so like intimate and so sensual, like, and they're also going to notice like, this was the best kiss I've ever had, but it is because you had that conversation about insecurity, and you're kind of like stripped naked in front of each other with your flaws, the beauty that you have, but also your flaws, like also the flaws that you have are like exposed. And that kiss is gonna be so like grounding, so balancing, so intimate, so sensual. They're gonna be like, wow, this was the best kiss I've ever had. yeah, they're gonna think, oh my God, I just kissed the one, or like that kiss is telling me that you are the one. Okay. Yeah, so basically the way you're going to handle them on an insecure day, or the way you're going to handle them talking about their insecurity, or you even being the one bringing up that topic, so that that there's like a weight lifted off of your shoulder and their shoulder, you know? That's what I'm picking up here. I'm hearing that kiss is going to tell them you're going nowhere. Like, I'm hearing you're not going to get rid of me that easily. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's how they're going to feel. They're going to feel like you're there to stay, or like, yeah, that's what I'm picking up. You're there to stay, or you might even say you're not going to get rid of me that quickly, or like, did you think I was going to leave, you know? When you are in that energy, that's when they will know that you are the one. Okay, it's just like the way they think the conversation was so beautiful and so intimate and so sensual and so grounding and so balancing that you must be the one. Okay, your future spouse will see an energy of like you are really at one with yourself. Okay, and I'm hearing that's why you don't care what other people think of you, and they've never seen like that kind of freedom. Do you know what I mean? Like, and they're going to be intrigued by it. They want to get closer to you. That's what I'm hearing. Or they like, they want to get on that level too. Okay. Pile number one, your future spouse is going to feel like you taught them not to give a fuck anymore, or to not give a shit anymore what other people think of them. And now they are free, or now they are as free as a bird. Okay. Because I see this meme that says, if people paint you as the villain, pose. They're going to feel like you have that energy. Like when people do paint you or want to paint you as a villain, you pose and you don't care. You're unbothered. Like your unbothered level's on a different level. And like they want to be on that unbothered level like you. Like they're going to be like, no, you need to teach me. Like, do you know what I mean? They're going to feel like, part number one needs to teach me to be this unbothered, to be this free, to be this careless, to not give a shit, you know, to pose when somebody's calling you a villain. And you're teaching them that, and in that process they're just gonna be like, oh my God, I'm so in love with you, man. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, so pile number one, I'm gonna go to the extended now. Okay, and we're gonna tap into what they're gonna do, like after they noticed and they realized, okay, that you're the one. What are they gonna do with that information? What are they gonna do in that moment? Yeah, what are they gonna do in that moment, in that second, in that moment, on that day, whatever, when they realize that, okay? So the link is going to be down in the description box. Again, you can either join for a monthly subscription, meaning that you get access to all kinds of different future spouse readings, which means you get access to every extended that I have ever done on my YouTube, kind of like where every future spouse reading that also had an extended, you're going to get access to all of it. Not just this extended, but every extended that I've ever posted or that has ever existed. As well as other tarot readings or pick a card readings that are not related to love. You're going to get access to that as well. Or you can do a one-time purchase where you only want the extended for this reading. If you are interested in that, the link is going to be down in the description box. Pile number one, I hope you like this reading. I hope this helped you. Like and subscribe if you vibed with the reading. Okay, and again, I'm going to do a lot more future spouse readings. Again, if you're new here, make sure to also check out all the other future spouse readings, okay, to kind of like put the puzzle pieces together, because people do tell me oftentimes that my readings are connected. I don't notice it, but people told me like, man, your readings are kind of connected, like they connect like a puzzle piece. So you might also want to look at other future spouse readings until I post the next one, okay? But yeah, there's going to be a lot more future spouse readings coming in the future. I just feel like I was not inspired, but my inspiration is back. Okay. Yeah, if you want a personal reading, like a personal future spouse reading with me, you can send me an email. I cannot promise to you that I can get back to you because my inbox is kind of full. I'm putting a dent in it right now. Like, I'm noticing that, you know, I'm putting a dent in it, but you can try anyway, right? And I'm still offering personal readings. So yeah, if you want that, you can book me, okay? All the information that you need is going to be in the description box as well. But yeah, I would say pile number 1, I'm gonna see you in the next one, and if not, I'm gonna see you in the extended, and if not, I'm gonna see you in my next one. And I wish you a lovely, lovely day. Bye. Okay, pile number 2, welcome to your reading, guys. As you can tell by the title, today's pick a card reading is going to be about how your true love and your future spouse, and I know you guys have been waiting for another future spouse reading, but yeah, this reading is going to be about how your true love and your future spouse will know or realize that you are the one. Okay, so kind of like the moment where they realize it, or how they will realize it, that you are the one, that you are the one they have been waiting for, that you are their true love, or that you might be the one, that you might be their true love and their future spouse. Or the reason why I didn't do this reading from your perspective, kind of like how you will know that they are the one, how you would know that they are the one, is because I have been doing quite a few personal readings. If you are in queue for a personal reading, give your girl time. Thank you for your patience. I'm slowly but surely going through all of the emails and the requests that I have been receiving. But yeah, I've been doing quite a few personal future spouse readings, and I have been talking to a couple of people about how they will know that their true love and their future spouse is the one. So I was thinking that I'm going to do a reading on YouTube from the opposite perspective, how your true love and your future spouse will realize that you are the one. Because I thought it's more like entertaining and interesting. Yeah, if you guys want to see a pick a card reading connected to how you will know that they are the one, again, keep in mind it's a general reading, not a personal one. Yeah, keep in mind it's a general reading and not a personal one. Let me know that in the comment section. I know I've done a reading like that before, but I have different cards, I have different oracle decks, so we can tap into that energy again, and maybe something different is gonna come out, or like different energy is gonna come out. So yeah, if you want an updated version of how your true love and your future spouse will know that you are the one, I don't know when the last time was that I've done a reading like that, to be honest with you. I cannot keep track of like all the videos that I have done, but whatever. So yeah, this reading is going to be about how your true love and your future spouse will know that you are the one. The moment where they're going to realize it, the moment where it's really clear to them that this is really like real, that this is really happening, that you might be the one that they have been waiting for, okay? Or that God sent them the one, okay? This is what we're gonna talk about here on YouTube, and on Patreon I'm gonna look at what your future spouse would do, like once they realize or notice or acknowledge even that you are the one. What are they going to do? Like, how are they going to act? What are they going to do? What is their thought process right after? Or like right in this moment where they realize, oh my God, she is the one. Oh my God, he is the one. Yeah, that's what we're going to look at on Patreon. The link is going to be down in the description box if you want to join me for the extended. So this is going to be the extended on Patreon. You can do a one-time purchase and only look at this extended for this video, or you can also do a monthly subscription that you can also cancel after 1 month or whatever, you know, and get access to all other future spouse extended readings that I have done if you are binge watching, or if you're completely new here, okay? If you want to binge watch more, or if you want to watch more than one future spouse extended, I would suggest for you to like subscribe to a monthly subscription. You're gonna get more out of it, and then you can cancel it at any time. You're like not bound to like, oh my God, you know, you're not bound to it. You can cancel it at any time. But yeah, let's tap into your reading. Also, pile number 2. This is just a general disclaimer before we tap into the reading. First of all, I'm missing a nail. Act like you're not seeing it, okay? I don't feel like doing my nail right now. I just want to do the reading because there is some tea. This reading is going to be intense. This pile is going to be intense. I'm not going to lie. This is probably the most intense pile out of all the piles. Yeah, this reading is going to be intense. That's the reason why I want to sit down and really talk to you guys like this. Okay, how your future spouse would know that you are the one. But I want to give a little disclaimer. So, I am here on YouTube and I keep you guys company on your journey to manifesting your true love and your future spouse. And I keep you guys company when you sometimes feel lonely and you feel like, man, I wish my true love and my future spouse was already in my life, but they're not. So let me watch a video of Cynthia and just, be excited about my future, because I don't want you guys to feel miserable or not enjoy life or forgetting to enjoy life just because you're waiting on the one or just because you're waiting on your true love and your future spouse. I don't want you to be in this energy of like, damn, life sucks and nothing really makes me happy and there's nothing to look forward to except my true love and my future spouse. I still want you guys to be on your own journey, become your own dream woman, become your own dream man, focus on your own goals, manifest the life that you really enjoy besides the relationship and besides the partnership, okay? I just wanted to give that little disclaimer that every time you feel like you really feel lonely or you don't feel well or you feel like a little bit discouraged when it comes to the topic manifesting love and manifesting your true love and in your future spouse, you can come to me, okay? But other than that, please still focus on all the good things that come with the single life, that you can fully devote yourself to become the best version of yourself. You can change your appearance, you can focus on your mental health, you can manifest money, you can manifest a friend circle, you can manifest your dream apartment. There's so many things that you can look forward to and be happy about and be excited about besides meeting your true love and your future spouse. This is not the only purpose of life, to wait for the love of your life and then be in love and be happy for the rest of your life. There's so much more to life and there's so much more that your soul wants to explore and experience besides the relationship. The relationship is going to be the cherry on top, okay? It's going to be the grand finale, the cherry on top, okay, where life gets really, really sweet, but life can already be sweet without this man or this woman being in your life, okay? So I don't want you guys to be in this energy of watching paint dry, kind of like where you watch paint dry and you feel like all you do is wait for your true love and your future spouse. Go live your life. Go live your life. The more you do, the less you wait. The more busy you are, the less it's going to feel like you're waiting for your true love and your future spouse to appear. You're actually going to be busy with something and all of a sudden they stand in front of you. And you're not pissed and you're not mad, because it's not going to feel like you have been waiting. It's going to feel like you have been expanding, you have been manifesting, you have been creating, you have been enjoying life. And all of a sudden, he stands in front of you. All of a sudden, they stand in front of you, okay? To just keep that attitude in mind. But every time you feel like you have a shit day, come to your girl, okay? Come to me, okay? Rewatch my videos, okay? You can also use my videos to manifest. Maybe you want to listen to the reading and then visualize that you meet your true love and your future spouse to maybe manifest them more quickly into your life. Okay, do whatever you need to do. But I still want you guys to be independent and I still want you guys to enjoy life outside of the idea that only marriage and only love is going to make you happy, because that's not true, okay? The universe is full of magical energy and magical things, okay? Yeah, point number 2. You know that sensation or that feeling when you are in love and you're mentally checked out or you're physically checked out, even though something is your goal, but you're mentally checked out because all you think about is them, or all you think about is their body or their scent or their lips, where once you are in love, it's going to be harder for you to focus on yourself or to focus on your goals. So since you are single right now, and there's no distractions, it's the perfect time for you to fully commit to something, to fully devote yourself to manifesting something big, to focus on one of your biggest desires and manifest them, because maybe certain things require a lot of focus, right? Because maybe these are big things that you're trying to attract. So since you are single right now and your man or your woman is not yet in your life, it's the perfect timing for you to be fully focused, or it's the perfect timing for you to let go of all distractions and fully focus and fully hone in on your desires, your goals and stuff like that, or to explore what makes you happy, or to explore and discover who you are. It's like the perfect timing for self-discovery. It's the perfect timing to find out what makes you happy besides a relationship. It's the perfect timing to manifest your goals and your dreams, because yeah, you're mentally checked in, or like you're mentally not distracted by love, or you're not emotionally distracted by love, or you're not physically distracted by love. Once your man is in your life, once your woman is in your life, you have to learn to balance out the energy, right? Where you focus on your love life, but you also focus on your own personal development. That's another topic. But since they are not yet in your life, again, I feel like the single chapter is underrated because it's the time where you grow the most, or it's the time where you can grow, expand, manifest, discover, experience, where you can deepen your relationship with your spirit guides, where you can, like, I don't know, explore the magic of the universe, because once you are in the relationship with your future spouse, you're going to experience the relationship in the other person. So the single chapter is about experiencing your own soul and the magic of your own soul, or your magical connection to the universe, or kind of like magical manifestations, So yeah, keep that in mind. Now's the perfect time to focus on yourself and to really like use your time wisely. Use your single chapter wisely, And when they're in your life, they're in your life, and you're not gonna, and yeah, once they stand in front of you, they stand in front of you. That's when you know it's time for you to focus on love. That's when you know it's time to focus on love and sexy energy and pleasure and experiencing another person's soul and not your own soul, okay? So like I said, this reading, pile number 2, is gonna be intense. I'm not gonna lie. What I mean by that is, and again, also keep in mind this is a general reading, so I'm going to tap into different scenarios for different people. The overall energy is going to be the same, but then I'm going to tap into specifics. I also want to say I would not be surprised if some of you guys are Scorpios. There's a strong Scorpio energy coming through here, okay? I don't know why I want to mention that, but so yeah, there's some tea in this reading, okay? This almost feels like something that you need to know before you meet your true love and your future spouse. So this is going to be kind of like how your future spouse will know that you are the one. But I also feel like you get an extra message here from your spirit guides and your ancestors that there's something that you need to know before meeting him or her, okay? Reading is going to be intense. I'm not going to lie. Let's tap into it, okay? Oh my gosh, let me show you the cards, the ones that I can show you, okay? Because all the spicy, sexy energy that I see here, we're going to talk about on Patreon, because this is YouTube, and I have to be careful what I talk about here, okay? But we have here the card, here, temporary breakup, a break is needed. Do you believe the universe fights for souls to be together? Okay. And then we have the card here, bitch, who do you think you are? Someone wants to compete with you. This is my bitch fight, mean girl type of card where another woman wants to compete with you. Okay, for a man, or somebody wants to compete with you for somebody. This is basically like my mean girl type of card, okay? That's the reason why I'm telling you this is going to be tea. This is going to be like, you need to be prepared before you meet your true love and your future spouse. I'm not going to lie, okay? And then we have here the card, you are my dream come true, fantasy and dreams. For some of you guys, you could have been receiving signs connected to swans. Okay, this could also be an extra confirmation that this is really your pile. And then we have here the card, don't leave one more time, let me spread your cheeks. Okay. Ooh, okay. Hear me out. Pile number 2, how will your true love and your future spouse realize that you are the one? I heard this song, Deuces by Chris Brown. All the bullshit's for the birds. You ain't nothing but a vulture. Always hoping for the worst. Waiting for me to fuck up. You regret the day when I find another girl, yeah. You know just what I mean. She knows just what I mean. When I tell her keep it drama free. And then I'm hearing, you make me wanna say bye-bye, say bye-bye, say bye-bye to her. Okay, so listen. This card is gonna be different for all of you guys what this is about, okay? So I'm gonna tap into different energies, but there's something going on with a breakup or kind of like a situation between you and your future spouse where you're not gonna talk for whatever reason, or there's gonna be a petty fight and you guys are gonna say, oh, I'm deleting your number, or oh, I'm not gonna talk to you, kind of like where this is either about a petty fight between you and your future spouse. It might be happening early on in your connection where you're both kind of toxic, or you're both kind of like in your ego or in your pride. And again, if you're new here, I'm very honest and I'm very blunt, okay? I don't sugarcoat anything. If something is sugary sweet, okay, I'm gonna tell you. But if there's some other stuff going on, I'm also going to be honest about it. Okay, so there could be an energy where in the beginning of your connection, you and your future spouse, you might have a petty fight because you're both going to be in a toxic energy, or you're both going to be, for example, you both are in a bad mood, and then you both lash out on each other, and all of a sudden there's a break between the two of you, or you don't want to talk to him anymore, or you don't want to talk to her anymore, or you're really mad or something like that, or you almost feel like yeah, I'm not going to allow no man, no woman to hurt me, you know, where your ego and your pride comes up from, like, hey, you know, I've been hurt before, so I'm going to be very careful who I allow to offend me or to hurt me. But with this energy, this is telling me that this is more so about like this more so feels like a petty fight where someone's ego or someone's pride gets in the way, and not because two people are really not meant to be. This is just two people like speaking from hurt and speaking from pain, or kind of like a petty fight where two people are in a bad mood. Maybe you have your period, and you know, when you have your period, everything aggravates you, you know what I mean? Or a misunderstanding, or someone is too prideful to ask a question to clarify the situation. Again, I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna be blunt, okay? So that kind of leads to a breakup, or not talking to each other for 1 or 2 weeks, for 1 or 2 months, whatever, whoever, okay? So that's the first scenario. We're going to talk about both scenarios, okay? For others of you, I'm going to be honest. And again, that's the reason why your spirit guide is saying, like, you need to be prepared before you meet your true love. And if this was like, you need to know the tea, okay? For others of you, pile number 2, there's an energy where your true love and your future spouse, when you guys meet, they maybe just broke up with somebody, they are in the middle of breaking up with somebody, but it's not like they're cheating. They might be on a break with somebody, kind of like, I need to think about it. I don't know if I want to be back with you. I don't know if I want to give this a second chance. I don't know if this relationship is good for me or not. So you might meet your true love and your future spouse. Again, hear me out, okay? Take my hand, hear me out, because I'm hearing smoke and mirrors, or your spirit guides are saying this energy might be an exception to the rule, kind of like where your connection is going to start off when it kind of like where your spirit guides are saying this connection between you and your future spouse might be an exception to the rule. Okay, or kind of like, maybe that's also how they're going to like realize or notice that you are the one, because you are an exception to the rule, okay? But hear me out, okay? So your future spouse might be on a break with somebody. They're not cheating, it's a break. It's kind of like we're not together, but we're also not officially like done, or I haven't moved out yet, or I haven't put in the divorce papers yet. It's going to be different for all of you guys, okay? Or they already broke up. It's kind of like your future spouse already broke up with somebody, but this person is still trying to get them back, okay? And I also want to mention that it's not always see who your spirit guides are coming through. They're saying there's this cliche that every time two people break up, it's usually the man that is the reason for the breakup, kind of like where the woman is innocent and the man is the one that fucked up or did something wrong, or he's the one that is the reason for the relationship not working out. Again, that's the reason why they're saying there's an exception to the rule, because they're telling me that your future spouse, especially if he's a man, or again, it doesn't matter what gender you're into, okay? They're showing me that your future spouse really tried their best to make their last relationship work, okay? But their partner was toxic as fuck. Their partner could have been a narcissist. Their partner could have been a very self-centered person. Their former partner, before they meet you, could have been a karmic, or somebody that keeps them in a karmic loop, kind of like where they want to break up because they know the relationship is toxic, but this person is guilt-tripping them back into the relationship, kind of like where your spouse wants to move away from this man, move away from this woman, but then they guilt trip this person back into the relationship, or they guilt trip this person into kind of like almost as if they're dating this person out of guilt, or they're dating this person out of like yeah, I did all of these things for you and you have to pay me back, kind of like where they feel like they have to you know, like this person did so much for them and the only way they can like show their gratitude is by being with them even though they're unhappy, okay? Hear me out. Or this is a very manipulative, very narcissistic person and they're telling me it's a female. So they're showing me a female being very narcissistic, which is like an exception to the rule, because most of the time when you think of a narcissist, you think of a man, right? Or you think of like the man being the one fucking up or destroying the connection or whatever. They're showing me it's the other way around, where your future spouse is like a sweetheart, but they have been in a relationship with a dragon, or they have been in a relationship with a very, like with a mean girl, a narcissist, a manipulator, a person that is really good at manipulating, a person that is really good at guilt tripping somebody into like doing what they want. It's kind of like a very controlling individual, I'm not gonna lie, whoever this person is, okay? So they're showing me that I see your future spouse like praying to the universe or to God, to their ancestors, whatever they believe in, and I'm hearing, God, if I'm supposed to end this marriage, if I'm supposed to break up with this woman, if this woman is not the one for me, if this man is not the one for me, show me a sign. I need a sign that that this is the right decision to leave this connection, that this is the right decision to leave this marriage, that this is the right decision to leave this life behind me, because they could have been in a relationship with somebody for a long time. So it's almost gonna feel like, is it really the right decision to give up a 5-year relationship? Do you know what I mean? Because it's almost like you already invested 5 years. So are you just doing something because like you have commitment issues, or is this really the right thing to do? Or do you have to work on yourself and go to therapy and figure shit out so that you are like, see, but that's how their former partner was talking to them. Instead of like acknowledging that they're toxic, they told you, if you just spouse, go to fucking therapy and figure it out. I'm not the problem. Ooh, even though they were the problem. I pick up a strong narcissist, manipulator, a mean girl type of vibe, or mean guy, whatever, whoever. Okay, listen to me. And I see if your spouse like praying or thinking like, if I'm meant to leave this relationship, if I'm meant to like let this all behind, if I'm meant to move out, sign in the divorce papers. That's why I told you this reading is going to be intense. Okay, this is an intense energy. Show me a sign. And then you appear in their life. Okay, they ask for a sign. They ask for guidance and clarity if they really should leave this person behind, if it's just in their head that this person is a narcissist, or if they really are a narcissist. Do you see where I'm coming from? Because a narcissist can gaslight you into believing that you're just using it as an excuse that they are a narcissist to leave the relationship behind and not take accountability for your wrongs. Do you know what I mean? Like, narcissists are very sneaky. They're very good at guilt tripping. They're very good at keeping you in a loop, keeping you in a cycle. So I almost want to say your future spouse is an empath and they have been in a relationship with a narcissist. I'm not gonna lie, okay? So this is the first scenario that I'm seeing here. So they pray for a sign and then you appear. You might be appearing in your future spouse's life while they are on a break with this narcissist, while they are on a break with this toxic woman, this toxic man. Okay. Or they already broke up and maybe it's really hard for them to not get tempted again. Maybe this person, their ex, is sending them a thirst trap, pictures and stuff. Your spouse is like, no, I don't want to repeat this cycle. I know this relationship makes me feel depressed. I feel sad. I don't feel like she is the one. But this woman or this man is like still gonna send them text messages, is still gonna like send them text messages, send them thirst traps. Hey, if you want to come over, I'm free, you know. And they like pray, see, another thing, and they pray for strength, like, God, give me the strength to move on. I know this relationship is toxic, but this person keeps tempting me and I need the strength to say no. I need the strength to say no and walk away. If not, I'm going to wither away. This relationship is going to break me. This relationship is going to destroy me. I'm miserable. I am miserable. I need to get out of here. But it's kind of like it takes strength, right? To not go back to somebody that you once loved, or to go back to like something that is familiar to you. It might be toxic, but it's still familiar. So I also see them praying for strength. And again, I'm hearing, and then you appear. in their life. All of a sudden, you stand in front of them. Okay? Pile number 2, you're gonna come into your future spouse's life as protection, like your energy. They're even gonna perceive your energy as like, basically I feel like the reason why your future spouse is going to know that you're the one is because of the timing in which you appear in their life, if that makes sense. Because listen, I'm telling you, this is tea. Listen to me, pile number 2. I am even hearing your future spouse's spirit guides and ancestors that protect your future spouse are sending you into your future spouse's life at a specific point in time, right before somebody is trying to knock them up, like right before a person is trying to manifest an unwanted pregnancy, kind of like where, for example, they have a fling with somebody, or they have a friends with benefits with somebody, right? And they want to leave that friends with benefits, or they want to leave this marriage, they want to leave this relationship because they know it's not right. They have an awakening. They feel like, I don't want to be this person anymore. Like, I don't believe this is the right connection for me. And the other person will sense that your future spouse wants to leave, and they would try to get pregnant. See, I told you there is so much tea in your reading, but let's talk about it. So this person would try to manifest a pregnancy against the other person's will, kind of like an unwanted pregnancy, putting a hole into the condom, not taking not taking birth control on purpose to get pregnant. So you're literally coming into your future spouse's life to save them from an unwanted pregnancy. You're coming into his or her life right before somebody is trying to bound them to them through a pregnancy. Does that make sense? Where this person is like plotting, oh, I'm gonna get pile number 2 pregnant, or I'm gonna get knocked up by pile number 2 so that they cannot leave. Where this person knows that your future spouse wants to leave, but they're gonna plot what they can do to not make your future spouse leave. And your future spouse's spirit guides and ancestors will see that this person is like plotting something, an unwanted pregnancy, or plotting to get pregnant or to impregnate your future spouse, and they're gonna come in and send you into your future spouse's life. That's how, okay. So you're literally saving your future spouse from an unwanted pregnancy, or having a baby with somebody that they don't want to have a baby with, or having another baby with them, even though they don't want to have another baby with them if they already have a child with somebody. Like, you literally come in when somebody in your future spouse's life is plotting against them, or has like a mischievous plan to attach themselves to your future spouse, to do something to benefit them, but it would hurt your future spouse, or it would make your future spouse depressed, or it would make your future spouse feel very miserable and very sad, but they are pleased. And it's something has to do where somebody's trying to use your future spouse as a pawn in a game, and you're gonna come in as protection. Like the spirit guides and the ancestors of your future spouse are going to send you into your future spouse's life right when this person is trying to plot something against your future spouse, right when your future spouse is kind of like in danger, as in an unwanted pregnancy, or as in they're sinking in their depression, or they're sinking in their sadness because of somebody around them. That's when you come the fuck in and shut that shit show down. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, that's why I told you your reading is intense. And your future spouse is going to feel like you came in, the timing that you came in is crazy. There's something about, they will know that you're the one because of the timing. Like, the timing is like, they're going to feel like, if I didn't meet you, what would have happened? That's what I'm hearing. Like, if I didn't meet you, what would have happened? Or they're going to feel like they were like at the brink of like allowing their depression to overcome them, or they were at the brink of like madness, they were at the brink of like allowing their sadness to overtake them, and then you come in. That's what I'm hearing. But again, their sadness and their depressed energy was somehow caused by somebody around them. This could be a fake friendship, this could be a partner, this could even be a parent, like a bad relationship dynamic with a parent, you know. It doesn't have to be a lover, that is making them feel this depressed and this sad, because the narcissistic empath relationship can also be between you and a father, between you and a mother, between you and your best friend that you are scared to let go of because they are your best friend, but you know they're a narcissist. Do you see where I'm coming from? So it doesn't have to be a lover for all of you guys, or like an ex-girlfriend or an ex-boyfriend for all of you guys, but it's definitely a narcissist and an empath type of dynamic where they're almost like being consumed by the darkness, or they're almost being consumed by another person pushing their agenda on them, or where another person is just using your future spouse to like make them happy, and they don't care if your future spouse is miserable. And then you come in and I keep hearing you shut the shit show down. Whatever this person has been trying to plan to do to make themselves happy, and they didn't have any problem to sacrifice your future spouse's happiness. Yeah, you're gonna come in like a wrecking ball. Like you're coming in like a wrecking ball. You shut that shit down. So I'm hearing your future spouse's spirit guides and ancestors that take care of them, that watch them, that protect them, are gonna send you into the mix, into the shit show at the right time to shut it down. Okay? And when I say you shut that shit show down, means because I see like a lot of noise. I see like everything being very loud, like a lot of noise, or kind of like your future spouse kind of like losing themselves a little bit in an overthinking energy, or kind of like where another person is trying to make your future spouse do something against their will, and your future spouse is at the brink of giving up their own free will and allowing another person to kind of like do with them what they want. I don't know how to explain that energy. It's kind of like where they are at the brink of giving up. They are at the brink of giving up their own free will, or they are almost like they're going to be at the brink of like not noticing that somebody is doing them dirty, or they're going to be at the brink of not noticing that somebody is doing something behind their back, or that somebody is like planning something behind their back that would make the other person happy, but it would cause your future spouse to be in a very depressed, sad, and miserable energy for a long time. You know, like a pregnancy is like, you know, just as a pregnancy, like once the child is there, like you're gonna have that child for the rest of your life. Do you know what I mean? Like that's the vibe that is coming through here, almost as if like your future spouse is not realizing that they are kind of like in danger, or they have a dangerous narcissistic person around them that is at the brink of like luring them into, or sucking them into some type of drama, or sucking them into some type of like reality that they don't want to be part of, or like, do you know what I mean? And when I say you come in and you shut the shit show down, I see you coming in and it's silence, or like, for example, there's a lot of like energy around your future spouse, or your future spouse is overthinking, and then you come in and everything is like silent, and they look at you and you get them out of like a mental spiral, or you like, they look at you and they fall in love with you instantly, you know, and they don't go back to this person. Or for example, this person is tempting them to be intimate, right? On the day where they're trying to be intimate and put a hole in the condom on purpose to create a pregnancy or to manifest an unwanted pregnancy, is the day, I swear to God, is the day where your future spouse meets you and they look into your eyes and they fall in love with you instantly. And on that day, they decide not to go there. On that day, they decide not to have sex with this person. On the day, they decide not to be intimate with this person. Literally. That's the vibe that is coming through here. If they would have been intimate with this person on that day, maybe there would have been a pregnancy, like an unwanted one. That's literally what I'm picking up here, okay? That's literally the energy that's coming through here. Kind of like they're gonna look into your eyes, they're gonna see you and fall in love with you instantly, in the moment where the past is trying to pull them back. Kind of like where the past is trying to pull them back into the past, where somebody's trying to pull them back into a loop. Someone is trying to pull them, maybe they are mentally well, right? But then the past is calling them, and they start to notice how their mental health is declining again, how all the mental health that they manifested, or all the peace and the good mental health that they manifested for themselves, is at the brink of disappearing, because somebody from the past is haunting them, or trying to get back into their life, or like they're noticing that their mental health is declining again because they are back in contact with a narcissistic mother, you know. And right before this narcissistic mother or whatever, just an example, is fully taking over is when you come in, bam. And on that day, they don't take the phone call. Or on that day, they decide to go on a date with you rather than meeting up with an ex and talking everything out. Or rather than meeting up with an ex and like deciding to be friends, you know, because that friendship would have destroyed them. Does that make sense? That's literally like, there's something about the timing. There's something about like, your future spouse is going to know that you're the one because you come in and there's silence in their mind. Like where they overthink and they spiral, and then you come in and then bam, there's a silence in their mind that they've never experienced before. Okay, and again, the timing is also crazy because they're going to decide against meeting up with somebody, taking the phone call of somebody, and instead talking to you on the phone, or instead going on a date with you. And your spirit guides are saying they want you to know this is not like a love triangle or whatever. This is literally your spirit guide sending you into your future spouse's life to save their soul from misery, because they allow another person to guilt trip them, or they have so much sympathy for somebody that they don't see that this person is a narcissist, or that they don't see that this person is mean or evil or like has bad intentions with them. Yeah. Okay, that's what I mean when I say you shut the shit show down. Because in the song Deuces, Tyga says, my heart is big, but it beats quiet. Because every time we are alone, there's an awkward silence. So leave your keys on the kitchen counter. Okay, but in that song, it's the roles are reversed, where the man is the one that tried to make the relationship work, but the woman was full of drama, or the woman was like always kind of like where something was wrong with the woman, which is an exception to the rule. It's usually the man that is at fault, and the woman is the one that did her best and, you know, is like the angel. It's the other way around. That's why your spirit guides keep saying an exception to the rule. So maybe your whole relationship, or the way your relationship begins, or like the energy that is going to be surrounding the beginning of your connection could be an exception to the rule just in general, okay? Kind of like where an exception to the rule is don't reconcile with somebody, but an exception to the rule, right? Kind of like there is no reconciliation, or don't reconcile with the past, where people keep telling you to not reconcile with the past. That's usually the rule, right? Don't reconcile with the past, but your spirit guides are saying an exception to the rule. So this situation is a little different. That's what they're telling me, okay? So yeah, I'm hearing, and then you appear in his or her life. And when you come into your future spouse's life, they are going to feel like, ever since I met you, it's so easy to not go back. Your future spouse is going to feel like you helped him or her to break out of a cycle, to break out of like a loop of like always fighting, noticing this person's a narcissist and going back anyway, out of guilt, out of guilt, or out of this person gaslighting you, or out of like giving into your sexual desires, that you go back to this person even though you know something ain't right. I'm also seeing the letter V, and I don't know why. Like I see a V. Okay, so someone's name could be Victoria, Victor, Vincent. I don't know. I'm seeing like a V here. I don't know why. Okay, I don't know what that is about. Okay. So your future spouse will feel like, man, ever since I met pal number 2, I don't think about this person anymore. Or man, basically what I'm trying to say is your future spouse is gonna fall in love with you head over heels, to the point where they have the strength, or they feel like for the first time they're finally really, really done with this relationship, with this connection, with this whatever this was. This could even be a fling, where they maybe have a fling with somebody and they go back and forth, and they feel like, nah, I feel like I want to be celibate. For example, they feel like they want to be celibate, but then like their urges really get the best of them. Like, man, I want to be celibate, you know, I don't want to just, you know, dig everybody down, but then, you know, that they want something, so they go back to like a succubus, or like somebody, or they go back to I don't know, like a man that is very sexy but is not good for them, okay? And they feel like I'm in a karmic loop, I want to get out of this, like I need to be strong, I need to be strong, I need to stand 10 toes down, like I need to stand 10 toes down, I need to say no, I need to have the strength to say no to either my sexual urges, or I need to be strong enough to keep saying no even though this person tries to guilt trip me, or to keep saying no even though this person's trying to gaslight me into we're meant to be together, because they're going to feel like they're not meant to be together with somebody, but the other person's going to gaslight them into believing, hey, we're meant to be together. Like, don't you see we're meant to be together? Like, we've been together for years. Why would you leave now? Anyway. Ooh, okay. So when you come into his or her life, your future spouse will feel like you broke the cycle. You broke the curse. You broke the cycle. You came in and you helped them to finally put an end to something. As if you came into their life like an angel to get them out of hell. Or as if you came into his or her life and they had the strength and the courage to say no to a tempting offer from the past, to a tempting offer from an ex, to a tempting offer from, an ex, or like, kind of like where maybe an old fling is texting them. And usually they would go there, even though they know this person's not good for them, being intimate with them is not good for them, but they do it anyway because, I have desires too, okay? And then you come in and they text this person, I'm not coming. And it might be the first time that they do this, or that it might be the first time where they delete somebody's number. You come in and it's kind of like you're gonna be the reason why your future spouse is really gonna break up with a very toxic situation, with a very toxic chapter in their life. This does not even have to be a female or a person per se, or a man, doesn't matter. This could also be a toxic habit, but for most of you guys, I feel like it is like, just like a toxic habit, okay? Your future spouse is gonna feel like, because of pile number 2, I stopped a toxic habit. You must be an angel that was sent to me to help me break this toxic cycle. That's what your future spouse is gonna think like that. They're gonna think, you came into my life and this nightmare stopped. This dark chapter in my life stopped. I stopped craving something toxic. I stopped going back to something toxic, to somebody toxic. So the moment where your future spouse realizes that you're the one is because he or she's gonna feel like you came into their life and you broke the cycle. You broke the cycle. You gave them the strength to move on. Mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, and nobody has ever been able to do that. Nobody has ever had the power to make them move on from something. Your future spouse is going to feel like you have a very, 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 very powerful aura. Didn't I tell you that this reading is going to be intense? So I almost want to say your future spouse is going to feel like you have one of the most intense, most powerful auras or energies that they have ever encountered. Like your energy is very intense and very powerful. Like for example, if you would be a drink, you would be a black coffee, like a black coffee that is super strong, or an espresso that is super strong. Like your energy is very intense. Like maybe even when you speak, you are the kind of person to drop truth bombs. You're the kind of person to talk about the elephant in the room. So very naturally, your energy is very intense. Do you see where I'm coming from? Or like what you believe in is very intense, or like the way you show what you believe in, or you practice something in a very intense way. For example, if you are against injustice, it's your whole life is consumed when it comes to embodying justice. Like you're like all in, like your energy feels like I'm either completely in or I'm completely out. Like I feel like you just in general have a very intense aura and spirit, and your future spouse will notice it. Your future spouse will be like, damn, Pound number 2, you make me make powerful changes. Nobody has ever had the power. Oh my God. And I'm also seeing like you giving your hand to your future spouse, and he takes your hand, he or she takes your hand, and you pull them out of something. Just imagine someone is in a quicksand, like someone is like sinking in a quicksand, and you have to have a lot of power, and you also have to have like a technique or a strategy, right? When it comes to how to deal with quicksand, not to drown in it. And I see you like pulling him out or pulling her out of it. And they're gonna be like, whoa, you're strong. Like, what the hell? I'm seeing your future spouse looking at you with the big eyes, and they're gonna feel like you're either mentally strong, or something about you emotionally very strong, or you have a strong impact on him or her. Like your energy comes through like a wrecking ball, but your energy comes through like a wrecking ball as if you like come in and destroy something toxic in their life, or you come in and you destroy like an illusion, or you literally destroy like a toxic bond that they have with somebody. Like you come in and you cut it. Okay. They're gonna feel like whatever, this is just metaphorically speaking, they're gonna feel like whatever love spell or whatever spell this person put them under to always be able to pull them back into something that they know is not good for them, you broke it. Like, I'm hearing the love spell is gone, the love spell is done and over with, like they don't, yeah. So what I'm trying to say is if your spouse is going to realize that you are the one, because they're going to look at somebody that they were lusting after, or a person that was really good at manipulating them. And they're going to be like, damn, bitch, you are an energy vampire. You are a fucking narcissist. So I almost want to say you could be the reason why your future spouse is realizing that someone in their life is an energy vampire, that someone in their life is a dream killer, that someone in their life is a narcissist, like an undiagnosed narcissist, a covert narcissist, an overt narcissist, where they maybe didn't realize like to which extent this person was toxic, or that somebody might be a Jezebel or a succubus in their life, like where they realize, hold on a motherfucking minute, what the hell? Because there's such a contrast, like your energy is so, I don't talk like that, I don't see people as demons and angels, you know, but in comparison to this person, you have almost like an angelic aura, or your aura is very like, I don't want to say bright, because I don't perceive darkness as something bad, you know, like a dark night sky is not something bad, it's beautiful, right? But it's like your energy comes through, it's like your energy is, oh my God, I'm hearing your energy is more powerful, or it's kind of like man, how can I explain that energy? I feel like they're gonna like fall in love with you because you just have a very intense soul. Like if you commit to something, you commit to it until you die. Or if you commit to something, you're all in. Or if you believe in something, you believe in something 100%, and you put all your energy into it. Like you're so passionate. You're so passionate about life and about doing the right thing and being a good person. That's what's going to make them fall in love with you, like for real, for real. And they're just going to look at their ex, they're going to look at their ex, they're going to look at this F-boy, they're going to look at this F-girl, they're going to look at this narcissist and not feel nothing. But they know it's because of you. They will look at this person and feel like you have no power over me. And they're going to know that the reason is you. The reason that they overcame, or the reason that they're ready to move on from something, the reason that they're ready to like let go of something is because of you. They're going to be like, you came in and you made all the difference. Or you came in when I needed strength to move on. You came in and you showed me that this person really is toxic, that I'm not crazy. You came in and showed me that this is not normal behavior, that this is not love. Oh my God. Because they're going to feel like the way you love them is true unconditional love. The way you love them, the way you care for them is true care. Kind of like where you don't care for somebody just to get something out of them. that you care for them because you really care. Or kind of like where your nice personality is not a strategy, it's a way of life. Because with this other person, they felt like their nice personality is out of strategy. Or yeah, something about you're gonna make your future spouse realize that they're dealing with a narcissist, an energy vampire. Maybe they never heard terms like that before. And when you talk about this, okay, they're gonna be like, everything makes fucking sense right now. Now I know what this all has been about. I'm dealing with a fucking narcissist. I'm dealing with an energy vampire. I'm dealing with a succubus. I'm dealing with a manipulator. This is gaslighting, like, and it doesn't even have to be an ex-lover. It could also be a friend, or it could be a family member. It doesn't matter, but you're gonna come in and you're gonna break the cycle. That's how they will know that you're the one. I see them taking a walk alone, and just think about how much their life has changed since you came in. Like, you came in like a fucking wrecking ball. That's what I'm hearing. They're gonna feel like you came in like a fucking truth bomb. You came in like a firework, like a poof, you know, in the best way possible. You came in and you helped them end something. That's the moment where they realize that you're the one. Because nobody has ever had this power. Like, nobody, I'm also saying nobody has ever helped them to end a chapter or to end a cycle in their life the way you did. Or the way you will. With every conversation, with every phone call, even with like just your way of life, just the way you live, just the way you think. Yeah, they're gonna feel like you helped them to overcome their flesh, because their heart is gonna be so committed to you that they can overcome their flesh, if that makes sense, or that they can overcome like their sexual urges. You know, do you see where I'm coming from? It's kind of like, it's easy for me to be committed. It's easy for me to keep my dick in my pants. It's easy for me to like, you know, not allow a thirst trap to manipulate me or to blind me. You know, they're just going to feel like their heart is committed to you, and that you really want to help them break a cycle. Like, they're going to realize that you're the one when they realize that you really want to help them break a cycle, or that you know how to break a cycle. I'm hearing when they realize that you are a cycle breaker. The moment they realize you are a cycle breaker is when they know that you're the one. I'm hearing that's when they know that you're the one they've been waiting for, or you're the sign they have been waiting for, or you are like the confirmation that they've been waiting for, or you are like the clarity that they have been waiting for. Just something about a cycle breaker, or kind of like that you have a lot of knowledge when it comes to overcoming bad habits, toxic habits, breaking cycles. This could even be generational curses, breaking the generational curses, or breaking generational cycles. You know, even when you talk about it, that's how they will know, like, yep, that's the woman that I want, that's the man that I want, because I have been dying to break a cycle. I've been dying to end a cycle, or to get out of a loop, you know. Is what I'm picking up here. Okay, you might even have strategies, or you might even talk about strategies to trick your mind to get out of like a toxic habit, or to get out of a toxic loop. And they're gonna be like, yeah, that's my baby, that's my man, that's my woman, that's my baby, that is the one. You are the one. Okay, because you help them to end something. You help them to come out of a cycle, come out of a loop. You help them to maybe even come out of a mental spiral. Okay, is what I'm picking up here as well. Or something about where you really care to help them to get out of a cycle. No, and I'm hearing nobody has ever cared this much to help them come out of a cycle, or nobody has ever cared this much to help them end something, or to help them end a toxic habit or whatever, you know, where they're almost going to feel like they have been fighting a war, or again, overcoming your flesh. Especially, I feel like it's especially like hard for men, right? Because I feel like men have more sexual hormones in their body. I'm not sure, but they could feel like because of you, they have overcome their flesh, like where their heart is so committed to you that they can like walk past a person that is like naked and like not feel nothing, and they know it's because of you, like because you have their heart. Okay, because you have their heart is what I'm picking up here. And Pile number 2, I'm hearing a quote that says, I think it's a native Indian quote that says, the highest calling of a woman is to unite the man with his soul, or to help him unite with source and his soul. And the lowest calling of a woman is to seduce a man and let him wander aimlessly, kind of like where you seduce a man with your body and they're completely blinded and their whole life is falling apart just because of, because they want their whole life is falling apart. Or like where someone comes in like a succubus and they want to seduce this person sexually, and they don't care for this person's growth, or they don't care for this person's evolution, kind of like where your future spouse wants to grow and wants to manifest and wants to achieve goals, but then there's this person that is trying to seduce him, and all they care about is being adored and seducing this person, but they don't really care about this person's growth. Do you know what I mean? Just another example. Let's say, for example, you, for example, talk about, hey, let's not be intimate with each other. We both have to focus on our goals, and maybe we're both going to get confused, or we're both going to get distracted. So let's not have sex this week. Let's do it next week, because you have something big that you have going. I have something big that I have going, or like I'm trying to manifest something and you're trying to manifest something. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like where you don't mind not being intimate with them for the sake of your growth and their growth, if that makes sense. Instead of you using your body to seduce them and kind of like distract them from their goal, you care for them enough, or you love them enough, or you respect them enough to not seduce them and allow them to focus on their stuff. That's when they will know you're the one. It's kind of like, instead of you seducing them and driving them crazy, or instead of you seducing them and leading them astray, okay, for the sake of you being adored or for the sake of you having sexual pleasure, you kind of like hold back with seducing them because they have something to do, or they're gonna feel like their life is not falling apart with you. Like, in fact, they're gonna feel like they're growing, or like things are manifesting, or they are evolving. Even though you are seductive, or even though you have a sexual energy. But do you know what I mean? It's kind of like I see a spider trapping a fly in a web with their sexual energy, but you're kind of like the opposite. You're kind of like, let's wait until marriage or whatever, or where you're gonna hold back with seducing them because you have to focus on something, and they kind of like where you can control your flesh as well. You can control your flesh, and you're helping them to control their flesh. And then there's like a balance in their life that where some type of like sexual energy is not taking over and creating imbalance, but there's balance between, we're sexually attracted to each other, but that doesn't mean that we're going to lose focus, or that doesn't mean that we're going to like neglect life or neglect our own personal life, which is what they've experienced with a person in the past. They were like a spider trapping them in a web where kind of like, that's what I'm picking up here. Do you see where I'm coming from? It's kind of like, instead of you seducing him and leading him astray with a sexual energy, you lead him to his soul, or you lead her to her soul, or you lead her to source, or you lead them to their goal, or you lead them to the finish line. Okay? That's the vibe that is coming through here. They're just going to feel like the way you seduce them is so different and is so innocent, and so like kind of like where you respect them, or you have like, you respect their boundaries, or you don't drive them crazy with your sexual energy, if that makes sense. Like, there's like a balance between like, they're just gonna feel like falling in love with you feels like balance and harmony, and not like chaos and trapped or feeling trapped. Where falling in love with you doesn't feel like you are in a loop. Where falling in love with you doesn't feel like they're trapped in some type of chaotic energy. Falling in love with you feels like harmony. Falling in love with you feels like balance. Falling in love with you feels like, I can be in love and still have my life together. I can be in love and still be focused, or I can be in love and still go after my dreams and go after my goals. And this woman is not going to lead me astray. They're going to realize that you're the one in the moment where they realize you have no intentions of leading them astray, or you have no intentions to seduce them to the point where they don't know how to focus anymore. Like, that's not your that's not your goal. And it's going to be the opposite of what they experienced in a past relationship, where this other person, their goal was to seduce them to the point where they don't focus on their goals anymore, or where they're like stuck in bed, or they have sex for 3 days in a row and you got nothing done, and you kind of like neglect your life, you neglect your friends, you neglect, I don't know, your dreams and your goals. But you had a good time in bed. Okay, that's the vibe that is coming through here. Your future spouse is going to realize that you're the one because you genuinely care for their growth and their evolution, or you genuinely care for their happiness that has something to do with them reaching goals, like where you care. Like your future spouse is just going to realize that you really care about their growth, or you really care about them reaching a goal, or you really care more about that than your own sexual desires, which means you have overcome your flesh. Do you see where I'm coming from? Or you're not offended when they say, hey babe, let's not do it today. I have something big going on tomorrow and I don't want to be tired. And you're like, okay, cool, let's do it. And you don't throw a temper tantrum. Do you know what I mean? It's like, they're going to realize that you're the one in a moment where they see that you genuinely care about their growth and their evolution, that you genuinely care about them reaching their goals. Okay, and that you don't mind, or again, something about they're going to see, or they're going to know that you're the one because you're going to not try to seduce them, or you're not, something about where you're not going to try to seduce them. Okay, or or you're not trying to seduce them all the time, whether they feel like around you they still have focus, around you they're still disciplined, around you they still feel clear-minded, they don't feel like your sexual energy is consuming them. Okay, that's what I'm picking up here. Or they're not being consumed by sexual energy in your presence. Okay, it's like there's a balance between the sexual tension, the sexual energy between the two of you, but then also being deeply involved in your own life, or being deeply present in the present moment, and you don't feel like PUSSY, or kind of where you don't feel digmatized. Do you know what I mean? Or you're not trying to digmatize them, or you're not trying to hypnotize them with your sexual energy. You don't want to lead them astray. There's something about a respect, or something about you respecting a boundary, or they're going to feel like you deeply respect their goals or their growth by not seducing them. That's what I'm picking up here. That's how they will know, which is funny, right? Because I see the other person that wants to be with your future spouse trying to seduce your future spouse, but in her or him being over the top, or trying, or doing the most to seduce them, that's when they will know, bitch, you're not the one for me, because you're trying to lead me astray again, or you're trying to you're trying to distract me from my goals again. That's why I know you're not the one for me. And you're doing the opposite, you hold back with seducing, or you hold back with sending thirst traps, because maybe you know that there's something big in their life, or maybe you know that they need to focus on something or whatever, and you hold back with seducing them. And that's how they will know that you are the one, because you are you respect them enough to not seduce them when they really need to focus. I don't know what that means. Okay. So your lack of seducing them is going to make them feel like you are the one. They're basically going to realize you're not a Jezebel, or you're not a succubus. Okay, and there's a lot of Jezebels and there's a lot of succubuses out there. Okay, that's what I'm picking up here. Pile number 2, I'm hearing your future spouse is going to realize you're the one for them in a moment when you are very considerate and you respect their boundaries, or you respect their focus, where you respect their focus, or you respect, or you know that you don't want to distract them, or you notice that you distract them and you pull back because you don't want to do that. Okay, or something about, I'm hearing, that's my considerate baby. They're going to feel like you're so considerate and so respectful, you have so much respect for their growth and their goals and their focus and their discipline, that they just want to be with you. Okay, you're not a threat to their discipline, you're not a threat to their focus, you're not a threat to their dreams and their goals. They're going to feel like you're so considerate, or you're going to say something really considerate, oh, don't worry about it, we don't have to do it today, or again, where you're gonna withhold from posting thirst traps or something like that. I don't know what this is. There's something about they're gonna feel like you're so considerate. I'm hearing, that's my considerate baby, or in a moment where you are very considerate when it comes to them, and like them feeling like they have to focus, or them feeling like they something about you genuinely care for their growth. You genuinely care, which there's no benefit to it, right? Or there's no personal benefit to you caring for their growth. So the only reason why you would care for their growth is because you truly genuinely care. Like where they kind of like where your future spouse is going to see that you have a heart out of gold, and again, you have no intentions of distracting them, and you have no intentions of leading them astray, and you don't want to consume them with your sexual energy, you know? So I feel like they're gonna, for the first time, feel like they have a healthy relationship to sex with you, or they're gonna feel like a healthy sexual energy between you and them, rather than an all-consuming sexual energy, or a sexual energy that is like almost an addiction, or a sexual energy that is almost like all-consuming, or that is distracting, that is imbalanced, that doesn't allow you to get anything done. You know, that's what I'm picking up here. Yeah, for example, pile number 2, I think I found the perfect example. For example, your future spouse is telling you, hey, I want to read this book because I feel like it's going to help me to shift my mindset so that I manifest more money, or it's going to help me to overcome a negative belief system, and I want to read this book. So don't be mad at me, but the next 2 or 3 hours I'm going to read this book, and I'm not going to text back, or I'm not going to call back, because I really want to focus on that book, because you know I get easily distracted. They might say this to you, okay? And you're like, okay, babe, no problem. Call me when you're done reading, or call me when you have time, you know, call me when you are done reading the book or whatever, or tell me about the book. Like, or you might even be like enthusiastic, like, okay, cool, tell me about the book. Maybe I want to read it too, you know, instead of getting offended, you know, where you allow them space to like become and grow and evolve and learn and manifest, you know, that it's not just about you, if that makes sense. And so they take the book and they read the book, and it's been 2 hours, and they're like, damn, pile number 2 didn't send me a thirst trap, pile number 2 didn't call me, didn't text me, didn't distract me from me reading this book. But this might be like new to them, because I see a former partner sending them nudes and distracting them, and then they never got to read the book, and then they think, what would my life be if I did read that book? Like, if I didn't get distracted on that night from that thirst trap, where would I be, or what would I have been able to accomplish if I did read that book and I didn't allow any distractions to get the best of me? Okay, that's the vibe that is coming through here. That's what I mean with like, you're gonna withhold with seducing them if they really want to focus on reading a book, or they might tell you like, this week is going to be important for me, you know, like, or I don't know, like I want to invest in that course or that class. So instead of distracting them to invest in that course or that class because you think you're not going to have his or her undivided attention, so you're sabotaging it, which is only what a narcissist would do. You're like, okay, cool, babe, go to that course, go to that class. You know, I know it's just one month, and you know, if we cannot see each other every weekend, it's okay, because I know you're growing, I know you're learning, I know you are expanding your skills, I know you're trying to achieve things, I know you're trying to heal, and it's okay, babe. You know, when you're done with that course or that class, we can go on dates. We can make up for lost time. Don't worry about it. You know, that's the moment when they realize you're the one for them, okay? Your future spouse could feel like they lost a lot of time in a relationship or in a friendship or whatever, or in a karmic loop or with a toxic habit that they have no time to waste. They want to achieve their goals. They want to achieve their dreams. They want to make money. They want to manifest, you know? And they're just going to feel like you are not a threat. In fact, you help them to manifest, you help them to achieve their goals, and you respect their boundaries when they say, I want to read that book. I'm going to call you 3 hours from now. Instead of sending them in like a nude, or instead of like sending a boob picture to them, you know, even though you know they're very serious about being focused, or they're very serious about making a big change in their life, that's when they're going to know, oh my God, that's my babe, or like, you know, I'm falling in love with you. Do you know that I'm falling in love with you when you do that? Do you know I'm falling in love with you when you respect my boundaries? Do you know that I'm falling in love with you when you like protect my focus by not seducing me. Do you know that? That's what I'm hearing. Okay, that's what they're going to be thinking. Like, do you know that I'm falling in love with you every time you respect my boundaries, every time you give me space to evolve and grow and manifest and become the man that I want to be, become the woman that I want to be. Do you know that? Okay, that's what I'm picking up here. I'm hearing Groundhog Day. Isn't Groundhog Day where you feel like every day is the same? Like, and you feel like you cannot get out of that energy? Okay, that's the vibe that is coming through here. So again, their former partner or whatever, whoever they've dated before, that was a real mean girl, narcissist. So your spirit guides want you to know your future spouse might have a crazy ex, okay, and you're gonna help. You're gonna free yourself. You're gonna free your future spouse from that whole situation. So basically what your spirit guides want you to know is you're gonna come into your future spouse's life to kind of save them. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be as honest as possible, to kind of save them from misery, or to kind of save them from a narcissist, a super manipulative woman, because there's also women out there that are narcissists. There's also women out there that are really mean and evil and have like bad intentions. There's also women out there that are like the bad guy in a relationship. It's not always men. That's why I'm saying it's an exception to the rule. Okay. For most of you guys, that's the case. For a few of you, it could just be like a petty fight between you and him. Okay, we're going to talk about this in a minute, but that's the first thing that is coming through here, okay? Your future spouse is gonna look at you and feel like, girl, you came in and you just did it. I'm hearing you just did it. You came in and just like that, the nightmares were gone, or just like that, the bond was gone, or just like that, this person had no power over me anymore, or just like that, the cycle broke, the loop broke. And just like that, I was ready to leave. And again, your spirit guides want to highlight that this is not about a love triangle. This is about a person strategically making somebody or forcing somebody to stay in a relationship they don't want to stay in. And they do that in a very manipulative, sneaky, cunning way, like guilt tripping you into coming back to them, making you feel like they did so much for you, so the only way you can pay them back is by being with them, even if you're miserable, even if you're depressed, or holding like money over them, like I helped you, so now you have to pay me back by loving me. Do you know what I mean? Like I helped you financially, so now you have to pay me back, or now you have to like worship me for the rest of your life, like a super fucking narcissistic person, okay? And the mind games that a manipulative person or a narcissistic person plays on you, it's really hard to like even mentally like realize first of all that somebody is doing this to you, and then to get out of it, because you're so used to that toxic dynamic. That is some crazy ass shit. So you're coming into your future spouse's life as protection. So they want you to know this is not even about a rebound. This is very calculated from your spirit guides and your future spouse's spirit guides, that you come in to like fuck up somebody's plan, or to fuck up somebody's plan, or to kind of like get in between somebody and their plan. And that plan involved your future spouse, and somehow sucking them dry, or like taking advantage of them, or taking advantage of their sympathy, playing mind games on your future spouse to the point where they think they're crazy, or they are the problem even though they're not. Do you know what I mean? So again, your spirit guides want you to know this is not a love triangle, or this is not them like falling in love with you as a rebound. No, you come in, this is very calculated, that the timing of you entering your future spouse's life is very calculated. You're supposed to break a cycle. You're supposed to kind of like destroy somebody's evil plan, or be the reason why somebody's evil plan doesn't work out. And it somehow involves your future spouse, because I feel like your future spouse is a very kind person, and they have sympathy for people, and their sympathy sometimes gets the best of them. Or again, your future spouse could be an empath. They could have a lot of sympathy. Your future spouse has a big heart, but they might have a big heart around a person that is like mean or evil, or like a succubus or a Jezebel, or Do you see where I'm coming from? That's the vibe that is coming through here. So if you are in this situation, don't feel like, man, I'm in a love triangle. No, you are coming in as a protection, kind of like where the universe is sending to you into your future spouse's life like an angel to protect them, to guard them, to protect them. To protect their soul and their spirit. Okay. That is some crazy ass shit. There's another energy that is coming through here that I feel like I want to talk about on Patreon because it's a little bit like in a sexual way. That's how your future spouse will know. But I feel like it's gonna be a moment where they're alone or by themselves, or you guys might not be talking. You might, okay, listen, for some of you guys, you might even have a fight at some point in your connection because of this person. Because maybe this person was like driving them crazy and then they lashed out on you. Like maybe they had a really bad day and this person was like sending so much negative energy towards your future spouse and they kind of like lashed out on you and didn't realize that all this negative energy came from that person and you just were there at the wrong place at the wrong time to get all the whiplash when they were feeling bad, okay? Or the other way around, this could also be about you. You might have a coworker that drives you nuts and on that day your future spouse is going to be there and they might say something that rubs you the wrong way and then bam, there's a fight. But the source of that fight is not you and not your future spouse. It's just like you got triggered and you were not in the right headspace or not in the right mindset, or you were not in the right headspace, or you got consumed by the negativity around you and somehow like it created a clash between you and him or between you and her. That's what your spirit guides want you to know. So when it comes to your love story, there might be a destined breakup, or there might be like a destined taking a break, or like time to simmer down, or time to process some type of negativity that is in your life and some type of negativity that is in his or her life that kind of created like some type of smoke between you and your future spouse, or between you and your true love, that was not necessarily meant to be there, but you both didn't know a better way to like process whatever's going on around you. And then this card says, do you believe the universe fights for souls to be together? So your future spouse is gonna feel like they're gonna feel like this energy in the air. Again, I told you, for some of you guys, they're literally gonna pray to God or the universe or their ancestors, whatever they believe in, and they're gonna feel like their ancestors or God or the universe is telling them to be with you. Okay. For some of you guys, your future spouse might even have dreams, because this one says, you're my dream come true, fantasies and dreams. So for some of you guys, your future spouse might even have a dream where they walk down the aisle and they're the happiest man and the happiest woman alive, and they feel like, was this a sign from God that I met the one? Because they might even have a dream of your wedding day or you in a wedding dress and they're like overly happy, or like they might receive a sign from their spirit guides in a dream. So pile number 2, that could be an energy where in the beginning of your connection, for some of you guys, okay, for some of you guys, it's really just a petty fight, or you're both kind of in a toxic energy, or you're both like scared to get hurt. So you hurt the other person before they hurt you, or you might do something subconsciously and not realize like, damn, that's kind of toxic. I didn't notice that I do that when I'm hurt, and like how it triggers the other person. Like I need to work on that, okay? So there's gonna be a destined breakup where the both of you realize that you did something stupid, that you did something toxic or something like that. You need to get over yourself. You need to get over your ego, your pride. And there's gonna be signs, kind of like where the universe is gonna give you signs that you are meant to reconcile again. Again, it's an exception to the rule, because most of the time the universe or people tell you don't go back to the past, don't reconcile with the past, okay? But there's gonna be signs and synchronicities. Like your future spouse is literally gonna feel like, I feel like the universe is fighting for us to be together, because like your future spouse is gonna feel like, for example, they try to forget about you, but they see your name everywhere. There's always a song that is playing that reminds them of you. Like everywhere they go, there's your energy. And they're gonna feel like, is that the universe like speaking to me? Is that the universe trying to tell me to text her? Is that the universe trying to tell me to text him, to reconcile? Okay, they're gonna feel like God wants them to be with you, or the universe wants them to be with you. They might even have a grandpa or a grandma in spirit, and they might have a dream of their grandma or their grandpa talking to them. That lady is good for you, or don't let her go, or something like that, okay? Because your future spouse is going to feel like the universe is fighting for you to be together. They're going to feel like it's as if the universe wants you to be together. This could even be an energy. Let's say, for example, you have a fight and you don't talk for 2 or 3 days. And then you see each other at the grocery store. And what a fucking coincidence. You are like silent treatment. You're not talking. And then you meet each other at the grocery store. And they're going to be like, that is crazy. Is that a sign to like reconcile? Is that a sign that this is meant to be? You know, that this was just a rocky road. This was just a bump in the road. And then they maybe drop it like, okay, whatever, let me continue. And then they meet you a week later, you're at the same cinema. And they're gonna be like, what the hell? How is that even possible? She did not even know I was here. I did not know that they were here. So how did we end up at the same place at the same time? How is that even possible? And then they drop it again. And then they drive home from a gathering, and their friend plays a song that reminds them of you. And they're gonna be like, shut the hell up. Like, I'm trying to like move on from this, or I don't know if I'm gonna move on from this, but the universe keeps, I'm hearing the universe keeps reminding me of you. They're gonna realize that you're the one for them, because they're gonna notice that the universe keeps reminding them of you. And again, it's gonna be a day, a week, 1 or 2 months where you guys don't talk, or you're both mad at each other, or something like that, okay? Fathers of you, again, they're gonna have a dream, and I see them like contemplating. So your future spouse is gonna feel like the universe is fighting for you to be together. There's no other explanation for all of this whole bumping into each other all the time, this whole that every corner they turn, they see your face, they smell your scent, they hear a song that reminds them of you. Like, I'm hearing there's no way that this is just a coincidence. That's what I'm hearing. It has become a pattern. That's what I'm hearing. So this is gonna be a little bit of a dramatic love story, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Kind of like where the odds are stacked against you for you to be together, because I don't know, it's just gonna start off very intense. Kind of like where you maybe are so in love with each other, crazy in love, but then you also have a very intense argument, or it's gonna start off intense. Everything is gonna be intense, like this initial falling in love, but then also the first fight, and then also like someone's ex or something like that. Like, everything about this whole situation is intense. Even their ex-lover, this is not just a girl that is jealous of you. This is literally a narcissist plotting to manipulate you into breaking up. Do you see where I'm coming from? It's not just a bitch, or it's not just a little bitch fight, or a little, I'm looking at you sideways, you're the new chick, you're the new guy. It's not that. This is on another level. Like, whoever this person is that they dated before, or this person that is trying to make them date, to have a very intense personality, but in a bad way, if that makes sense. They take things to the extreme, like, yeah, okay. So your future spouse, your spirit guides want you to know your future spouse is a sweetheart, but they could have a crazy ex. They could have a narcissist as an ex. They could have a manipulator around them. Something like that, okay? So your connection could start off when it comes to, there's gonna be a spiritual attack, a psychic attack, an energy vampire is gonna be in the mix, a narcissist is gonna be in the mix, cord cutting is gonna happen, a cycle has to be broken, like, very intense. Okay, it's gonna start off very intense between you and your future spouse, okay? Your future spouse is going to realize that you are the one for them in a moment where, again, they just realize they're done with their old life and they're ready to begin a new life with you. They could feel like they're ready to relocate, they're ready to quit their job, they're ready to move to a different neighborhood so that they don't run into their ex, but they never felt ready to do that. Do you see where I'm coming from? And again, your spirit guides want to highlight that you are being sent to your future spouse to help him or to help her have the strength to move on, because this person is very narcissistic and very controlling, and they're very good at manipulating people. They're very good at putting spells on people to bind them to them. So you're coming through and you are shutting that shit down. You are shutting down this person's mission to force themselves upon somebody, okay? Your future spouse is going to realize that you're the one because they feel like you're an answered prayer, okay? Or like the timing in which you appeared in their life is, I'm hearing immaculate, is like exactly when they needed somebody like you. Somebody like you appeared. You appeared. They're gonna feel like exactly when they need to hear certain things, you say those things. And you don't even know what's going on in their mind. You don't even know what's going on in their life, but you intuitively say the right words that penetrate their soul and give them strength. Every time they have a really bad day, you're just there. And you say exactly what they needed to hear. Even if you post stuff on Instagram or even if you post stuff on TikTok, it's exactly what they needed to hear. Does that make sense? Or you call them exactly when they need to hear your voice. Okay, that's what I'm hearing. They're gonna feel like you have an intuition when it comes to him or her feeling bad. Why do you always call me when I feel bad? Why do you always text me when I feel bad? That's not a coincidence, it's a pattern. And I notice it. Okay, and then I'm hearing one conversation with her does you a favor. So they feel like all they need is one conversation with you and they're fired up. Their energy is boosted. They're ready to go. They're ready to conquer. They're ready to like let go of old patterns, let go of old habits, let go of toxic habits. One conversation with you. That's all they need. That's what I'm hearing. One conversation with conversation with her, one conversation with her or him, and that's it. I'm fired up. I'm ready to go. It's the funny thing is, like, they dated an energy vampire, so this person drained them. Around this person, they felt sluggish, lazy, didn't have any energy, didn't have any motivation. I'm gonna go to Patreon in a second because, again, this reading is very intense and there's so much coming through here. The person that they dated actually could have been the reason why they developed some type of depression. I'm not gonna lie. If this person could have literally went through an energy of developing depression because of a person around them, and then you come in and it's gonna feel like their depression is just fucking disappeared. What in the sorcery? I'm hearing what in the sorcery? You come in and my nightmares are gone. They're no longer there. You come in and I don't have these thoughts anymore to, you know, be gone, be done with this world. Like, they're gone. There's no more. I'm hearing the gray cloud is gone. They're gonna feel like you come in and the gray cloud is gone. But the gray cloud was like somebody around them, or like something, or like a toxic habit or whatever. Okay. Yeah, they're gonna feel like you come in and it's all over. Like, you're kind of like the rainbow at the end of kind of like a rainy day, and you're like the rainbow that comes in. Or like, you come in and all that energy is gone. Like, it's like, again, I'm seeing like a magician, and like something just disappears. And I'm hearing, what in the sorcery? So I almost want to say, if this spell is gonna feel like there's like a magical energy around you, or like maybe even a supernatural energy around you, or like it's just gonna feel like magic. The way you make those gray clouds disappear in his or her life, like this is gonna feel like magic. Like, I've been trying to like heal and move on for years, and it didn't work. You come in and bam, it's done. They might even notice that they don't have to go to therapy anymore, or again, they don't wake up with a sweaty with a nightmare, like you, because again, this person that they dated, or this person that was around them, or still is around them, but then you come in, this person was an energy vampire. So around this person, they felt sluggish, they felt lazy, they felt like they don't have energy to achieve anything. And then you come in and you're the opposite. They have one conversation with you, they hear your voice they hear your voice message, and you pump them up. Like, I'm hearing, I've never seen a girl that boosts my vibe like this before. That's what I'm hearing, okay? So they're gonna be like fired up early in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. They wake up, they're ready to go. And they're gonna feel like this is because of you. They're gonna notice, like, ever since you are in my life, I have so much energy. You energize the shit out of me. So you have the opposite effect on him or her. So there could even be an energy where, because of you, your future spouse is actually gonna achieve something or manifest something successfully. They're gonna feel like, secretly, they're gonna feel like, yeah, it's because of her. I know. She's my backbone, she's my strength, he's my backbone, he's my strength. Okay, my pillar. Do you say my pillar? Okay. I'm hearing, behind every successful man is a powerful woman, or something like that. Okay, that's how they're gonna feel about you. Behind every successful man is a powerful woman, or behind every successful woman is a powerful man, or a compassionate man, or like a man that is like, believes in you, you know? So it's almost as if, like, you know what your future spouse is going through, because maybe you've been going through something similar. Maybe you had a narcissistic parent, or you had you dated somebody that was a narcissist, or you dated somebody that was very good at manipulating to the point where you looked like the bad guy even though you were not, and they were so good at charming and seducing and manipulating other people. Or maybe you did date somebody that kind of like took over your life, or when you started to date somebody, your life fell apart. So you're very familiar with that topic. Do you see where I'm coming from? So you're going to deeply understand your future spouse. That's what I'm picking up here. And they're going to see that you understand them. They're going to see that you kind of like what you already overcame, something that they're trying to overcome, is what I'm picking up here. Okay. And they're just going to realize that, you know, I'm hearing they're going to realize that you were sent to them. Okay, I feel like they're going to realize you're the one, because it's going to feel like you were sent to them. It's like, it's too, again, the timing was too calculated to be a coincidence. The whole like, you know, even when you have a fight, there's always reminders of you. There's always signs and synchronicities that lead. I'm hearing every road leads to pile number 2, or something like that. Or yeah, that's the vibe that is coming through here. That's how they would know that you're the one. It's the way you came into their life, or it's the way they feel like you were sent to them. Okay, that's what I'm picking up here. Your appearance in their life doesn't feel random and coincidental. It feels calculated, orchestrated. It feels divine. It feels divine. It feels divine. It feels otherworldly. Okay. As if there's a higher intelligence in that meeting, as if they have angels around them. They're going to feel like, I have angels around me that sent pile number 2 into my life. That's the truth. That's what they're going to feel. That's how they're going to feel, okay? And yeah, that's how they will know. Or that's the moment they will know. It's almost as if like they're going to experience life from a higher consciousness because of your energy, because you vibrate on a very high frequency. So their consciousness also rises to a higher level where they see the bigger picture of events. Do you see where I'm coming from? They're going to feel like there's a bigger picture of events, or maybe there are things that are predestined. Maybe they do have angels. Like, you're going to make them believe in that they have angels. You're going to make them believe they have angels and spirit guides that watch over them, and that's why you're there. That's the reason you are there. Oh my gosh. Okay. That's the moment they will know that you're the one for them, because you make them believe they have angels and spirit guides that watch over them, which is true. Okay, guys, I'm being brought to the song What You Want by 𝐼𝐴𝐻. Tell me what you want from me, take a look at what you see. Yeah, something you can, yeah. Because in the song he says, girl, I can tell you was meant for me. I can tell by the way you was sent to me. Okay, that's the energy that's coming through here. You coming into your future spouse's life is a divine intervention. They might even perceive it or feel it as a divine intervention, but it also is a divine intervention. And your spirit guides want you to know this is not a rebound or not a love triangle. This is a divine intervention. You're going to embody and walk into their life like a divine intervention. Okay. Because they have angels and they have spirit guides around them. That's the whole point, okay? That's the vibe that is coming through here. It's like you make them realize the universe is watching out for them, or there is something that is protecting them, which maybe they didn't believe. Maybe they thought they're by themselves and there is no such thing as angels and spirit guides or like a higher power that protects you. But you come in, and I'm hearing you come in and they believe in magic. Man, I told you this reading is going to be intense. There's something else that is coming through, but it's kind of, you know, I have to watch my words, but let me see. Let me get one more card. Yeah. They're going to realize that you're the one when they hold your hand for the first time. These are like little moments where they realize, and they're all going to come together and create this feeling of like, okay, I know this is it. But there's also a moment of like your hands touching, or when you touch his hand, when you touch her hand, your hands touching. Okay, yeah, we're going to talk about this on Patreon. Okay, because there's something sexy coming through. Now it gets freaky, or like not freaky, but we're going to talk about this on Patreon because I cannot talk about this on here. I'm going to be honest, okay? I'm also hearing their body. They're going to know that you're the one because of their body. If you know what I'm trying to say, their body is going to tell them. Literally there is going to tell them you're the one. Okay? I'm going to elaborate on that on Patreon, what exactly I mean by that. Let me see if there's anything else coming through here. What do I want to look at? Okay, let me actually see. Can you show me like where pile number 2's true love and future spouse will realize that pile number 2 is the one? Doesn't it look like on another planet in space? That's my space card. It almost, for me, this doesn't look like Earth. This is like a different dimension. Do you see that? Like for me, I associate this with like a different planet because I don't know where the fuck he is, but for some reason it reminds me of space. We have the Knight of Swords here. With the Knight of Swords, because I talked about where your future spouse will realize that you are the one, right? The Knight of Swords, you could see that he was running, right? So this is like super specific, but I see your future spouse maybe is realizing that you're the one, because I feel like they're going to be deep in their thoughts and they're going to put the puzzle pieces together and realize like, you know, oh my God, you know, I understand the bigger picture now. Do you know what I mean? They're going to feel like they might low-key have like a spiritual awakening when it comes to things are predestined and certain life events happen in a certain way, and there's such a thing as divine timing and divine intervention and angels and spirit guides and higher dimensions of consciousness. Like they might be contemplating about all of that, but they might also be, and in that moment they realize like that you play a big part in something, or that you play a big part in their life journey, in their path, you know, or you coming into their life is like a big thing. I don't know. But they might be literally on a treadmill running, because you saw the guy running right on that card. So they might be running when they realize that you are the one. I don't know if they're like running towards you, kind of like where they see you from afar. You guys maybe are meeting, you guys go on a date, and maybe you are running towards him because you are like excited to see him, and like you run towards him into his arms. If you know you're the kind of person to like run to your friends and like you know, like jump on them because you're excited, this could be it. This could also be him or her running towards you and like being so excited to see you, and then they jump on you or whatever. There's something going on with running, or somebody's on the treadmill contemplating life and then they realize, oh my god, you're the one. Like, where again they have like a everything makes sense, full circle moment type of moment when it comes to their life. But they could be on a treadmill, they could be going for a run. For some of you guys, your future spouse could be a person that like to be on a treadmill at the gym, or they could go for a run. Like, they could be going out for a run, they could be attending a marathon. Something about running is significant here, okay? Or something about like they realize that you are the one when you are running away, or when they are running away, maybe because of that fight or whatever, you know, like something about running is significant here. I don't know what that means. It's going to be different for all of you guys. And yeah, for others of you, this card could also stand for, because I just talked about how this card for me is like, he looks like he's on another planet, right? So this could also be like, they could realize that you are the one literally in a dream. Do you know what I mean? Because dreams is about you traveling through different dimensions, or being like one with the other side, right? Or that's where you can see and experience different dimensions when you're sleeping. So they could literally realize that you are the one in a dream, or like they might be experiencing an astral projection, or like something freaky, where they experience something freaky and otherworldly and ethereal, and they know you are the reason, or like yeah, that's what I'm picking up here. Like, you are the reason that they experience this, or you just talked about it and then the next day they experience some type of astral projection, or they experience some type of like I don't know, encounter with a spirit, or with an angel in their dreams, or something like that, okay? And they know, yeah, the reason is pile number 2. Ever since you are in my life, things are fucking freaky, okay? That's what I'm picking up here. They could even feel like because of you, they experience a different level of consciousness, because I feel like if you're just both is spiritual, okay? So, but I feel like when you come in, they're going to understand spirituality on an even deeper level. I feel like if this spouse was always spiritual, but they were never fully committed to spirituality. So they kind of like dabbled in it, but they were not fully seasoned, or they were not well seasoned, or they didn't have all the knowledge, because they were not fully committed to the spiritual path. So when you come in, I feel like your spouse is gonna feel like they are experiencing a different level of consciousness. I'm not gonna lie, they feel like something clicked in their mind, and now they perceive life in a very different way. And I'm hearing it's all thanks to you, as if they like, I don't know. Again, I'm hearing you came in and you changed the game. Or you came in and you overpowered the darkness. You overpowered the darkness inside of their mind. You overpowered some type of darkness in their life. I'm hearing your force, your energy was stronger than whatever this is. Okay. I'm hearing your compassion and your love was stronger than whatever this is. I don't know what this is. Yeah, okay. Like, I'm hearing, when I'm with you, all my bad thoughts disappear. Yeah, the light just went on. Your future spouse is going to realize every time he or she is with you, their mind is peaceful. They have no negative self-talk. They don't talk themselves down. They don't they're not mean to themselves in their head when you are there. All of that negative self-talk is gone, just like that. And with this other person, it was amplified. This other person was feeding into them self-destructing. Like, it's your fault, and you're this, and you're that. Okay. And it was not justified. Your spirit guides are saying this was not justified. Your future spouse took a lot of blame for things that they were not responsible for. I see him or her looking at you and realizing that this negative voice in their head is gone. And then they look at you and they realize that, oh my God, I'm hearing their negative self-talk in their head is gone, and now they hear your voice. And your voice is compassionate and loving. Like they're literally gonna feel like your voice is echoing in their brain and in their mind, and your voice is healing them. Oh my God. Oh my God. So there could also be another energy where your future spouse will know that you're the one because of your voice. It's your voice. Okay, pile number one, it was pile number one's eyes. With you, it's your voice. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, let's see. How will pile number two's future spouse know that pile number two is the one? We have Earth couple here, so you could be my Taurus, Virgo, Capricorns. Your future spouse could be a Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. Okay. Your future spouse might also realize that they're really into earth signs. Like when your future spouse meets you, he might realize, maybe your future spouse is into astrology or something like that. Oh my God, I'm also hearing you're the first girl to make them like look at compatibility, or make them look at like astrology or something like that. Or when you talk about, I'm hearing when you talk about astrology, you're so cute, or like they're gonna think you're adorable when you talk about astrology. Okay, or I don't know, like when you talk about astrology, it all makes sense, like is what I'm picking up here. Like you're not talking out of your ass. It literally makes sense when you talk about astrology. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, but I'm also hearing if this spouse could be realizing like they need an earth sign. They need to date an earth sign. Okay, again, especially if you are a Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, doesn't matter if it's in Vedic or Western astrology, and it also doesn't matter if it's your sun, moon, rising, like somehow in your big three. Okay, your future spouse might be realizing, I need an earth sign in my life. I need somebody to ground me. I need somebody to ground me because I'm all over the place sometimes. So your future spouse could be an air sign, a water sign, a fire sign, and you have like some type of like earth placement that like, you know, grounds them. Or yeah, they're just gonna feel like they like your earthy energy. You might have a very earthy, grounding energy that they're gonna absolutely love. I'm hearing, I need that in my life. Okay, how would pen number two future spouse? So it's something, or your voice is grounding them. Okay, or you have like a very grounding voice. Okay, look at that, it says this love will change your life. So yeah, your future spouse is gonna realize that you're the one because you literally their life is going to be upside down. Once they meet you, their life is going to turn upside down. They're going to feel like you come in and everything changed. Okay, you came in and everything changed. And you can also see poker cards here, right? And you know how magicians use cards to do like card tricks? That's the vibe that is coming through here. Okay, your future spouse is going to feel like they discovered magic because of you. You have some type of magical aura, like where they realize that the universe is a lot more magical than they thought, or the universe is a lot more intelligent than they thought in orchestrating things. Yeah, okay, they're gonna feel like this was just destined. This whole situation was destined. They might kind of like where they realize, maybe I do have ancestors that watch over me, and like, so yeah. Also, I'm also hearing it's your voice. Okay, there's something about your voice. Let me get one last card. See, it says this connection must be protected, edgy. I'm hearing they're gonna realize that somebody around them is a wolf in sheep's clothing, and that you are a sheep in wolf's clothing, kind of like where you look intimidating but you're actually a sweetheart, and somebody around them looks like a sweetheart but they actually are like a fucking rat. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like the concept of some people look so sweet and so innocent, but they're like so mean, or they're so evil, or they have very evil intentions. But you would never know because they look like a sheep. They have a baby face, or they look innocent, or kind of like the concept of like, oh, it's a woman, so you can trust a woman, even though there's a lot of mean girls and a lot of jealous bitches out there that you cannot trust. But the concept of it's easier, or it's, you would rather trust a woman than a man. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like the energy of like, would you rather trust a bear or a man in the woods? Like that kind of question. Or like, do you know what I mean? So they're going to feel like you look like a wolf, but you are a sheep. So you're innocent, like, or you're like, you don't do any harm, but you might look intimidating, or there's something intimidating about you. I also wouldn't be surprised if you maybe have an edgy way of expressing yourself, if you maybe don't back down when it comes to arguments and fights, and that could be like intimidating about you. Or maybe like you maybe sometimes dress in an edgy way that could, do you know what I mean, where you dress a certain way? Or like, I'm being brought to a man that is full of tattoos and full of piercings, and you think you need to fear him because he's full of piercings and full of tattoos, and he's maybe bald-headed, and he wears like a leather jacket, and you think, oh damn, you probably shouldn't fuck with him, you probably shouldn't fuck with her. And then they're the nicest person you've ever met. They're so nice. They show you their little puppies that they dearly love, and they're like such a sweetheart, so kind, such a softie. But from the outside, you're like, whoa, let me take a step back, god damn. And then the other person looks like is wearing a polo shirt, hair is, you know, neat and all done, sleeked back. They look like they come from a good household. They're polite, but they're really mean, condescending. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the vibe that is coming through here. Okay. Or something about if this person is gonna fall in love with your edgy energy. Like somehow you're edgy. You're either edgy with like speaking your truth, and you know it pisses people off, but you speak your truth anyway. Or maybe you dress in a certain way, you make a statement or something like that. Okay. That's the vibe that is coming through here. Or you don't mind pissing people off with the truth. You don't mind pissing people off just by being yourself. Or like where you are yourself and you know you piss people off, but you don't give a fuck. They're gonna love that about you. They're gonna love that about you, okay? So yeah, that's how your future spouse will know or realize that you are the one. I'm gonna go to the extended now. There is some sexy energy that is coming through here that I don't want to talk about on YouTube. So if you want to join me, the extended is down in the description box. Okay, we're gonna tap into what your future spouse will do, like after he or she realizes, yep, she's the one, he's the one, I met them, they are in front of me. Okay, what are they gonna do with that information, that knowledge, that like moment of like clarity? Okay. Another thing, before I go to the extended, there might even be an energy where in the beginning you might even piss your future spouse off by speaking the truth. And that could also lead to an argument because you're the most honest and the most truthful person that they've ever met. And you speaking your truth could also, you call them out on their bullshit, or you call them out on something that they do, and then they realize like, yo, you're one of like, kind of like where they notice that you are real. Like you are real, you don't wear a mask, you say what you think, even if it pisses people off, also them. Like you would never sacrifice your truth for anybody. Even if you like somebody, even if you have compassion for somebody, you're still gonna speak your truth no matter what. And you might call him or her out on something that they do. And your spirit guides are saying it's an old coping mechanism. They were in a toxic relationship and they have to register in their mind and in their soul that you are not toxic, so they don't have to do certain things that they did in a toxic relationship that they had before. Like it's a coping mechanism from their past version or their old life. And you're gonna clock it. You're gonna be like, wait a minute, you don't have to do all of that with me, or like, you know, we don't do that over here. And he might get pissed, he or she might get pissed, but then they're also gonna realize it's my ego speaking, it's my pride speaking. Like, I need to check myself. I wanna be a righteous, honest, and truthful person. And I need to check my ego and I need to check my pride, because part number 2, what she said was right. What he said was right. Did part number 2 tell a lie? No, she didn't. No, he didn't. And they're gonna be sitting there like, Okay, they're gonna feel like you're the first person to not kiss their ass and tell them what they want to hear. You tell them the truth. And the truth, first of all, it pisses you off. But then it sets you free. That's how they're gonna feel about you. You piss them off first, but then you set them free. You set their mind free, or you set them free from their ego, their pride, from like a toxic cycle, a toxic way of thinking, a toxic way of doing something. They're gonna be like, yep, she called me out on my bullshit. He called me out on my bullshit, and the rest is history. Then the bullshit was no longer in my life because she called out the bullshit. She called me out on my bullshit. And so that chapter ended in my life. And I'm hearing thank you. Oh my God. Pound number 2, there could be an energy where your future spouse is going to realize or experience protective love for the first time. What I mean by that is kind of like where they're going to experience love through protection, or kind of like if you love your man, you protect him, or if you love your woman, you protect her, or if you love your man or your woman, you warn them. Kind of like where if you really love somebody, you warn them or you protect them, even protecting them from themselves. Do you know what I mean? Where you do call out self-destructive behavior because you love this person. Do you know what I mean? Do you see where I'm coming from? Like, I feel like they're going to experience for the first time what it means when somebody loves you to the point where they want to protect you, or to the point where they want to warn you, or to the point where they kind of like give you constructive criticism or tough love so that you don't self-destruct because they really love you. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like if this person is going to feel a feeling of love, kind of like where they're going to realize true love is when you protect somebody, or true love is when you warn somebody, or true love is when you stop somebody from self-destructive behavior, you know, where maybe they've never really experienced it. I don't know to explain. Maybe their parents were not protective over them, or their former partner was not protective over them. Do you know what I mean? Where yeah, that's the vibe that is coming through here. They're going to feel like you are like, you love them because you protect them, or you love them because you warn them, or you really care for them because you protect them and warn them. And you might even like call them out for self-destructive behavior to even protect them from themselves. Do you see where I'm coming from? I'm hearing before I self-destruct. So your future spouse is going to feel like they met you before they self-destructed, or they met you before some type of self-destruction, and you stopped the mission of self-destruction. Kind of like where you literally come in. I literally see you coming in, and kind of like there is a countdown, like 5, 4, 3, and you come in right before the countdown is over, and then you click the button. And then like the mission is shut down. Okay, that's how they're gonna feel. It's gonna be different for all of you guys what this is about. Okay, that's how your future spouse is going to know that you are the one. Okay, like, and then the silence afterwards. Like, now I'm hearing silence. Like, yeah, they're gonna feel like ever since you came into their life, something is over. Like, it's silence now. There's peace, there's tranquility, there's silence in their mind, or silence in their heart, or silence in their soul, something like that. Okay. Number 2, in that moment, where they realize that you protected them, or that you warned them, okay, of something. This could even be an energy where you come into their life and you warn them of something. You might say, I had a bad dream, you know, don't take this job offer, and they take that job offer anyway, you know, and then come to find out they're really doing some like shady stuff, you know, where your future spouse is going to feel like he or she just wants to hold your hand. Like, I'm hearing, I want to hold your hand forever. Okay, like this sensation of like, I want to hold your hand forever. I never want to let go of your hand. This could even be when you are like holding hands. They're going to feel like it hurts them to let go of your hand. Like, they want to hold your hand, or you're going to notice like they're going to hold your hand the whole day. Like, on the day where they realize you are the one, they're holding your hand the whole day, or like, I don't know, they're kissing your hand the whole day, they're holding your hand the whole day. Okay, they're gonna feel like your hand fits perfectly into their hand, or like they feel the silence. Like when they hold your hand, they feel a silence that they never felt before, like a tranquility, a peace. Okay, but yeah, this could also be an energy of like where they're gonna feel like you're just basically gonna feel like you are an angel and you protected them, or you are an angel and you warned them, whether or not they take that warning seriously. Okay, or like when they see that you are protective over them, or kind of like your protective energy, like where you have a protective energy in your voice, or you have a protective energy in your eyes, and like when they get a glimpse of that protectiveness that you have over them, they just want to hold your hand. I see them like taking your hand and they just want to hold it, or they're gonna like hold your hand very tightly, you know, in that moment, or they're gonna feel like, I want to hold Pi number 2's hand right now, like yeah, like they're gonna feel like they want to hold your hand and never let go of it. Okay. That's how they will know that you are the one. Yeah, I'm hearing they want to hold your hand and take you everywhere they go. Okay, they're gonna feel like the sensation of like, I want to hold your hand and take you everywhere I go. Like no matter where I go, you need to be there with me, you know, like I want to take you everywhere. Kind of like where they go somewhere and you have no business being there, but they want you to be there anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's what I'm picking up here. In that moment, they realize they want to reach goals together with you. Do you know what I mean? I feel like they were in a relationship with a person where they couldn't reach goals, or maybe they had very different visions of the future, or like they had very different ideas of like success, or they had very different, kind of like where they were not compatible with somebody in the past when it comes to reaching goals. Okay, either this person was lazy, a succubus or an incubus, or this person didn't have that much drive or motivation. So when they were dreaming or fantasizing about achieving their dreams, they saw themselves succeeding, like they saw themselves alone succeeding. But with you, they're going to realize, like when they think of success or when they think of achieving their goals, they want to call you, or they want to be with you, or they feel like you're going to help them achieve goals. Yeah, they're going to notice that when they visualize success, you are in that visualization very naturally. Kind of like when they see themselves succeeding, they see you next to them. And this happens either subconsciously or very naturally, or they're going to be so excited about achieving goals together, like making a list. What do we want to achieve in 2027? What do we want to achieve in 2026? Like they're going to be so excited to reach goals with you and to make plans to reach goals together. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm picking up here. Okay, they're going to get really turned on by your ambition and your drive as well. Okay, where yeah, you're just going to be compatible like that, kind of like they want to sync up their time schedule with you. They're going to feel like you are the woman they need next to them, or you are that woman that is perfect for them to achieve their goals. You are the man that is perfect for them to achieve their goals. Okay, like, oh my God, what am I hearing? Oh, I'm hearing a song. Hold on. I'm hearing a song. I'm going to put it down in the description box. It's by 𝐸𝐸. In the song, he says, in your eyes, I see success. That's why I'm obsessed. Okay, hold on. Without you, hold on. Let me look at the lyrics. In you, I see success. That's why I'm obsessed. Okay. The wine is my leisure, my only treasure. Yeah. So in the song, he says, girl, you give me pressure. That's why I treasure. But they're going to feel like you give them pressure as in like a diamond that needs to be polished, you know? And then it says, in you, I see success. That's why I'm obsessed. Okay. So yeah, there's also this energy of like you're just going to feel like you're meant to succeed together, or they see an aura of success around you that is also around them. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to explain it. It's kind of like where you have a feeling about somebody that they will be successful with something and you want to join them, or like you have a feeling that this person is the right person to work with or to be with to succeed. That's how they're going to feel about you. Like, well, you have an aura of success around you, and it doesn't matter what that means. Like, you're going to be successful manifesting your dream house. You're going to be successful manifesting something on your health journey. Do you know what I mean? Like, whatever this is, because success is different for everybody. but they're gonna feel an aura of success around you that they feel like is compatible with their energy or what they want to achieve. Okay, so yeah, that's the energy that is coming through here. I'm gonna put the song down in the description box so you can check it out. Okay, they will also feel like since you are in their life, they're very successful, or kind of like their plans are more successful than usual. Like they're going to notice like they're more successful with sticking to plans or being disciplined, or they're more successful with, maybe you even give them some type of strategy that really works for them, and they're like, damn, you really helped me to like level up, or you really helped me to like, you know, make sure that I succeed, or you really helped me to lay the foundation for success, or your future spouse is going to feel like you're setting them up for success. That whatever that means, it could be health, this could be wealth, this could be artistically, creatively, this could be physical health, this could be mental health, whatever it is. Okay. Yeah, and I'm picking up, they're going to look at you as if you are their lucky charm. Like they might even call you like, you're my lucky charm, babe, or they're gonna feel like you are their lucky charm, like as if once you came into their life, their luck came back or their luck returned. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm picking up here. Or like the positive vibes, the positive energy returned. Okay, or the rain stopped and the rainbow appeared. Oh my God, that's how they're gonna feel about you. Okay, yeah, they're gonna think this is my lucky charm, like my babe is my lucky charm. Okay, that's what I'm picking up here. And I feel like this is not just a feeling, this is actually true, because if that person that was around them, or maybe even their own self-destructive behavior, almost acted like an evil eye, or almost acted like a blockage, or almost acted like kind of like a bad luck. Do you know what I mean? Where the person that they dated before was bad luck, or the person that they dated before was bad luck, or the person that they dated before gave them evil eye. So their crops, like their stuff didn't grow, or their things didn't grow, or like they didn't grow. Do you know what I mean? And you're like the opposite. You are like a lucky charm. Like in your energy, everything grows. Like kind of like where you have a golden touch or you have a green thumb, and everything that you touch and everybody that you come in contact with grows. Like an empress, or like a magical fairy, or like a magical being that when you touch a flower, it starts to grow, or a tree that starts to grow and become big and like grow to its full potential. Okay, and I feel like it's not just them feeling this way, this is really what happened. Like, do you know what I mean? Like you neutralize some type of evil eye in their energy, or in their aura, or somebody around them. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm picking up here. They're going to realize that your aura and your energy is very, very powerful, and that you fight bad forces. Like for some of you guys, your future spouse is gonna know about it like subconsciously, where they're gonna subconsciously know it, and for others of you, they're going to be conscious of that, because if they're spiritual, they're going to notice it at some point. Like there's people that bring good luck to you, and there's people that bring bad luck to you, you know. That's what I'm picking up here. Yeah, even see your future spouse looking into the mirror and noticing that they look healthy, or that they glow, or like people are going to tell them, hey man, you glow, or hey man, you look really content or happy, and they maybe didn't notice. That's what I'm picking up here too. But in their soul and in their heart, they're going to know it's ever since you came into their life, like where they feel healthy, or their eyes are glowing, or their smile is genuine, or like, do you know what I mean? They're gonna know, like, yeah, but since again, it's the timing, they're gonna know, because your future spouse is about, like, they notice patterns or something like that, which is interesting, because I also said the same thing with pile number 3. But your future spouse is going to notice a pattern of like, ever since you came into my life, like there's light, or my glow is back, my spark is back, my luck is back, or like I look healthy again, or my eyes, kind of like where they have a glow in their eyes, or it's easy for them to smile, or it's easy for them to be happy or smile, or like, yeah, that's what I'm picking up here. Okay, they're gonna look into their face, and they're going to notice they look healthy. Okay, and it's you. I'm hearing it's because of her, it's because of him. Okay, I'm hearing you are the reason, or you must be the reason. Okay, so pile number 2, I'm going to go to the extended now. We're going to tap into what your future spouse would do, like once he or she realizes that you're the one that they met the person that they're meant to be with, okay? What are they going to do with that information, with that knowledge, with that clarity? And there's also something else that I want to talk about, but again, I cannot talk about this on YouTube. So yeah, it has something to do with their body, with their body language, and what their body is trying to tell them about you, okay? So if you are interested in that, the link is gonna be down in the description box. If not, thank you for being here. Subscribe if you vibed with the video. Subscribe, leave a like, okay? Subscribe for more, okay? If you want to see more future spouse readings from me, if you want me to keep you company on your journey to your future spouse until they're finally in front of you, okay? Or to keep you company when you have like lonely days and you want to tap into, man, I want to be excited about the future. I want to know what the future holds for me when it comes to my love life. Like, I don't want to be miserable, and I don't want to think negatively. I want to speak it into existence, manifest it into existence, visualize it into existence. I'm here for you, okay? But other than that, I'm going to see you either in the extended or in the next one, and I wish you a lovely, lovely day. Bye. Hey, pie number 3, welcome to your reading. Welcome to your reading, guys. As you can tell by the title, this is going to be a future spouse reading, probably a long-awaited one. But yeah, this reading is going to be about how your future spouse and your true love will know that you are the one, okay? Because I've done readings before where we look at how they will know, how you will know that they are the one, and I was like, I want to switch it up a little bit and see it from your future spouse's perspective, like how they're going to like realize the moment in which they realize, oh my god, she's the one, oh my god, he's the one, or I might have met the one, or did I meet the one? When they look at you, you know. So we're going to look at in which moment or how or where or when they're going to notice that you are the one, or what is going to give it away, what is going to make them feel like, yeah, pile number 3 probably is the one. Okay, that's what we're going to look at here on YouTube, and there's going to be an extended for this reading. And in the extended, we're going to tap into, once they realized that you are the one, what are they going to do? What are they going to think? What are they going to do? Like, what is their next move after like noticing, realizing, or even admitting to themselves that they met the one, or they met the person that they've been looking for? Like, what is their next move? Okay, that's what we're going to look at in the extended. The link is going to be down in the description box where you can join me on Patreon. For the extended, you can either do a one-time purchase where you only purchase the extended for this particular reading, or you can also go with a monthly subscription that gives you access to any future spouse extended that I have ever posted, and you can literally binge watch all the extended that I have posted so far, or the extended versions of all the future spouse readings that I have uploaded so far. Well, as you're also going to get access to extra pick a card readings just in general, you know, like that are not love related, but just in general. There's going to be a lot more content on Patreon, or like bonus content that you can also watch. And also, if you do subscribe to a monthly subscription, you can literally cancel at any time. So don't feel like, oh my god, you know, I'm bound to it, or you know, like I'm scared I'm not going to get out of some type of contract. You can literally cancel at any point in time, okay? So yeah, just to let you know. One more thing that I also want to say is it's a sign or a confirmation for somebody here, okay? Not for everybody and their mama, but somebody needs to hear this because this is a general reading. I'm seeing you seeing mirrored numbers. So if you recently have been noticing that you always look at the clock at 222, 333, or you waking up at like a really odd, like you waking up in the middle of the night and there's an angel number on the clock, like 444, 333, 222, this is definitely your reading. Or something about mirrored numbers, where maybe you have been seeing 1414 everywhere, or every time you look at the clock it's 505, 606, 707. Okay, if you have been seeing this somehow, some way, or if you have been experiencing this maybe today, the last couple of days, this is definitely your pile, okay? Because I just saw a mirrored number on my clock. Also, another thing, before we begin your reading, okay? And we're gonna look at how your future spouse will know that you are the one. Another thing that I also want to say is I'm here to keep you guys company on your journey. before you meet your true love and your future spouse. Like, you can always come to me and watch my readings when you feel lonely, or when you feel like, man, you know, it's really hard to wait for my true love and my future spouse, and I want to feel their energy and stuff like that, you know. Or maybe you want to use my videos to manifest them, to visualize them, or to daydream about them, because you do manifest when you daydream and visualize, you know. You can always come to your girl, you can always come to this channel. But I also don't want you to like get caught up in the energy of, I'm waiting for my true love and my future spouse, and until I have not yet met them, I'm not going to enjoy life, or like I'm going to watch the paint dry, almost as if like life feels like you're waiting every day to meet your true love and your future spouse. I don't want to bring this energy across, or I don't want you to walk away from my future spouse readings feeling like, oh man, you know, like there's nothing exciting about life, and all I do is like wait for my true love, my future spouse to appear. Or were you obsessed over it, like, when is he gonna come, when is she gonna come, when is he gonna be there, when is she gonna be there? Like, I don't want you to be in this energy. I'm also speaking from experience, okay? I'm not saying like, oh my God, you know, like I'm perfect and I've never done that before. I've been there before, and that's why I say there's so much beauty, and there's so much like beauty and magic in the chapter where you are single. Like, you can really devote yourself and really focus on certain things that you really want to manifest, you know. Like, I still want you guys to go out and live your life and seize the day and live your life to the fullest and become the best version of yourself. Manifest your dream body, manifest your dream apartment, manifest your dream career. Go out, make friends, enjoy life. Feel the magical energy between you and your spirit guides. Feel the magical energy in the universe, like that you still go out and you still enjoy your life, and you still go out and see how beautiful life is, despite of whether or not your true love and your future spouse is in your life. They're going to be the cherry on top. This is going to be the cherry on top type of chapter when they are in your life. But up until then, I still want you guys to focus on your goals, focus on your dreams, focus on yourself, focus on loving yourself, healing your body, healing your mind. Like, whatever you feel like, man, I really want to do this, or what could I possibly do that is distracting me from looking at the clock or looking at the time. It's kind of like, I don't want you guys to be in this energy of like, where's my true love and my future spouse? And I get more and more miserable from day to day when he or she is not in my life. I don't want you guys to be in this energy. I want you guys to have fun, to enjoy my readings, and then go about your day, okay? Or you can watch my readings every evening. To just be in your future spouse's energy, to manifest them, to visualize them, but still go out and live your life, okay? Manifest, create, live your life, experience life, create magic, manifest. Like, there's so much beauty in the single chapter, because you can fully devote yourself to a project and like fully commit to something and see it grow, to see yourself grow, to see your career grow, to see your health grow, to see your hair grow, to see, I don't know, your body grow, to see your nails grow. Like, there's so much like beauty that we can experience in life, whether or not we have a man or a woman, okay? So yeah, I just want you guys to keep this in mind, okay? Like, don't be in this energy of like, I'm gonna wait and I'm getting impatient, and when he's not in my life or when she's not in my life, then life doesn't have any meaning, because that's not true at all. That's not, life is full of magic. You just have to create it. You have to create the magic. You have to create, or you have to search for, look for, be open to all that life has to offer, all the joy and all the happiness that life has to offer, despite or outside of a loving romantic relationship, okay? So yeah, that's just a little disclaimer, okay? I still want you guys to focus on you, focus on your stuff. Like, do you want to manifest a better job before he or she is in your life? Do you want to manifest a better health before they come into your life? Do you want to manifest, I don't know, a friend circle before they come into your life? Like, stay creative, stay in the flow of the universe, okay? Don't get caught up in the time stands still until he or she appears. Keep flowing with the universe, keep flowing with the magic of the universe, okay? Anyway, let's begin your reading. Pile number 3, welcome to your reading. So, how will your true love and your future spouse realize that you are the one? Your reading might be a little bit shorter than pile number 1 and pile number 2, and the only reason is because I feel like there's a lot of things that I cannot talk about here on YouTube, because it's sexy. Like the energy is sexy here, and I have to be careful. Like I have to still, you know, keep it. Do you say PG, peachy? I don't know. Here on YouTube, and I can then show you, you know, what's really going on here on Patreon, because like most of the cards I cannot even show to you because they're naked and they're doing stuff, if you know what I mean, on the cards. So yeah, so that could be the reason why your reading is a little shorter, because there's a lot of things that I cannot talk about here on YouTube, because the energy is very sensual and very sexy. Okay. But yeah, pile number 3. How will your true love and your future spouse realize that you are the one? So we have the card here, spending the night. So which is funny because I'm gonna do a reading on that very soon. But your true love and your future spouse will realize that you are the one when you spend your first night together. That does not necessarily mean that you're gonna do it in the first night that you spend together. Like, I don't know, let me see. Let me get one more clarification card. Can you clarify the spend the night together? So it's basically like the first night that you ever spend together, like where you're together the whole night. Let me see. Can you clarify spending the night? Okay. Can you please clarify spending the night? What is that energy about? Okay, let's see. So this could be you and him, or you and her spending the whole night, as in being on the phone until 5 a.m. in the morning, or that you are at his or her place for the whole night for the first time, if you know what I mean. Okay, let me see. Can you clarify spending the night? Does that mean spending the night at home or spending the night on the phone? What exactly is going on here? Does that mean spending the night? Oh yeah, I see you packing a bag. Okay, or when you spent the night for the first time at their place, or something like that, where they either spent the first night at your place or you spent the first night at their place, but it's definitely your first night that you spent together, okay? Because I see someone here packing their stuff. Yeah, to spend the night. Okay, so yeah, this feels like spending the night at this person's place, not necessarily on the phone, because you can also spend the whole night on the phone, right? Let me see. Is this about spending the night at home or on the phone, or what is that about? No, this feels like the first night that you spent at their place or the first night that they spent at your place, either or, okay? Again, because I see somebody here packing their bags. So this is also going to be spending the night together, like planned. So this is not like, or maybe you're going to know that you're going to spend the night together, or somebody is like, you know, thinking about, I want to spend the night together. Or maybe you're going to have it in your feeling, like, I feel like we're going to spend the night together, so I'm going to put like an extra panty or an extra condom or an extra something in my bag, because I feel like we might spend the whole night together. Or we might spend our first night together tonight. Okay, let me see. One more. Can you clarify spend the night? Yeah, for most of you guys, it's in person. This doesn't feel like on the phone. Okay, let me see. I just want to clarify or like make sure. Can you clarify spending the night? Yeah, this looks like a movie evening. Okay, this looks like a movie evening. Or for example, you had a date where you went to the cinema, and afterwards you go to his or her place. Okay. Okay, so it is at home. This is not a, oh, we are spending the night on the phone. This is, I'm spending the night at your place. You're spending the night at my place, okay? For some of you guys, pie number 3, this could also be the second night that you spend together. Or let's say, for example, you plan to spend the whole weekend together. So the first night that you spend together is Friday, and then Saturday, like they're hit with the realization. So it's kind of like 2 nights in a row, either spending 2 nights in a row together, or it's the first night for some of you guys, or for others of you it might be the second night or the second sleepover that you guys have. Okay, something like that is what I'm picking up here. That's when they will realize that you are the one. Okay, and I see, let me actually show you the cards that I can show you. This one says, let me in, I won't let you down, feeling independent today. We have this card right here, but again, I cannot really show you the cards because they're juicy. Okay, juicy is the right word. Anyway, let's begin. So I see him or her like opening the door. I almost want to say they're going to realize that you are the one, because like I see, okay, your spirit guides are showing me pictures. Okay, so I see you ringing the doorbell and they're walking towards the door and they open it, and then they maybe rush back into the living room to do something, or into the kitchen to do something, and then they watch you come into their apartment, like they're walking towards you. No, you're walking towards them. And in the moment where they open the door and you're walking towards them inside of their apartment is when they're going to realize that you're the one. It's going to be the first time that you see their apartment. It's going to be the first time that you're going to spend the night together. And it does feel like it was calculated. So it doesn't feel like it was spontaneous, because I see someone here packing their stuff to spend the night. Okay. So yeah, there's something about like they're going to realize that you're the one. Like for example, you're ringing the door, or you're ringing the doorbell, and they have to wait for you to get into the elevator and then come out of the elevator and like walk towards them. But that's the moment where they stand in front of their door waiting for you to like get out of the elevator. That's the vibe that is coming through here. That's literally the moment, because in pile number 1 and pile number 2 they showed me more so like how their future spouse is going to realize that they're the one. But with you I see like when, like the moment, like I see a picture. So when you spend the night for the first time and you notice that he or she is staring at you and not saying a word, when you, for example, enter their apartment for the first time, or when you come out of the elevator, or maybe you're standing in front of their door and they're like, wait, I'm coming, and then they open the door and they don't let you in. Yeah, oh my God, that's what I'm seeing here. They open the door and they just look at you and you're like, can I come in? Oh my God, that's the moment. But they're gonna be like, maybe like not saying anything. They open the door and they look at you and you wait for them to like get out of the way so that you can come in. Do you know what I mean? And they're like just staring at you, like the door's open, they stare at you and you're like, can I come in? And they're like, oh yeah, come in. That's the energy. Oh my God, okay. See, I get so excited. See, my inspiration for future spouse readings is back. God damn. Anyway, I see another video. Okay, I see a video. I recently saw that video, and it was like an animation, like with like a doodle. Basically, somebody created a little short, or like a little short video, a little short movie with like an animation with a doodle, you know, like, and the guy, I don't even know what the description said with that video or with that YouTube short. I think, oh yeah, I think it said something like, this could be significant for some of you guys, not for everybody, because this is a general reading, so keep that in mind. But it said something like, if you see your internet girlfriend for the first time and she's even more beautiful in real life, or something like that. So you could be my long distance pile. It doesn't have to be. Okay, this is not for everybody and their mama, but that's what I'm picking up here, okay? For some of you guys. Or you might be my pile where you're gonna meet online. So it's gonna be like a big thing to see you in person for the first time, because you maybe are talking a lot online before you actually meet. But again, it's not gonna be for everybody. But if you heard me saying that in different readings, or maybe even in a personal reading, it's just an extra confirmation and the puzzle pieces are coming together, okay? And then he opened the door and he's like, oh my God, you're so beautiful. And then he got like overwhelmed by her beauty. So he slammed the door. He was slamming the door. And then he was like, oh my God, she's so beautiful. Like he had a meltdown. Like he had a meltdown that she was that beautiful, something like that. And then he opened the door back again. And then he was like, I don't even know what he said, but that's the vibe that is coming through here, okay? Or, oh my God, or for example, you come to their apartment, okay, and they might let you in and all of a sudden they say, I have to go to the toilet or something like that. And then they rush into the bathroom and they're like, oh my God, like, I don't know, they're gonna be like overwhelmed or like, I don't know. I also see him like getting a whiff of your perfume, like when he or she opens the door and they smell your cologne or your perfume. That's what I'm seeing here, okay? That's the vibe that is coming through here. Okay. Oh my gosh. Let me see. I want to get a different tarot deck that I haven't used in the other piles, so... Oh my gosh, I don't even know what I can say, what I cannot say. So maybe he's gonna be a little, he or she, your future spouse is gonna be a little bit weird on that day. They're gonna be like, they're gonna be talking a little weird because I feel like I cannot find the right words, or I'm speechless, or like I stumble over my words. That's how I feel right now, okay? Do you know what I'm also seeing here? But we're going to talk about that on Patreon, okay? Because I see you guys here taking a shower together. Or somebody saying, hey, do you want to join me in the shower? Oh my gosh, that's what I'm seeing here. But this could also be, for example, you spend the night at his or her place and you might want to take a shower. Maybe you just came from the gym and you feel like, you know what, I can take a shower at his place or her place. And then you're telling him or her, hey, can you give me a towel? And they're like, yeah, sure. And then you take a shower and like when you come out of the bathroom and your hair is wet, like I feel like that's the moment where they realize like, I'm hooked. I am hooked. I don't know why it is in that moment, but I see that is the moment. Okay. You know what this also reminds me of? This also reminds me of like this trend right now on TikTok and on YouTube where couple channels post like what it's like without a boyfriend, or like your life without a boyfriend, and then they show the apartment, or they show that the apartment is kind of like empty, and then once you have a girlfriend or once you have a boyfriend, there's like the apartment is full of something, or like full of decoration, or full of this. Do you know those videos, those shorts? Okay, that's what oh my God. Okay, for some of you guys, pile number 3, another sign that this is really your pile. You might be the kind of person where you are really into decorating, or you might have an eye for decorating, or you might have an eye for like renovations or something like that, because I'm seeing you here like coming in and telling your future spouse like, I feel like a picture here would look good, or a candle here would make the home more cozy, where you tell him or her things that would make their apartment look better or feel more cozy. So if you are that kind of person where you sometimes come into a room and you feel like kind of like a good feng shui, oh my God, if you are into feng shui, this is definitely your pile, okay? Or something about like you like to make your home really cozy. Okay, so they could also really like fall in love with you, because I'm hearing your personality is all over your apartment when they, for example, come to your place for the first time. So seeing your apartment feels like it's an extension of your soul, or where your soul is like full, like all up in your apartment, and they're like, whoa, it looks like a sanctuary, or it looks like an art gallery here, or it looks like, I don't know, like where they're like, there's so much here. Like they're gonna notice that your apartment looks like your soul, or like your personality is all over your apartment, and they're gonna feel like they're getting to see your soul, is what I'm picking up here, and they're gonna be overwhelmed. But again, that's the moment where they realize that you are the one. Maybe, wow, I'm hearing maybe your apartment looks like their dream apartment, kind of like if they would have a dream apartment, or if they, maybe it's even a similar style in how you decorate your home or something like that. I don't know. Okay, this could be significant here too, especially if you know that you do a lot at your home to. For some of you guys, pile number 3, this could also be that right around the time when you meet your true love and your future spouse, maybe they moved into a new apartment. So you know, it's kind of like the energy where you come in and you look at their new apartment or whatever, and then you say, I think this would look good over here. Or they ask you, like, what would you do to like make it cozy, you know? And then you say, oh, I would do it here. I would put it here, you know? And they just look at you like, just in awe. I feel like if your spouse is going to be in awe, I don't know why. It's kind of like they're going to feel like it's a dream that you are like in their apartment, and like, they can smell, it's going to feel like surreal. I don't know. They're going to feel like, first of all, if you meet online, they're going to think you look way better in person, or like your beauty is like overwhelming, or you look a lot more handsome in person than on your pictures or whatever, you know. So if you ever wondered like, oh my God, you know, like, you know, like I hope like I look like my pictures, they're going to think you look even more better, or they're going to think you are a lot more handsome in real life. So that could be another reason why they're gonna be overwhelmed seeing you like in real life for the first time, because you're even more beautiful. Like they're gonna be just like, they're gonna feel like they're being hit or like overwhelmed or consumed by your beauty or by your handsomeness or whatever, or by your, I'm also hearing your scent. Okay, like your scent is gonna like almost as if they want to close their eyes and like just, you know, like smell you, because you I don't know, like they're gonna feel hypnotized. They're gonna feel hypnotized when you walk into their apartment, you know, when they're kind of like waiting at the door for you to come out of the elevator, like their heart is like beating fast, and then you walk towards them, and they I don't know, in that moment they know you're the one. I don't know. Okay, I don't know what is happening. Or again, that evening when you spent your first time at their apartment, or where you spent the night for the first time, or kind of like your first night in their new apartment, you know, they're just gonna be like, yep, that's it. Okay, yeah, kind of like where they can see their future, like they can see or feel their future manifesting as you are inside of their apartment. Do you know what I mean? It's as if like a dream is manifesting, that you're in their apartment and eventually you're going to move in, or like, I don't know, something like that is what I'm picking up here. Okay, but they're going to be overwhelmed with your beauty, or they're going to be overwhelmed with your handsomeness, or how good you smell is what I'm picking up here. Okay, or something about like, they're going to think, for example, it could also be the first time where they see you without makeup, because we talk about you coming out of the shower, and they're going to be like, whoa, without makeup, I'm like, oh my motherfucking medulla. Okay, they're going to think you're so beautiful. Or like, again, if you are a guy and you know, like your hair is wet and your body is wet, and she looks at you and you have your towel wrapped around you and you come out of her bathroom, she's gonna be like, oh my gosh, oh my God. Okay, yeah, they're gonna feel like this. That's the moment where they realize that you're the one. We're gonna tap into why they're realizing it, or like what is making them believe that you are the one, but that's the moment in which it's gonna happen. Okay, make it cozy, or you have a lot of do-it-yourself projects to make your home cozy, or you have like a very niche style when it comes to decorating your apartment. For some of you guys, not for all of you. For others of you, could also be the other way around, where yeah, you're the kind of person to come in and feel like, I feel like something should be here, I feel like there's a lamp here that would look good here, or something like that. Okay, and if it's not that, this is just like you spending the first night together in somebody's apartment, your apartment, their apartment. Okay, but yeah, let me get this one tarot deck that I want to use. Maybe I'm gonna do an extra reading on like why they believe you are the one, because here I'm just looking at the moment or how it's gonna happen. Although in pile number 1 and pile number 2 I talked about why. With you it's like, again, let's just go with the flow. Okay, maybe it's also supposed to help you to visualize. Okay, maybe you're trying to manifest your future spouse, so when I describe it in visuals, it's going to be easier for you to also visualize it and then manifest him or her to you. Okay, let's see. How will pile number 3's future spouse realize that pile number 3 is the one? It could be when you sit on his sofa or on her sofa, or when you sit on his or her bed. And again, there's something going on with like somebody's coming out of the shower dripping wet, or your hair is wet, or I don't know. Okay, And I see you putting your lotion on. Okay, and they're trying to get like a whiff of it where your lotion smells good, or they're trying to like, they're just like looking at your body in oil or in lotion, or like being wet. Okay. So yeah, again, the whole shower thing, I cannot really talk about this on here. We're going to talk about this on Patreon. Okay, but I do feel like you guys are gonna do, this could also be your first time doing it. I mean, if you are the kind of person to, you know, if I'm already here, we're gonna do it, then this might be it for others of you. You might just be cuddling that night. It depends on who you are, okay? But it's your first night that you spend together where they realize that you are the one. Okay. And I pick up an energy here where they're gonna have a strong like urge to make the relationship official or public, almost as if they want you to like announce on your Instagram or on your YouTube or on your something that you guys are together. And maybe they're not the kind of person to really care about all of that. Like, I don't care if you announce if we are together or not. So when they do notice that they want it to be announced and they want it to be like a big thing or like a big announcement, they realize, you know what? I might have met the one, because I feel like I want to scream it from the rooftops that we are together. Or like, oh my god, they might even get pissed because you didn't introduce them as your boyfriend or your girlfriend. Or part number 3, let's say for example on your last date, okay, you were together and somebody saw you guys and you didn't introduce them as your man or your woman, or you didn't introduce them as your girlfriend or your boyfriend, you know, kind of like where in your last date there was an awkward situation where you didn't know how to introduce them to somebody that you bumped into, and they're still thinking about it. So fast forward, it's the next time you see each other or the next date that you go on, and this time around you go to his or her apartment for the first time, okay, and they're still thinking about it, like they still cannot let it go. Do you know what I mean? They're still like, I'm still pissed about it, you know, I'm trying to play it cool, I'm trying to be chill, but I'm still pissed about it, or it still bothers me, or like I'm trying to act cool, I'm trying to act like I'm going with the flow, but really I want things to be clear. Like really, I want you to say, that's my boyfriend, that's my girlfriend, that's my man, that's my woman, the next time somebody like asks you, you know. So yeah, this is all happening like on the same day, you know, as you are like inside of their apartment. They just look at you and then they kind of like think back at the last meeting, you know, and they get mad all over again. Do you know what I mean? I feel like they're gonna be all over the place that night. Like one minute they're like super in love, and then the other minute they cannot speak, and then the other minute they're mad. Like their emotions are gonna be all over the place. They're gonna be like, you drive me crazy. Like my emotions are everywhere. So that could be the reason why you're going to notice they're kind of weird or they have mood swings or something like that on that day. Okay, but yeah, it's kind of like where they realize like you make them do crazy things, or you drive them nuts, or you drive them crazy to the point where they have mood swings or something like that. Okay. Yeah, that's just, they just know like, yeah, that's serious, or like this is about to be serious, or like I'm dangerously in love. That's what I'm hearing. Okay. Or like, yeah, I'm hearing you got their heart. Okay. That's when they realize, yeah, she probably is the one. He probably is the one, because the way you can make me go from 0 to 100 is impressive. That's what I'm hearing, okay? Something like that. Okay, so this could also be a thing. I feel like you're spending the first night with him or her, and they could be a little bit like pissed on that day because you didn't introduce them as your man or your woman, or you didn't introduce them as your girlfriend or your boyfriend. And maybe it usually doesn't bother them. They're the kind of person to just go with the flow. But with you, they want order and structure. Here we go. That's what it is. Do you see where I'm coming from? They're usually the kind of person to just go with the flow. But with you, they want order and structure. Okay, they want things to be clear. That's what I'm picking up here. Okay. I'm also hearing, God, she's so smart. God, he's so smart. For some of you guys, you could also wear glasses. I'm also seeing him or her looking at your hand. And okay, for some of you guys, pie number 3, another sign that this is really your pal, you could literally wear a ring on your ring finger. I know it's different for different countries where you wear your ring finger, if it's like the left or the right side, but you could just in general wear a ring on your ring finger, on the finger that you would have an engagement ring on in the future. You might already wear a ring on the ring finger, okay? And I see them like looking at your hand and noticing that you wear a ring on your ring finger, but it's like, you know, just a ring for you. I don't know why this is coming through here, so let me cook, okay? Because I see pictures, they show me a lot of visuals here. When you spend the first night with him or her, I see you guys talking a lot, okay? And getting cozy. And there is gonna be a situation, there's also something going on with like you touching his shoulder and he's like looking at your hand. I don't know what the hell's going on here because I see a lot of pictures, so I have to put them together. And something about like a ring on your finger, or like, I don't know, they might really like your hands, or you might be the kind of person to wear jewelry, so they're gonna look at your jewelry or something like that, or they're gonna look at like your hands, or like a tattoo on your hands, or a ring on your hands. Anyway, pile number 3, I feel like there's so many little moments. That's the reason why I am all over the place in your reading, because there's so many little moments that kind of like put the puzzle pieces together for them. Do you know what I mean? Like they're going to notice like little moments in which they feel like a spark, or little moments in which they feel like their heart is full of love, or in which they feel like this must be a dream, or like I've never been so freaking happy or so fulfilled. Do you know what I mean? Because I feel like this whole energy of like, especially for those who do wear rings, okay, if you tell me you wear rings, this is especially for you, this message, okay? They're going to look at your hand and kind of like drift away. You might be talking about something and they look at your hand and they're starting to daydream, like, what would your hand look like if you would wear an engagement ring, or like maybe even checking what kind of rings you like, so that they can kind of like register. I feel like if your spouse is super detail oriented, if your spouse could be the kind of person where they're really good at pattern recognition, or they're really good at like something about memorizing, they're very detail oriented. They could be a Virgo, kind of like paying attention to like little details, like your perfume, your hands, the lotion that you put on, and how it smells. Do you know what I mean? These are all little details. So yeah, your future spouse could just be in general a person that observes or likes to observe, okay, or they like to kind of like observe and analyze, and they like to, or they're very like naturally a person that recognizes patterns. But I feel like they're going to recognize a pattern in themselves. Like every time they look at you, they fantasize about you being their wife, or they fantasize about you being their husband, and they might do this subconsciously until they realize that they're doing it. So now it is conscious. Now it came to their consciousness that they're doing it. Do you know what I mean? Because I see them looking at your hand and then kind of like drifting away and like thinking what your hand would look like if you would wear a ring, or if, you know, like if you guys would wear a ring together. Like, I don't know, kind of like if you would both have a ring on your finger. Do you know what I mean? So they're kind of like fantasizing about it. As you're speaking to them, they're drifting away in their mind, or like they might even notice, like when they look at your hand and they see you wear a ring on your hand that is not an engagement ring, they might get pissed. Or do you know what I mean? It's kind of like their energy is, their emotions are gonna be all over the place. It's kind of like their emotions are all over the place until they realize you are the one. It's kind of like the energy where you don't know why you feel the way you feel until you realize, you know why I feel this way? Because she's the one. I feel this way because you are the one. Like, do you know what I mean? It's kind of like where they realize, like, the reason why I get mad or angry or sad when I look at your hand and you wear a ring on your ring finger where an engagement ring is supposed to be, is because that's what I want to do. I want to put a ring on your finger. Oh my God. But do you know what I mean? It's kind of like they're not going to understand why they get mad or angry or like why they're pissed. It's like, why am I pissed? Or why does it bother me? There we go. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I'm picking up here. That's the vibe that's coming through here, okay? So I see you guys talking a lot, okay? You guys are getting cozy on the bed or on the couch, and you guys talk a lot. And the more your future spouse talks to you, the more he or she realizes how smart you are. Like, you're so intelligent, because we have the card here, the intellectual. Okay, it's almost as if in the beginning, of course, they're going to think or know that you are smart, but I feel like you're going to have a really, really, really intense conversation on that day. You might even have a debate. Ooh, you might even have a debate where you both have a different opinion about something, and come to find out that you are right, and also come to find out that like something about where they're going to be turned on by how smart you are is what I'm trying to say, or they're going to be turned on by like you proving them wrong or proving them right. I don't know how you say it, okay? Because with the card right here, it says the advisor. So I see him or her talking about like an issue that they have or a problem that they have, and they feel like, oh my God, it's so complicated. Like, I don't know what to do about this. And then, oh, okay. And I see you like telling him or her, you know what, I think you should do this and that. And in that, and in that moment, first of all, they realize like how quick-witted you are, or like how smart you are, or that like you gave them like a simple answer to a complicated question or to something complicated, and they feel like you solved a riddle for them. So I feel like in that moment, they're just going to realize that they get really turned on by your intelligence, or they get really turned on by how smart you are, or how fast you think, or how you put the puzzle pieces together, or like there's something going on with like they're going to think you're so freaking smart, and it turns them on. Okay? Because I feel like, again, they might have a bad mood on that day because they have a problem or an issue, and you come in and you just come in with the answer, or you come in with like the solution. But it is because you are quick-witted, or like you think quick, or you are quick on your feet. You're quick on your feet, you think very quickly, or like you pivot, or you're going to help them to pivot somehow, some way, or to change their perspective. And like, yeah, that's the energy that is coming through here. If your spouse is going to think you're so smart, okay, or you're so intelligent, or you're so like creative, okay, that's what I'm picking up here as well, because you need a certain level of creativity to handle issues and to handle problems. Because they might think very narrow-minded, and then you come in, oh my God, do you know what I'm hearing? I'm hearing that quote by Albert Einstein: logic will get you from A to Z or A to Z, but imagination will get you everywhere. So they're going to realize that your mind is very like, yeah, they're gonna feel like you're smart, like, because I'm being brought to a quote by Albert Einstein, okay? And almost as if like your intelligence exceeds logic, or your intelligence exceeds like something written in a book, or I don't know what the hell that is, okay? Or something about where you're so creative when it comes to problem solutions. So I almost want to say, if this person is going to notice it like early on when they talk to you, that you're very quick with your like thinking, that you know, if you are in a bad situation, you turn it around very quickly, or like you don't allow somebody to piss you off for too long, like you pivot, or you just change the energy, or you change your mood very quickly. This might be something that they struggle with, like when they are in a bad mood, they are in a bad mood, or when they are pissed, they are pissed, okay? Or they get caught up with like thinking too much about a problem, is what I'm picking up here. And then they see like how quick you move on, or how quick you like, how creative you are when it comes to solutions to a problem. Okay, and they're also going to realize that you might actually be smarter than them, which again, I keep hearing it turns them on. Or they're going to like that you challenge them, that you challenge their mind. They're going to feel like mentally stimulated in your presence. There we go. Pile number 3, I also see this energy. This is again, especially for my people, if you know you are like a person that where you love books, or you recently got into reading, or you sometimes have your phases where you read. Because with the soul intellect energy, I also see your future spouse like finding out that you read the same book, or that you read the same book, or kind of like where I see them having like big eyes, looking at you with big eyes as you're mentioning a book. So they're either going to be like, oh my God, that book sounds so good. Where your future spouse is the kind of person they love reading books. So when you give them a good book recommendation, it makes them horny, okay? They're into books, and then there's this beautiful woman or this beautiful man in front of them, and this beautiful man and this beautiful woman is into books, and then they recommend a banger to me, like a super good book. Like they're gonna be sold, because I see them looking at you and their eyes are becoming big, and in their mind they're thinking, oh my God, she's my soulmate, oh my God, he's my soulmate. This is either about like finding out that you read the same book, okay, kind of like, oh my God, we both read the same book, where maybe it's a book that is not commonly known, or not a lot of people know about that book. And then when you say you read that book already, or you're reading it right now, like I see them thinking in their mind, she's my soulmate, he's my soulmate. Like they're gonna think it's not a coincidence. It's gonna be I see them like with big eyes, looking at you with big eyes, like you read that book, or you're reading this book, or like, I don't know, you show them the book that you read, and they're like, that I want to read that book, okay, like, or that book is exactly what I need right now in this chapter in my life. And they look at you with big eyes, and like I see them thinking in their mind, you're my soulmate, okay, with a really soft like energy, like a really soft voice. I hear like in their mind they're gonna hear, she's my soulmate, he's my soulmate. In that moment there's something going on with like a book recommendation, or something about like where maybe they'll tell you about a book that they're reading right now, and you ask questions, and like they're like, oh my God, she's interested in my book collection. Like nobody's ever interested in the books that I read, because they might be super like how do you call it, they might be super passionate about reading books or whatever, okay, or they're gonna, something like that is what I'm picking up. There's something going on with a book, and their eyes becoming really big, and they're starting to grin, like, oh my God, you know that book, or oh my, you know what I mean? That's what I'm picking up here, or something like that, okay? In that moment, they're gonna think like, oh my God, she's my soulmate, or you're my twin, or like, you're just like me, or like, or in that moment, they think you're the one for me, That's what I'm picking up here. Because again, your future spouse could be sapiosexual, I think you say. It's kind of like where you fall in love with a person's mind. Okay, they're going to realize that they're in love with your mind. They're in love with how you think. They're in love with your mind. When they look at your apartment, they're going to think it shows how beautiful your soul is, or your beautiful soul is all over your apartment, So that's what I'm picking up here. They're going to realize that they're in love with your mind. They're in love with your mind. They're in love with your intellect. They're in love with your smart tongue, or your quick-witted mind, your quick-witted, or even your clapbacks. For example, you guys do have a disagreement in a certain topic, and you are quick to clap back, or you're quick to kind of like put them in their place or whatever, but in a funny way, and they're gonna love it. Okay, they're gonna love it. Kind of like where you challenge them intellectually, and they're gonna love it. They want to take your pants off in that moment, okay, because they feel like you stimulate their brain, you stimulate their mind. Okay, that's what I'm hearing. They're gonna feel like you stimulate my mind, you stimulate my brain, you stimulate my thirst for knowledge. Oh my God, that's what I'm hearing. You stimulate my thirst for knowledge. Oh my gosh. Pile number 3. For some of you guys, pile number 3, I'm also hearing, if it's not books, it could be comics or anime. Kind of like, it almost feels like if your spouse is going to realize that you are a nerd, okay, or they're going to realize that you're quirky. you're quirky like them, kind of like where they're quirky about their books, or they're quirky about like comics, or they're quirky about something. Because I'm hearing for some of you guys, like, they're going to be a little bit scared that you're not gonna like them because they're quirky, or they're weird, or they have a weird interest, or they have a weird way of, they have a weird interest, or they're quirky or something like that. And then when they realize, because I'm seeing them realizing that you're quirky like them, or that you're nerdy like them, okay, if that makes sense, like almost as if like maybe you look normal, or you look like a normal person, and then they find out you're quirky like them, okay, or they find out you're nerdy like them. Do you know what I mean? It's almost as if in that night they're gonna look at you from a different perspective, or they're gonna see like the other side of you. Do you know what I mean? Kind of like as if there's a hidden side of you that is not visible, because you look like the normal girl from next door, or the normal guy from next door, and they did not know. Yeah, like I feel like on that day they're realizing that you have like some kind of interest in common that they did not know about, okay, and they're gonna be so excited about it. They're gonna look at you with like big eyes, like, oh, you watched that anime too, or you're reading that comic too, and they're like their eyes are so big they're almost like falling out of their head. They're like, oh my god, you know, and in that moment they're realizing you're quirky like them, or you're nerdy like them, even though you look normal, or even though, yeah, kind of like where maybe for some of you guys it's very visible that you're nerdy or quirky, and for others of you it's like hidden that you have a nerdy or quirky side to you, and they're gonna be so excited. Like I'm hearing, I knew why I liked you, kind of like where they're gonna realize like they now know why they like you so much, or they knew that, like in their soul they kind of knew you're weird like them, or in their soul they kind of knew you're quirky like them, you know. They were just waiting for the moment where you reveal your quirky or nerdy side. Do you know what I mean? Okay. So yeah, that's what I'm picking up here, okay? They're gonna think, oh my god, she's quirky like me, or he's nerdy like me, you know. Yeah, and again, I feel like the reason why there's so many little moments that we talk about, because it's not one big moment, because in pile number 1 it was kind of like one big moment, and pile number 2 as well. With you it's little moments, and I'm hearing the reason is because if your spouse is stubborn, so if your spouse is the kind of person they need hard evidence, or every time they think pile number 3 is the one, they kind of stop themselves from admitting it, or but not, they're kind of stopping themselves from feeling it because they don't want to be too quick, or they don't want to like interpret anything into it. Do you know what I mean? Kind of like where, what if I believe that pile number 3 is the one, but pile number 3 doesn't believe that I'm the one? Do you know what I mean? Like, this is gonna hurt. So these are all these little moments where they think you are the one, and then they stop themselves from feeling it, okay? So if your spouse has a little bit of like a stubborn energy, kind of like, I need another sign that we are meant for each other, I need another sign. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like the universe sends you a sign and you're stubborn, like you don't want to believe it, like it's too good to be true. Send me another sign, I need another confirmation, I need another sign, okay? Is what I'm picking up. So that's the reason why there's so many little moments in your reading, like every time they're gonna feel it, and then they're like, no, chill, calm down, you know, like I cannot know that she is the one, I cannot know that he's the one already, like I need to chill. And then there's the next moment where they realize you're the one, and the next moment, you know what I mean, they might even admit to you, like, I was scared, like I kind of knew you were the one for me, but I was kind of like, you know, stubborn about it, or like you know, I was kind of scared to believe it, or like I knew it from the beginning, but I wanted to make sure that, you know, it's not just wishful thinking, you know, where maybe it's going to take a while for them to actually say it or admit it. Do you know what I mean? But it is because, like, I don't know, it's kind of like there's going to be so many signs and so many moments where they believe it, and then they're going to be like, okay, chill, bro, chill, you know, like, don't be delusional. Okay, that's what I'm picking up here. Yeah, or they're just going to realize again that you're quirky like them, okay? They found their quirky counterpart. They found their weird counterpart where they are weird, and they found the perfect person that is like, kind of like where you are perfectly weird for each other. Do you know what I mean? Maybe they have a weird interest, and then on that night or in that night they find out that you also have a weird interest. Do you know what I mean? For example, they're like obsessed with, I don't know, reptiles or whatever, and then they find out that you are obsessed with reptiles too, and they're like, oh my god, there's no way. Okay, they're just gonna feel like, I found my quirky girl, I found my quirky man, I found my nerdy girl, I found my nerdy man. Okay, That's what I'm picking up here, okay? That's what it is. It's kind of like you are food for their mental, or you are food for their mind. Okay. Where your future spouse gets bored with like the day-to-day, when then you say certain things that makes them like think, but it's like they enjoy it, or they enjoy like I'm hearing they enjoy exploring your mind. They enjoy exploring your mind. Okay. So they're going to realize in that night that they really enjoy exploring your mind, and that they get turned on by you mentally, kind of like a sapiosexual, I think you call it, like a person that gets turned on by another person's intellect. Okay. Or intelligence or something like that. Okay. I'm hearing come here with your smart ass. Okay. That's what I just heard. So let me see. How would pile number 3 super stars realize that pile number 3 is the one? For some of you guys, I could have my LGBTQ people over here. Okay. Yes, you are welcome here. Okay, for some of you guys, you could also come from a party, and like you go to a party and then you go to his or her place. Is what I'm picking up here too. More. What is gonna happen spending that night? I want to see more. We have, you see, okay, in that night, they're going to realize that your intelligence meets theirs, or you might even be more intelligent than them, because I feel like if this boss is very intelligent and they maybe sometimes feel like nobody can help them, or nobody can like, yeah, nobody can help them because they're usually the smartest in the room, or like they're kind of smart, or the people around them don't challenge them or don't know how to like keep up with them mentally. Okay, like something like that is what I'm picking up here. In that night, he or she is going to see that you're on the same level mentally. Okay, that you for once, they don't have the answer, you do. There's something going on with like you bring clarity to them. Okay. Or they're gonna feel like usually the answers are within me, but this night the answers are within you, or the answers that I'm seeking are within you. Okay. Or I don't know how to explain it. Okay, maybe they're going to realize that usually they figure out stuff on their own, but they don't have to figure stuff out on their own anymore. Okay, because you are just as smart as them. Let me see, let me get a few more cards here. Okay, because let me actually see what the Five of Swords is about, because the Five of Swords usually talks about like, I feel like you're gonna teach him or her something in that night. They're gonna feel like they're learning a lesson or a spiritual lesson through you. Okay. Oh my God. I'm hearing when the student is ready, the teacher appears. So I feel like in that night, they're going to realize that life is teaching them a lesson through you. That you're not just a girl, you're not just a guy, you also are a teacher or a mentor. Does that make sense? Like, I almost want to say they look at you, for of course they're going to be into you. Okay, it's the moment where they realize, like it's the moment where they realize that you know exactly what you're talking about. Or like, I see you here almost as if like you're going to be an expert in something, and they just listen to you and their mind is blown. It almost feels like it's gonna be the moment where they realize that you're not just a pretty girl, you're not just a cute guy, you're also a teacher. You're also like a spiritual lesson, or just a lesson when it comes to life, but packaged as a beautiful lady, or packaged as a really handsome man. Oh my God. So they're gonna realize that you are a teacher. Again, I'm hearing when the student is ready, the teacher appears. So they're gonna feel like you appeared when they had a big question mark in their head about life. and you have all the answers or a lot of answers. And they just look at you and they just want to drink from the well of your wisdom. Oh my God, why am I so poetic today? They want to drink from the well of your wisdom. It almost feels like in that night they're going to realize that you are so full of wisdom, that you went through so many like life lessons, or that you understand life, or you understand existence. Oh my God. Okay, you understand the purpose, or maybe they have been questioning what's the purpose of life, and maybe you say, just an example, this is just an example, okay? It's going to be different for all of you guys how this conversation is going to go. But for example, maybe he says, you know what, or she says, you know what, sometimes I wonder what's the purpose of life. You know, a very complicated question, right? We all ask ourselves, like, what is even the point of all of this? And then you come in with such a like simple, lighthearted energy, and you say, I feel like the purpose of life is to give life a meaning, kind of like where you choose what the purpose of life is, kind of like where there's no general purpose of life, you choose what the purpose of life is, you give life meaning. And when you speak, he is gonna be sitting there like, well, that makes sense. Does that make sense? They're gonna be like, what did you just say? And then you repeat it, and he's gonna be like, and the question mark in their mind, gone, disappeared. That's when they know that you're the one. You understanding the universe is gonna make them feel like, I will never be lost when I'm with you. And it's not about being dependent on somebody to find your path. It's more so like you help him or her tie loose ends, is what I'm picking up here. Or like this is just a person that is trying to understand, and I feel like a lot of understanding comes from you. That's the moment when they realize that you're the one. Okay, like I'm hearing, when you look into somebody's eyes and you see the universe, that's what I'm hearing as well. So you could be dropping a quote and they feel like, whoa, my whole like perspective on life is altered in the best way possible. Or like a question mark just disappeared. Okay, that's the vibe that is coming through here. Okay, there's something going on with like when the student is ready, the teacher appears. So they're gonna see that you're not just a pretty girl, or you're not just a cute guy, you are a teacher, or like you teach them life, or you teach them the language of the universe, or you teach them like how to tap into the energy of their soul, or kind of like the difference between living from your heart and living from your mind. Like something like that is what I'm picking up here. Okay, that's the vibe that is coming through. But let me see, why is the Five of Swords here? But I do feel like they're gonna be, look at that, we have magic here. I'm hearing the quote. See, there's a lot of quotes coming through here. I'm hearing a quote where the guy says, kind of like a little boy said, I don't believe in magic. And then an old lady replies, you will when you meet her. They might even fall in love with your witchy, magical energy. Okay, that's what I'm picking up here too. Oh my gosh. Let's see. What is that energy about? We have origin. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. I'm even hearing, I'm hearing you might even have a deep conversation about like inner child healing or something like that. And just the fact that you talk about this, that you have knowledge about it, is gonna like That's it. Okay, you have them hooked. They're gonna feel like their inner child is healing when they talk to you. Okay, they're gonna feel like their inner child is healing when they talk to you. Okay. Oh no, why is the Five of Swords here? Yeah. They're gonna realize that you are the one when they slowly but surely notice how their body and their mind and their soul is becoming balanced. They're gonna realize, like, I feel a balance that is emerging in my soul, in my body, and in my mind. Okay, and I know it's because of you. Because this only happens when I talk to you. That's what I'm hearing. So what I'm trying to say is, I feel like your future spouse is very analytical, and your future spouse does observe, and they're going to notice a pattern with you. Like, it's not a coincidence that every time I talk to you, I feel balanced, or every time I feel like I just have one side of something, kind of like where they only see something from one side and you add the other side and now it becomes the whole picture, or like the bigger picture. Yeah. And they're going to notice that it's a pattern, that it keeps happening. Okay, do you see where I'm coming from? So it's going to make them feel like, if I have half of the wisdom and you have the other half, and then it creates like a complete picture, does that mean you are my other half? Yeah, I'm seeing here, like, okay, you leave them speechless. You're gonna say something that is really smart, or really like wise, or really like, it just makes sense to them, and they're gonna be speechless. You're gonna leave them speechless with something that you say that is like seeing something from a really high perspective, seeing the bigger picture of something. Okay, the energy of, like, again, what is the purpose of life? And you're like, whatever you choose. Like, whatever you choose. Like, I see this energy here of, like, you giving so, like, the answers are so simple. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm hearing you bring so much simplicity into his or her life, because the future spouse could sometimes, like, get caught up in thinking very complicated, or being very complicated in how they think, is what I'm picking up here. And you just come in and you bring such simplicity. Like, they're gonna love your, like, simplistic mindset. You're just gonna realize that you balance them out. You balance them out. You balance out their energy. You balance out their mind. Or kind of like a war or a fight inside of them is over, is coming to an end. Okay, one more. How would pile number 3's true love and future spouse realize that pile number 3 is the one? Yeah. There's a lot of sexual energy coming through here. I'm not gonna lie. So when you have sex for the first time, it's a done deal. They will know that you are the one after you had sex for the first time. Okay, after you sat on him, you were riding his cucumber, after she rode you, okay, rode on your pony, then they will know that this is it. This is a done deal. Okay. But I feel like, again, there's like a conversation that is going to happen before that. Or maybe a conversation that... No, I feel like it's a conversation that happens before, not after. Okay. They're almost going to feel like you cracked them in that night. Okay. And what I mean by that is, like... Oh my God, I'm hearing a song. I'm hearing a song. It's called Waiting for You. I'm willing to look like a fool. In the quiet, I pray for you. No more anger, only love inside. Close my eyes, feel alive. Hang on, there's another one waiting for you. So they're going to realize that all their anger subsides when they are with you. Because I'm hearing, no more anger, only love inside. Close my eyes, feel alive. So they might even feel like you calm down their anger, or you calm down their anger, or you calm down, like they're gonna feel like you tamed them, or you do tame them, or you, in your presence there's no anger. In your presence there's no anger. Pile number 3, you could also be really good at psychoanalyzing people, but they're also really good at psychoanalyzing people. Do you see where I'm coming from? It's kind of like you can talk to somebody and then find out the reason why they're sad is because they haven't healed from a childhood trauma, or the reason why somebody's not able to manifest his abundance is because of something that happened in when they were a child. Like, where you are really good at psychoanalyzing people. Your future spouse, again, you're so alike when it comes to that. Like, your mind works alike, and I see your future spouse trying to psychoanalyze you, kind of like where they want to crack you, or they, you know what the funny thing is, I feel like they want to crack you, or they want to understand the way your mind works, okay? And once they understand the way your mind works, they're completely in love with you. They're so hooked, okay? But I also pick up them realizing that you psychoanalyzed them and that you cracked them, as in you understand them, even though they might be a complicated person, or even though people usually don't understand him or her. Do you know what I mean? Or like people usually kind of like where they're the kind of person to psychoanalyze people, but you are doing it to them. Okay, like you psychoanalyze them and then you crack them, or you crack like an emotional blockage that they have, or you crack a mental blockage that they have, and that mental or emotional blockage is gone and they're completely speechless that you like figured them out, or that you figured out like a blockage inside of them. Do you know what I mean? Like where maybe they have like a mental or emotional or spiritual blockage or whatever. You might even talk like that, like I feel like I have a mental blockage, I feel like I have an emotional blockage or whatever. You might even use these words, and you're like, okay, let's look at it, let's talk about it, let's analyze it, and then you really help them to dissolve a knot. And they're like speechless. They look at you like, oh my God, you cracked me, or you cracked this blockage, you cracked like a mental and emotional or a spiritual blockage. Like they're gonna look at you like, how the hell did you do that? How the hell did you do that? And that's what I mean when I say like their anger subsides, like something about like where, yeah, kind of like where your future spouse is a sweetheart, but they have like an emotional or spiritual or mental blockage that sometimes makes them like very mad or very angry, maybe at themselves or something like that. Or do you know what I mean? Or again, this anger, we talked about this, right, where they're going to just be a little bit pissed and angry, but it's because like it's kind of like they're fighting that you are the one. If they would just surrender, oh my God, you're going to make them surrender that night. Kind of like where your energy is like, I'm also hearing you saying like, just surrender. Oh my God, now I'm seeing all kinds of movies in my head, like where you like touch his chest, or he touches your chest, and then somebody says just surrender, or like you have to surrender to the universe. And as soon as you say that, like I don't know, their guard is dropping and they feel like, oh my God, like this anger that I felt is gone. Do you guys remember that movie scene from Harry Potter where he was like angry all the time, but it was because he had like an attachment to Lord Voldemort, you know? That's what I'm being brought to, like kind of like we're just supposed as a sweetheart, but like there's something inside of them that doesn't allow them to feel love or to feel peace or to feel like at ease, okay, or to feel balanced. And you crack them, you crack their psyche. I'm seeing you cracking their psyche, and they're going to be aware of it. They're going to be like, this girl just cracked my psyche. This man just cracked my psyche. And they're going to feel like you helped them release something. Yeah, they're going to look at you like, I need you in my life. That's what I'm hearing, okay? Okay, or you allow them to like speak about something that makes them very angry, especially when it comes to like their childhood or something like that. And I see you like saying it's okay to be angry, or like, do you know what I mean? It's as if they feel like they're allowed to be angry in your presence, but then they also then release that anger. Again, I keep hearing, no more anger, only love inside. Close my eyes, feel alive. Yeah. Okay. It's almost this energy of like, again, this could also be, for example, maybe they got taught that they are not allowed to be angry, that anger is a bad emotion, and you're like, all emotions are valid, and you drop that, you say that, and like all that anger that they felt is like gone, or like all that shame that they felt for a certain emotion is gone. But it's almost gonna feel like you're kind of like, you have the energy of like a psychologist, a therapist, very naturally. Okay, is the vibe that is coming through here. Yeah, I'm hearing, oh, you can take it out on me. I'm your psychiatrist, let's talk about it. We can use sign language, I know your body. I see the weight weighing on your shoulders. It's so heavy. Oh my God. Yeah, there's also this energy of like, you, oh my God, that's another thing. So another thing that I'm picking up before we go to the extended, okay, but I feel like this is all happening in one night. Whatever I'm just saying right now, this is all happening in one night, or like your future spouse is going to have like mental notes, or like these are like mental moments where it clicks, okay, like, and then they all come together and it's going to be like, oh my God, so she is the one, he is the one. Another thing that I'm also picking up here, people could have told your future spouse that they're not easy to read, or they have a poker face, or they're not easy to read, because honestly, in your reading, I'm taking my time. But I'm also picking up here, it could be an energy where your future spouse got told that they're not easy to read, that they have a poker face, that they're not easy to understand, or that they're just overall a complicated person. Kind of like where somebody maybe told them it's complicated to love you, or it's complicated to understand you. But to you, it comes with ease, that you understand him. It comes with, like, they're gonna be feeling like, you must be in sync with my heart and with my soul to understand my complicated mind, to understand my complicated like feelings, to be able to dismantle all that chaos inside of my heart and my soul. Like, you must be my soulmate. Because people are usually, they don't have an easy time reading me, understanding me. They don't have an easy time like not taking it personally that I'm complicated, kind of like where they know that they're sometimes complicated, but people take it like personal, even though it's not personal. They know like they're the problem, or they are, it's just like their mind, or like something like that, okay? And they're gonna feel like you are in sync with their body, or you are in sync with their mind. You are in sync with their body, you are in sync with their mind, and it comes easy to you to understand them. I want to get one more card here for the Four of Cups. What is that about? There's something about the way you handle them when they're like mad, or a little pissed, or a little like salty. Okay. Or that you get them out of like a salty energy, or that you get them out of like them being angry. Maybe they had a fight on that day with somebody, or maybe they're very angry at themselves even, you know, or at somebody or something is what I'm picking up here. Let's see, why is the Four of Cups here? What is that about? Ooh, well, that's interesting. And then when all of this transpired, do you say transpired? Like the conversation, you guys like doing it or whatever, and then you lay in his bed or her bed, and they watch you sleeping. That's the moment. So don't be surprised that when you wake up that he already is looking at you, or that she's already looking at you. They just have been feeling like, so I'm laying in bed with the one. That's what I'm hearing. That's how they're gonna feel, okay? Listen. Pile number 3. One thing that you need to know about your future spouse before we tap into the extended. Your future spouse is going to be skeptical in the beginning of your connection. What do I mean by that? They're going to feel like they need hard evidence that you are the one. So there might even be So they might even be a little bit stubborn when it comes to like admitting to themselves that you might be the one. I'm not gonna lie, but it is because they don't want to get hurt. Maybe they don't even believe in the concept of the one, or what does that even mean? What does it even feel like? Da, 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 da. So if your spouse is the kind of person they are, your spouse doesn't trust people easily, is what I'm trying to say. They don't trust people easily. Your spouse could have like a poker face, or they could have like a poker face, or they feel like they're in this energy of like, don't play with me, you know, I'm gonna watch your every move, because I know people play with people and you're not gonna play with me. So they're gonna be in this energy in the beginning. And I talked about this in the personal reading. So if you got a personal reading with me, okay, this might be connected, or this might ring a bell, where it almost feels like you're not going to get offended by them, that they don't trust you. And the way you handle them not trusting you is going to be the moment where they realize you are the one. But does that make sense? Like the patience that you have with him or her, or that you understand their trust issues, or that you like don't take it personal. It's kind of like you're intelligent enough not to take something personal. And they're going to be like, wow, you are very emotionally intelligent, and I love it. I love it. Okay. But there's something about like, I feel like they're asking for evidence, or they might feel like they're putting you to a test on that day, or something like that. Okay. And I feel like they're going to be like, yeah, she passed the test. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what this is about. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm picking up here. Okay. And I'm looking at the clock, and it's a mirrored number again. Now it's 15:15 on my clock. Let me get one last card. How would pile number 3 switches supposed to realize? Oh my god. See. Oh, I cannot show the card. Damn. Okay, let me show you this card. Okay. On that card, the lady is sleeping, and the guy is like, you know, you look, I wanna, you know. Oh my gosh, yeah, this is gonna be like a sleepover, okay? Like, because I cannot show the card, but she's like laying and sleeping, and he's like, you know what, let me do a little. You know that energy when you're sleeping and the other person wakes you up because they're horny, or like you're being woken up by somebody's hand, or somebody's lips, or somebody's tongue, or somebody's something. Okay, I'm gonna talk about this on Patreon. So it's like, I feel like they're gonna be realizing that you are the one because you turn them on with your emotional intelligence, or they're gonna be turned on by like your, I don't know, your wisdom. Again, they want to drink from the well of your wisdom. That's what I'm hearing. I'm just saying, okay? Pile number 3, your future spouse is going to realize that you are the one. When they realize that you can read them like a book. Like, even if they maybe hide how they feel or hide what they're thinking, you can read them like a book. Or like where their emotional state, it's kind of like maybe they talk about how they don't know why they feel how they feel, and you're like, well, I think that's the reason why you feel how you feel, or I think that's what triggered you to feel this way. And they're just gonna look at you and feel like, it must be you. Okay, so they're going to realize that you are the one when you spend the night together, and they realize you can read them like a book. Even it kind of like where they are not an open book and you can read them anyway. Do you know what I mean? Okay, like, because I'm not seeing that your future spouse is an open book. It's kind of like, oh, somebody's an open book and it's easy to read them. No, they're a closed book, but you can read them anyway. Is what I'm picking up here. Or they don't make it easy to read them, or they don't make it easy to figure them out, and you did it anyway. Okay, kind of like a Rubik's Cube. Yeah, that's what I'm picking up here. Okay. Pile number 3, I could talk on and on and on. I'm going to go to the extended now, where I can talk a little bit more like openly. Okay, and again, we're going to look at what your future spouse would do, like once he realizes you are the one, but again, I feel like they're gonna be a little bit stubborn. Your future spouse has trust issues, and they your future spouse has like a wall up, if that makes sense. He or she has a wall up. They don't trust people easily, or right around the time, maybe they do trust people easily or whatever, but maybe right around the time they had a fight with a friend or they had a fallout with somebody, so they're gonna be on guard more than usual. So you might actually come in the time in their life where they feel like they have to put up better boundaries with people. Do you see where I'm coming from? But when you are like getting screwed over and you feel like you have to put up better boundaries, it takes some time to figure out where you can let your guard down and where you should keep your guard up, or kind of like where you creating healthy boundaries is gonna like maybe come across a little bit mean because you're not used to putting up boundaries, or you got hurt or you got burned. So the way you put up boundaries is like very extreme because you feel like you just got hurt and you don't know who to trust, or who you can trust. So if you don't know who you can trust, you look at everybody sideways, even the people that don't mean no harm, or even the people that mean well. But when you come fresh out of like a fallout or fresh out of something that showed you, hey, people cross my boundaries all the time, I need to put my boundaries up, it's also gonna, I'm hearing, if you don't heal, you bleed on the people that didn't cut you. So that's the vibe. It's kind of like where they kind of bleed on you, but the cut is not from you, the cut is from other people. But again, it's kind of like you have the mental capacity to understand that. Do you see where I'm coming from? Or to even, oh my God, or to even talk about this is what I'm picking up here too. To even address that, like, where you even address that or even talk about this. Like, I know you have trust issues, or I know you don't trust me, or I know this and that, like, or I know, like, you know, like you have to put up your boundaries. Do you see where I'm coming from? It's like you follow them mentally, or you understand their thought process is what I'm picking up here. That's when they will know that you are the one, okay? But I also feel like we're already transitioning into what they're gonna do, because if they realize you are the one when they are literally inside of you, on top of you, you know, then you know what, let's go to the extended now. Okay, we're gonna go to the extended now, plan number 3. Okay, number 3, that's all I have for you. I hope you like this reading vibe, or subscribe if you vibed. Leave a comment, leave a like. Tune in for the next future spouse readings, because they're gonna come back to back, or I'm gonna, you know, they're gonna start being a regular again, because I feel like I needed a break. I wasn't inspired, but I am. Okay, so yeah, if you want to join me for the extended, we're just gonna look at what is gonna happen after they notice or realize it is you. What's gonna happen? What are they gonna do? Okay, so yeah, if you are interested in that, the link is gonna be down in the description box, and if not, I'm going to see my next one, and I wish you a lovely, lovely day. Bye.